Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing? What up? What's happening? Fun. Oh, wasn't this one thrown up? Talking about practice. Can't get anything there. We're on 20. Oh. Let's say how many do I have? I only have 200. Oh. How many do I have? how many? Why? It's just my Call of Duty. The hell? What are you doing, bro? Trying on my mobile. Ow. What do we need here? Quick blitz. Oh, boots. HP 3000. Holy. Oops. That's probably not a good idea. Oh, awesome, level up. Oh, oh yeah. Emoji. Emoji. Oh.
Hey.
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 Booze.
Boost. Take him to socks. Ba ba da ba da ba da ba da Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. To bed nights. Bad nights. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Hey, got Pete. What's going on, brother? It's a weekend, but I'm tired. Lol. Road to Fortune. Oh.
The box heading to the ground.
I guess when you lose your other assets, as there is, like when you lose your potency from clearance, which has been such a strength of theirs for so long, that's been lost as well. You just can't generate enough ball.
Just takes a look at the magnet. Not sure much shuffling can be done. Sweet's got the free.
Big boss is gone. What's that mean? It's got an app arrow. Oh, is it? Oh no. Oh, do I only get two? Yeah, I need two. I only get two. Ugh. Oh no. Ooh, MVP. Lock it in, Eddie. How much health do I have? I can tell.
Colin Murray Boyle from the University of South Carolina. Colin Murray Boyle from the University of South Carolina.
Come on! Oh! think it was one more. I think it was one more. Oh, so that means I got 90? I think it's an achievement? I want to replace. I want to upgrade the people want to legendary. Come on. Oh.
I think I was the most popular with people's parents. Bro, the old, especially like, bro, I'm telling you, bro, the Asians love me, bro. The Asian parents love me. I'm telling you, bro, the Asian moms and dads loved watching my gambling streams. And let me tell you, bro, let me tell you why. Because I don't do this like entertaining shit where I add music and loud noises and snap, crackle, pop. I sit there like I assume a lot of Asians do, right? Because in Asian culture, gambling's massive, right? I sit there like I'm sure they do, in front of a slot music on. I don't turn the slot music off and turn on some other music. Slot music on, right? And I sit there for 30 hours spinning.
Yeah, bring it on. Let's go Alliance. Anchor. Ma, 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 ma. It's worse though. We're in the same boat. But, 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 but. Ugh. The fuck? Twitter follow Ladyboy. What the fuck?
Ayo Shax. Have a great stream.
Hey! Hey! Dimitri!
Enjoy the front page.
Dimitri! Thanks, mate! Let's go! Hey, go on, Dimitri!
RR.
Hey,
Hey! Hey! I give Dimitri a follow!
What does the YouTube pin look like?
Huh? It's an address pin. They send it to your address. Hey! How you doing? Bye-bye, let's go, baby! Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. If someone can organise a green tick for me, I think I've earned it. Just a stream too long. Stream long hours, so I can't get the average viewers. Sasa! Sasa! Maggot, how you doing? Everybody show each other some love. Nah, thank you. Have a blessed day, mate. Have a blessed day. Danny Wolf? Almost looks like a Larry Bird. How we going, guys? How we going? What did everyone eat today? I had birra fries. So Mexican fries.
Appreciate you. I'll email Kick and give them a kick up the butt. Aha.
No.
What did everyone eat today, dude?
That.
At
Kick-
maggot hot chips and gravy. Then chicken schnitzel mash and gravy.
What? How many good stuff you having today, mate? I haven't had that dinner. Probably gonna have sausage rolls.
I had McDonald's.
Oh, I'll show you what I had.
Mum cooked the chicken schnitzel mash.
What is the place called? This is a food van. Food van. Yeah. Mexican. It's not them. I'm trying to find it. Forgot what it's called. Sweet potato? Ooh. You're a sweet potato. Ooh. Oh. Hey, Stodgy.
What's everyone's favorite vegetable? Mine's broccoli.
Broccoli. Ew.
Sweet potato.
Ugh.
Hey, Stoge.
We're in just chatting if you want to jump in, boys.
Can you hear me, Socks Man on?
No.
What's yours, Soxy favorite vegetable?
Oh, hang on. Gotta turn my capture card on, that's why. Mine. None. None. Ah.
You don't like veggies.
Probably potato. Hello? I can hear you now. I have the Discord through the capture card, so it records when I record. I didn't have it on.
You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I was like, hello? I was like, hello? But it needs to be the rude man.
Ignore me. Yeah. It's been going on, mate.
I don't know how long it you do.
Oh, just work. Almost called in today. Almost. But I went in. Got through. Front page, baby.
Focus, but your body give me clarity. I can tell the way you move and how you stare at me. I'm obsessed with the way you caress me. I undress you with my eyes and you bless me. I confess my love and affection. I'm blinded by all the imperfection. Recognize the dark in your perfection. Can't wait to make you my selection. West side, let's get connected. West side, let's get connected. East side, let's get connected.
There he is.
Let's get connected. Worldwide, let's get connected. Local side, let's get connected. Online, let's disconnect it. Offline, let's get connected.
Hey, welcome.
Fire.
Thank you.
Let's get connected.
Let's go. Bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Up, up, up. Oh, pardon me. Welcome to the front page, baby. We're on the second front page. I'm not for the shirt. Oh. 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 So what's going on, Stars? What are you playing?
Bit of Battlefield.
Oh. Mr. PS2 is on the Call of Duty. I don't think I've even got Black Ops installed anymore.
No, there's a lot.
Be honest. I uninstalled it to reinstall it on Battle.net. Can you play off the cloud, maybe? Can you play Call of Duty? Yeah, I can. What? Join Ultimate. I'm already in Ultimate, aren't I? No. I thought it was in Ultimate. Dodgy, what's going on here? I thought it was already on the Ultimate. What's the difference between Game Pass Ultimate and PC Game Pass? I thought I was already on it. Oh, here's the difference. Thought I already had it. Let me check. Didn't renew today, apparently. That's weird. That's weird. It's come out. Okay. That's weird. That's at 11. Oh, that's January. What the fuck? Why has got emails from January? Yeah. What's up, Alex? How are you, mate? I'm gonna log out because payment come out. PC 1 month Microsoft bill. $13.95. It's already come out. What y'all guys playing out here? Boom, boom, boom.
Tuesday.
Bum, 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 bum. Loud gaming. What? You have to have ultimate to play it. I'm already on it, man. Came out today. What are they talking about?
Sounds like you want to message him or something, so.
Hmm.
He got it. They keeps the fears. The penetration. A little too strong with a kiss, but it stayed. More. Oh, what a play. What's going on by Kwan?
And then sweet. An ultimate. What are you guys talking about? You've already charged me. Oh, hey, Swifty. Will do, mate. Thanks for popping in.
You enjoy your stream, it'll be lurking.
Yeah. Hope you're doing well, mate. That's so dumb, bro.
You know what, Fox?
Yeah, what?
I have not got any Coca-Cola, but I got Pepsi.
Oh, hey. Whoa. Whoa.
It is Pepsi Vanilla too, so.
Whoa.
I just got run over as soon as I got revived.
Whoa.
Thanks, buddy.
Whoa. I still got the PC game pass. Ah, Xbox Cloud Gaming is it must be ultimate. Oh, there we go. I have the Game Pass. Oh, no. Upgrade. I'm already on the PC Game Pass. Oh, this is fucked, man. I don't know. It's just not doing it for COD. I can do it for other games. Brother! Either your purchase refund or your pre-order was cancelled. You can make sure the payment's current. So dumb. What has Xbox done? What? What was the fucking $13 they charged me then? Nothing. Maybe I've signed up for another one. Same account. Hey! What up? Thanks for the follow. Hang on. Smith. What up, Smith? How you doing? Hey. Where is... Order history. of April. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Weird. I want that $13 instead. So weird, eh? I'll just go to the bank and charge it back the other amount.
But you got the wrong one?
I didn't do anything, but there's an amount that come out of my bank for Microsoft. Apparently it hasn't renewed. Even though they've charged me $13. $13.95. Says Microsoft PC 1 month MS bill $13.95, which is the PC Game Pass. Cloud. The fuck is it? Ah. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just log in. Maybe I have to log out back in again, man. Man.
Ooh, done it again.
Mean.
Papa.
The fuck? That's better. That's better, Stodgy Dodgy.
Then I just seen it. Maybe a little bit delayed, but
Bareback lad, what up, mate? Thanks for the follow. Oh. Get on the cloud, bro. Oh, I should probably close football down first. Of course it does. Going on, kick? How we going, fams? Going alright? Babies. Nah, none of that here, mate. See you later. A one time you, mate. But you're banned. Have a good time. Da, 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 da. Oh, what Discord are they in? Might be in PS2's. We'll jump over to PS2's Discord, brother.
alright, you take care.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
Alright, I'll speak to you soon, Sock.
Love you long time.
You too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Where's his Discord? I haven't been in it for ages.
Hey buddy, love your streaming and was very interesting. Let's share tips about the community growth and have fun together. Add me up on Discord. Optify823.
Thumper, what's up, man?
Yo Soxy. What's happening, legend?
Where is it? GG.
Off the...
Yeah,
just
in
in
gaming. Yeah, just in gaming. Yeah, just drop it in gaming too.
Hello,
there you
baby.
What's up, Soxy? Yeah, just
Thank
drop
you
it
so
in. Oh, what the hell's that?
Where
Hey,
did you
Soxy,
send it
what's up, bro?
to?
What's going
I
on?
think that is my LW loadout.
But thank you.
Community crowns and community fest, guys. If you want to drop
Oh
those
wow,
skins,
he
that'd be
almost
great.
just
Thank you.
cross-mapped you, bro. That
Oh,
was...
dude, I got shot. How are you, Soxy?
Good, mate. Good.
too
I
excited
have
about
to
it.
mute your stream, man.
Wait, why did you drop it in gaming?
Rightio. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Hosting. Fuck. Hang on, let me...
Oh my god.
Oh, wait. Oh. Is he not
Alright, there we go.
Now watch me whip.
upstairs?
Now watch me,
Wait,
Nano.
where do you see it? Suppressor? Okay.
I don't know.
Where is it? I can't see it now.
Oh
Wait,
no.
who am I... Wait, who's asking? Wait, who's talking?
Right, 4-5.
me,
let's go.
DK. DK Daniel.
There you go. I added you in the game.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you don't use rapid fire. That's probably why.
Oh, I use rapid fire.
Oh, that's your
I
loadout?
use very cool control.
The little bit effect.
Nice.
Are you gonna give up on shapeshifters, save for footies? Oh,
Kelly's being a bit of a sweat.
Think I'm gonna give up on the shapeshifters and load up for the fuddies, lol.
oh, search and destroy. Ugh.
What do you mean?
I know, dude. Pretty sweaty.
This is the first time I've been on Black Ops for ages.
Yeah.
Oh, what? I hit him with the
Ages.
HDR and he didn't die. What the hell?
Ages.
I like to.
The 1-a-day average is
think
bugging
you
me.
won't, girl. Oh
Mm.
my god, I'm getting fucking spammed. Alright.
Is he still in spawn?
Yeah, he's in the house.
See, I prefer the monolithic missile over the muzzle brake because it
The
takes
fucking gun is bullshit. Oh, we won? Okay,
Wait,
that's
are,
all right
you
then.
still, are you still using the PP? What gun are you using PS?
Oh my god.
What gun are you using PS?
Look at this sweaty nerd.
PS2, he's asking you a question, bro.
Who is?
He's saying what gun are you
I
using? Can't hear him.
Oh, what gun am I using? The LMG. I don't know what brand it is.
Bruh.
Man, I can't hear 50 fucking people talking on at the same time.
Turn your
I'm 50
fucking
years
game
old.
sound down. Bah.
No! I need to hear the motherfuckers.
What's a game name? Game name.
Shh, I'll give you a game name.
Game
Oh
name.
my god.
You hardscaping bitch.
Game name.
Oh my god.
I feel attacked at that comment.
That reminded me of that
This is-
self-promo video that I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, he went up the fucking stairs.
Mate.
Oh my god. Back in the good old days. How you doing here, Soxy?
Yeah, not bad, mate.
GG.
What's good? Are you playing?
Cloud gaming.
I'm gonna jump out.
So I don't have it
No,
installed.
Oh,
Oh.
no worries, Kelly. Thanks for the game, Kelly.
Nice,
Appreciate
mate.
it. No worries,
Thank you,
anytime.
Kelly.
Take care. Make sure you go give Kelly a follow on Twitch, guys, and Instagram. I mean, TikTok.
W Kelly in
All right.
chat.
I will follow you,
But
Kelly.
if you
Wait for contribute.
Anyway,
Yeah. Nice. No
Everyone
worries.
drop a
Yeah.
flashbang for contribute of Kelly.
No worries. Thanks,
Kelly,
Kelly. Take care.
See you, bye.
Thank you, Kelly.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Kelly.
Kelly.
All right. Kelly's
Kelly.
out of here. You guys weren't sweaty enough for Kelly.
Mean.
Mate,
Well,
you was
yeah.
terrible. You was.
Kelly,
You was a, no, Nick.
you can't
you
hear
was a
anyone,
tryhard.
person.
There's a difference.
I'm putting my foot
I can
down.
hear him now because I turned my stupid game down.
Wow. Wow.
Right.
game
Dismiss that. Game name. I should give you game name.
Game name.
So you don't have the game,
Yeah.
Soxy? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't have it installed, so I
Oh, okay.
cloud gaming.
Foxy.
Oh, okay.
On the cloud, mate.
Oh, well, you're on the cloud. Okay, you can join us if you want to.
Yeah. Just getting warmed up.
Yeah. All right. What?
Where are they?
All right, back to.
Up above.
Right, here we go.
Up, 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 up. Up, up, up. I'll quit out.
Are you jumping in now, dude? Because
I'm just
I'm
warming up.
Another game. Well, I just got 1 or 2 more games in me because I got work in the morning.
Yeah, my weekend. On the weekend. I
Uh,
just saw Warzone with Broth.
Yeah, I'll be on. Safe Joe's waiting for me.
One game with Mr. PS2.
I think it's Girly Gamer. I'm not too sure, mate. Just checking the Discord, bro. All right, so, okay, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Right. Right, I'm gonna change the game mode.
Your game mode.
Fuck. Yeah, photo match.
Cloud gaming, you can't use
Okay.
bloody. What's it called? You can't
There
use
we
the
go.
keyboard and mouse.
Oh, you can't?
It's Xbox Cloud Gaming.
Okay, let's go, guys.
Why? Ah, because I use a scope.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
All right, guys. People in the chat also make sure you give Soxygamer a follow on Kick.
Hello.
And YouTube. Yeah, he's probably streaming right now. The man.
We're on the front page.
24/7.
We're on the front
How does
page.
Community Fest work. I sent 13. Community Fest is when you drop certain gifts in the chat tags. That's what it's all about, and the gifts actually help. Yeah, it's a lot of bloody.
A lot of logistics.
It's a lot of logistics. So if you go to the gifts, this community gift, whatever it's fucking called, a community fest. Oh, it's just so annoying.
Whatever
it's
the
just
fuck.
So annoying, all this stuff. Yeah, community fest.
We need to get Rangaroon for some promos. Ah, you know what the fuck?
Crown. Yeah, fuck. I actually spoke to him the other day, see how he was doing.
Did you? Oh my.
Yeah.
Send him a message, see how it's going.
Yeah, I sent him a message, see how he was doing.
Some COD with him.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, he's still playing COD? I was just doing Farming Simulator.
Play some Verdansk with me.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. he saw FGS's sniper and he's like, oh, you bloody hacker. He's just like,
and 700 litre hits with the iron sights. Crazy.
oh, you bloody hacker.
PC, where do you see yourself as a stream? Yeah, what?
You know, I woke up one morning yesterday and I done a TikTok video and he had me on boost the other day.
What do we?
Oh shit!
Oh no.
Why is this hardpoint? Oh.
Where do I see myself as a streamer in 6 years? I don't know, dude.
6 years.
Seriously, don't know.
You
Mate,
can be my new daddy.
I don't know, man. I don't
I'm not gonna get killed.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
It's been a while since I watched a bit.
I don't know. It's just I don't know.
Hello? Ah.
I really don't know.
I realised why I didn't play Call of Duty for a long time.
Behind you.
I was dead when he said it.
Yeah, it's pretty sweaty. But yeah.
I might actually snipe a bit.
I can't even get one kill.
Fucking hell, I'm so rusty. I used to be so quick before my nan died. Fucking hell.
What?
Oh wow.
Okay.
I'm losing 0.1 per 0.1 every time I get a year older, mate.
What?
My reaction time's a little bit slower every year.
Yeah, as you get older, your reaction time gets slower. Yes, reaction. You gotta change. You gotta change.
I used to be so good. I used to be so good at fucking reaction time. It's just a game though. We so used to playing Black Ops 2 fucking 2 style.
Yeah, lol, bro. You make me feel so young.
What do you mean? You guys are young. What are you talking about? We're old.
Yeah.
I'm 27.
Yeah, me and PS2
I'm 40. I'm 40.
Jesus,
Mate,
you guys
fuck
are
off with your
complaining.
27 shit. I'm
You guys are
51
complaining.
next month, alright?
Fuck.
That's young,
So,
dude.
yeah, no.
Oh,
Mate, how can I be young when you're saying you're feeling fucking old at 27?
Oh, I'm 27.
That's fucking old shit. Oh, mate, I used to be good at this game, and you're saying now, oh, you're so young. You can't take it back.
Feel young.
Used to be.
You're making me feel young, bro.
It's
Mate.
because I had a car accident last year. Fucked my back.
Oh, no.
I'm 60.
Well, honestly,
So good.
I had a car accident. I actually had a car accident when I was 4. I got hit by a car when I was 4.
This sniper builds you mad. He's
Everyone's
actually
been hit
really
by a car.
one-shot.
What the fuck is going on?
My car's been hit 3 times last 2 months.
What the
I
fuck?
hit my car.
You shouldn't be doing destruction derbies, man.
No. If people think they
Let's
can
stop.
fight.
Let's stop abusing from cars.
Oh my
Right.
god, I was just being
I'm
by a
sorry.
pistol. I was just being by a pistol.
Oh.
No, he's not.
Oh my lord.
Oh, what am I doing here?
I just found their whole spawn. They're just sitting
Got no
killing
kills.
A whole lot of them.
And
Right,
because I've been just been working more, and I just haven't really took the time and the effort to actually sit down, mindset, be better.
First kill.
Let's go, Soxy!
First kill, motherfuckers.
Let's go, baby!
Let's
I
fucking.
love it. I'm so happy.
Ah, suck of that one! Let's drop it,
Ah. Too much football.
There's
Okay,
there's
bet.
games
Dropping
where
it.
yeah.
I can hit 200. There's times where I can hit 200 kills. Like
What?
that's if I'm in the mindset.
200?
They are camping hard.
Yeah, but that's my highest kills.
200?
30 heads. Yeah.
What?
That's
Oh yeah, no, we got like 300-400. Yeah, 10v10. Yeah.
What?
They go for ages. Yeah, those games go for ages.
But if it's all you can, if you have the weapon to control the spawn, you have unlimited bodies.
Thanks for the follow. Again. Don't watch this gameplay. Just listen to my voice.
Oh, behind us again.
Hey, PS, with that million views I got on my video, guess how many followers I got? Only 5,000.
Oh, nice.
It's so dumb. It's so
Yeah,
you
no,
get
it's
that?
like that, though.
No, I got 250,000 on my TikTok. It's just so funny.
Nice.
It's fucking weird.
That's just TikTok though. TikTok's
Yeah.
good. That's why I love TikTok.
I got 400. I'm laughing.
But TikTok is weird sometimes. It's weird.
Damn right, Queen.
Get a
This
UAV
is
on
not
grid.
a build. Killed it. Feels weird to play snipers.
No.
What? Where the fuck is this dude? He's touching my bum without consent.
Mate. Watch
Whoa,
your
whoa,
language,
whoa,
dude.
whoa.
I'm on TikTok.
Oh,
remember.
TikTok, bro.
Yeah, TikTok, dude. It's got to be PG.
Yeah.
You can say the one thing and then I can get in trouble.
Yeah, that's how my TikTok thing.
Threat clear.
That's why pretty much president on that
It can be so annoying.
Yeah, that's why I
TikTok
don't.
just needs to give people.
I don't stream on there anymore.
Well, now Twitch is being a bit silly too. Like they've got that thing now with the multi-streaming. Now you can't promote other things on multi-stream. Like,
Yeah,
what the hell?
they've always had that. They just started cracking down on it.
Yeah. Been fun of them.
Whose care package did I steal?
Boom!
Have you ever played Death Stranding 2, bro? And it's
Oh,
no, I haven't
it's just
played
come
it,
out.
no.
It's in Australia.
Yeah, it just came. I just came out to it. I haven't played it. Yeah. That's why he was at Hideo Kojima's in Australia
No,
now.
it's
He's
delivery
promoting it.
simulator. It's
Got
like
the Raka boys in it.
It looks good.
Domino's delivery simulator. Death Stranding 2. It's good.
Literally, that's literally what it is. Is if you like walk and play the game.
I played some of the first one and I liked it. It's just a slow burn. It's more of a, but that's what you get for those games.
Yeah.
You got to really stick it out and play it. But
Think real carefully.
Oh, get out of there!
I think I need to do the first one before I can finish the second one.
Oh, got a couple kills with that. I like how this sniper feels. It's been a while.
Oh, excuse me.
Oi. Hito.
Excuse me.
Big bird.
Ah!
Oh yeah.
Hardpoint identified.
Oh, I got a headshot. Oh.
Let's go.
I might just not now. No more mission guns. This is more fun.
Hardpoint is secure.
How's that going? Yeah, good man.
I remember getting a sniper nuke from Bucket Thing. That was fucking funny.
They're going okay, man. They're going okay. Just have a bit of.
What, mate?
Yeah.
Oh, I shot you.
Go Warpaint.
Hey! Shoot the shark, mate.
Shows who's the daddy in this game, Warpaint.
What? Clip it. Clip it.
What?
Clip it.
Went in the hole.
Clip it.
Oh wow, we got messed up, bro. These sweaty nose everywhere. Oh look at that! Oh my god.
Dead. Show him. Show him.
Wait, what is he using?
Oh.
It's my last one.
Oh, is it dude?
What's the time? 9:40.
I gotta get up at
Oh yeah.
Yeah, me too. Fucking hell.
Activating C4.
It's been fun though. Been nice.
I work
little
on job.
Oh, I'm
My
dead.
job.
I got Flex Friday. Day off.
Nice, bro.
Yeah, let's
I
go.
have a day off tomorrow because it's my son's birthday. Just
Oh,
a day
nice.
off.
Oh, happy
I
birthday
just
to your
paid
son.
myself my wage. Yep.
Huh?
Day.
What?
I'm my own boss. I pay myself a wage.
Yeah.
These guys are camping hard.
Yeah,
Took
welcome
me
to Call of
5
Duty.
years to get this job.
No, good on you, man.
Nice, man. Nice.
Pays the bills. That's all that matters.
So,
My bills.
I'm not in debt. I own my own house. I'm fine.
What?
Chill.
Do you
Hey?
really?
Yeah.
Damn.
I paid because yeah, this is the way.
The matches are going good, bro. Matches are
Yeah,
going good.
I tell you my way. It took a while, but I sacrificed 5 years though. All I care about is paying my car bills, electricity, any bills and food. Bought myself a couple things. I saved 1,500 every week for the next 5 years. That gives me 405,000.
Damn.
And if you can do that,
What's your bloody?
persistently-
What's your pay, man? I want that job.
I get 4,500 a week.
Damn. Can I have a
Well,
loan?
no
but,
wonder
like,
you're not
proper
in
loan that
debt.
doesn't pay back?
oh, the best loans.
Can I borrow like 100 grand but not give it back?
Yeah. They're all yapping. What are you talking about, Moaz? It's all, yeah, we're allowed to yap. It's fine.
Yep, yep.
Yap, yap.
Oh! Oh yeah.
And I want you to kiss me through the phone. Kiss me through the phone.
Make
phone. I
love.
don't even fuck sings it.
Oh no, we all died.
Let's go.
Honestly,
That's terrible.
Hey,
objectives in this
Warpan,
game are
one more
boring.
game. One more game, Warpan.
Mm,
It's nice
I got
to check out.
Oh.
I like to play with more with you, Warpan. You're a chill guy.
I'd rather
Chill
than
guy.
hey, subscribe to my Spotify.
Right.
Which
Close.
one?
There we go. There we go.
That is a
Excellent.
problem.
Oh, look at those sweaty kills.
What, do you sell foot picks?
Tax, thank you for the gifts, bro. I appreciate it. Was that you, Tax? Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I don't know. I don't know.
What's going on?
I
What
don't
kind of
know,
community are you building, PC?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on with these people. All I know is that DK loves the sound of his own fucking voice. I can't get a fucking word in. Fuck's sake.
That's
DK,
what
give it a rest. When
That's
you're
what-
so on stream.
That's what happens when you used to come to our streams, PS2.
No, it doesn't. Never. Don't know what you're talking about.
You know how it feels.
No, mate, you love it. You love when I was in there.
I love the vibes.
Yeah.
Have a great night, everyone. Got to do some work stuff. Norris MC, take it. Justin, take it easy, bro. Have a good one, bro. Have a good one, matey. Take care.
Yeah.
Justin's a legend.
Justin.
Take it easy, mate.
I love you,
Yeah, we love
Justin.
Justin.
Love you,
All right.
Justin.
Okay, one more. One
Justin.
more, and then I gotta.
One more.
Let's
One
go.
more.
Let's go.
Justin.
Let's go.
Justin.
Oh, what map? What map we're gonna do? Oh, Archangel, thank you.
What is happening?
All I have to do
Let's
is
go.
3 kills without dying 10 times I got diamond.
Yo, thank you, Archangel, for the gifts, bro. Thank you, bro.
Oh dear.
Oh, and the GG as well. Thanks, man.
Oh,
You're a
GG.
legend.
GG!
Yank. No worries, mate. No worries, Archangel. Thank you, bro.
Who wants to do an after party with me, like Diddy did? No? Okay.
Nah.
What? Like, did you say
I'm going to the war zone, mate.
Yeah, don't mention that in that chat, please.
Yeah. That's probably a banned word as
Yeah.
well.
Yo. Thank you, Justin. Take it easy, mate. Nick, thank you for the gifts, bro.
PS2's going to do a story saying, I got banned last night.
Yes, exactly. Because someone couldn't shut him about C, did he? Fucking hell.
Oh, did you see his
Oh
you see
my
the amount of
god.
baby
Yo,
oil
Nick, thank
he
you for the
had?
gifts, man. Thank you for the community fest gifts, man. Appreciate it.
Iceland.
Alright, let's go.
Here we go,
Let's
boys.
go.
Hey, PS, you know what you should try to make? A meme says Gamnam. Like, if someone sends you like a
Mate,
game,
I got an emote. I got an emote.
He's got a
If you
sound and
subscribe to the
everything.
channel, it's got the sound and everything. That just goes to prove that you haven't seen it. Well, you better do it right now. Jump on there now.
Right now.
Just subscription. You subscribe to my TikTok and you
Yeah.
use the game name emote.
Give some. You get so much money, you can
There
just
you
give
go.
some.
Yeah, exactly.
Give some.
Drop everyone a friggin' sub.
Yeah. Give
Let's
them.
go.
I'll buy you a sub, bro.
I might just drop you a universe then.
Oh!
No balls.
Don't tease, don't tease like
I'll
that.
take a sub. No, Mayo, please. You want a sub? Bake
Don't
Pirate? No,
tease.
what's this map?
Oh,
Let's
might have to go live.
No balls, you wouldn't do it? You wouldn't drop it?
$500?
What? It's not.
I did it last week at fucking
The universe? No, don't.
Universe is like $10, isn't it?
What's that? Universe? No, Galaxy's like $25, right? I don't know what universe. Universes are ridiculous.
Oh! The
What,
lion?
Galaxy?
No, universe.
It's a
Who gave you
universe.
5 universes?
There's one person just want me to show my abs to this person. I don't know.
I think you're in like a...
Mate, I'll show more than my fucking abs for a universe.
What are you, Bradley Martin?
Yeah. I've got to a gym.
Bradley!
I've just
Let's
got
go.
one big ab.
I got one big ab. It's called.
I got the keg. Keg party.
Yo, Enrico, thank you for the help me, bro.
Got a keg party, bro.
I haven't done this map before. What's this map?
Get him, get him, get him! Get him!
Nah, I died. Yo, thank you for that, dude. Appreciate it, bro.
We're back, baby.
Baby, we're back.
I don't like
Dead.
Oh, he couldn't see me. No way. Look at that smoke.
He had night vision goggles, that's why he saw you.
Goggles?
Yeah, goggles.
Let's go.
The goggles.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're so bad, bro. How did you lose to a 43-year-old man?
No!
You're not 43, are you?
Yeah, I am.
Highly doubt.
Yeah, Soxy's 43.
Enderman, you're old enough to be my dad? Finally.
Yeah.
I'm old enough to be
Settle
Eric's
down,
dad.
son!
How's he not shot? He was gonna say, look.
43, bro, your voice
Me and
is
you're
so
laying there
young.
doing.
Yeah, I know.
Your voice is
It's
like
because he doesn't
20.
drink alcohol.
It's like I'm a teenager.
Hey, Polly.
Guys,
What's going on, bro?
I don't drink.
How you go, man?
You have a very nasally voice.
You don't? I don't drink very often. I used to drink a beer, but...
Should we have a drink tomorrow?
Every day, get fucking wasted.
You know what you should
No
do with your
way.
voice, buddy?
Scott.
You should just make like vehicle things, like things.
The what?
I'll hire you to make harmonies for me, dude.
Yeah.
Ah!
Cause I fucking use some...
Oh my god!
Oh my god. We're about to drop in.
How you going, Paulie?
Okay, so,
What?
nothing. Justin Elliott.
Got him. Getting B.
Muhammad Ali. He's a good tennis player.
Oh my god, I haven't died.
I'm dead. I'm in the water.
Go swimming.
The only guy killing me is Zambo. He's the only one who's getting shots on me.
Oh what? What? I died from that rocket launcher?
Yeah, well, it's a rocket launcher, mate.
Yeah,
I mean,
Zambo.
it's gonna do some damage.
Zambo goes.
Who am I shooting? Get him, bro. He's got a trophy.
That BBL Drizzy.
Oh, good flash, good flash. Where's my heartbeat?
Oh what?
Let's go.
Can't see.
Can't see. Use your goggles.
Look up, goggles.
I can't talk, I'm shooting! What's that?
No way.
APS.
Oh, well.
Oh!
I love you, man.
I love you too. Love you long time.
Love you.
Daddy doesn't say that.
Actually, I don't love you long time because I don't have the stamina anymore.
Oh!
You don't have a dad?
Love you short
When you
time.
get milk, and I didn't come back.
My dad left me when I was 4 months old. He saw
My dad
me
left
when
me
he
for
got
alcohol.
ugly.
No sad stories in here, damn it.
Yeah, come on.
Sorry. Just looking for a father.
No, this.
I can be yours.
Daddy!
Get out of here! Looking for a fella. Yeah, get out of here!
How much do I pay you?
Oh,
Come on, show!
Let's fucking go. Get out of here!
Hey, real well.
What?
What benefits do you give?
Buy a dad.
I bought a dad from Timu.
Buyadad.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. You fulfill
Dad for free. Dad Timo.
dad for free.
I'm like a dad from KFC.
From what?
Comes with a free bucket of chicken.
These are looking good.
Potato gravy?
Wow, that's so wrong.
Oh, that's wrong.
That's wrong.
Wow, no way.
That's so wrong.
TikTok! TikTok.
I didn't know what was said. I just heard finger licking good, and then.
Oh my
dear.
lord. How to lose the audience.
How to lose! I would have won
Sometimes
16.
you just have to lick and thick and good some people in life.
No.
That's how I got my wife. I woke
Oh,
up
shit.
to test your fingers. Can you hear me?
Alright, TikTok, come on down.
Yeah, come on, calm down, guys.
Come on.
That was pretty funny. You gotta admit.
Oh, shh.
Oh my god, everyone's so mature. Y'all are boring. Fucking cunt.
They just don't want to get banned, bruh.
No, that's fair.
It's alright on Kick, you can say that on Kick. Just not TikTok.
TikTok are very strict, so and plus I'm trying to get some content out of this to propose for Call of Duty.
Get out of the corner!
I got no dad. KFC, finger looking good. Like I've lost all my sponsors tonight. Thank you, you fuckwits.
Red Bull's gone. Monster's gone.
They're all gone.
Call of Duty's
Energy
gone.
drinks. Yep.
Girlfriend's gone. Everyone's gone.
Yep. Yep.
You said Nick's girlfriend's gone. I don't have one.
No, I said girlfriend. Just
I can be
girlfriend.
your boyfriend.
Oh!
Oh, okay. How much do you charge for that?
Oh!
Cents per
Shooting a dead
dollar.
body.
25 cents. Bro, that's a fucking bargain.
That's cheap. Cheap
no,
as.
wow.
That doesn't take long.
I'll take you on that offer.
I only lost
Hey!
1 second.
Last part. Hey, bro, same.
Oh,
That was pretty good.
la.
I'm sorry, PS. This is getting out of hand.
It is getting in. Oh, big chat.
Start streaming on on the P Hub soon.
Yeah. I'll have to.
I'll put my application in.
Oh, did
You
you?
did?
Yep.
I'll be.
How much is it?
Bro.
I know.
It's free, isn't it?
That guy knew exactly where it was.
Whoa.
Oh, it's nice. Nice.
Welcome to Chinatown.
Hey Griffin, how are you, bro?
Oh!
I'm feeling really good with my sniper skills today.
Today, bro. Today's over.
Oh, damn it.
It's a new day.
New day, new
For me?
day. If anyone sells any basics, let me know.
Woo!
Be your number one supporter.
Oh, sweet
Okay.
baby Jesus.
Oh, what do you mean?
Be your
He
winner.
kills like
Let's
that.
go.
How did he kill us like that? It's both of us.
Be your...
For one.
Nutty bro.
Incoming stun.
Hey! How you doing? Uh-oh.
I know exactly what you
Ah.
answered that to. And that's fair.
There's a bait.
What is a good sauce?
No, it's Bonjela.
One, you use one jello?
What the hell? You guys
What the fuck is
talking
that
about?
reload, bro?
What are you talking about?
And it's called shutting him off now.
We're having a very
Weird conversation.
Incognito mode combo.
Jeez, what? This hits. This hits.
Oh man.
Unlucky.
Oh, I didn't do
Come on,
as well
come on.
as Pen.
Unlucky.
Come on. It was unlucky.
What was it me?
Oh, let's go. Wall paint being a sweaty little nerd.
PvP. Oh,
Nice,
PvP
dude.
is really good.
Yeah, the PP
Oh.
919. That is a good gun. Good work, man. Good work.
Oh,
Nice
clip
work.
it.
Impressive.
Oh.
Yes.
Let's go. That's a good. That was good work, man.
Nice work with the PP.
That was very good. Look at that loud skin. Look at that loud skin.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna have to back out, guys. Have a good one.
the games, fat boy.
No worries. Thank
Cheers,
you
fat
everybody for
boy.
the games. Appreciate it. Take it easy, everyone.
Hey,
Have a good one.
Hey, Pen. Add me, Pen.
Take it easy.
See you, boys.
Bye, everyone. Much love.
Much love, I love you all. Marry me. I don't know. So it's just us, huh? What do we do from
Oh,
here?
yes. Angela, I stick on my girlfriend's bum sometimes and she doesn't feel.
Oh my god. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Yo.
Hello? Hear me? Voice. Mic? Got a mic? Mic? Voice chat. Where's the... Audio. What do you check where it's going to? Xbox. Hello? Hello? Mic. Should be working, right?
There, Socks.
Yeah, you can't hear me though. Hello. How do you set your mic? Hello? Hello? I'll restart. Hang on.
Linea cord.
On the cord. Hello? Trying to get it working. I could hear you, but you can hear me.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case.
It's weird. I only get the one PC.
Oh, goodness me.
Kids are crazy, mate.
Yeah, I had to get my car serviced today and dropped it off and then had to walk home.
Oh.
They killed me and then I thought they closed at 5 and he called me at 4:30 saying, "Are you going to get your car?" And I said, "Oh, yep." So I waddled back down there.
Oh, no.
He waited for me at least. So my legs are a bit sore today. And
Oh, it's going to be worse tomorrow.
yeah, tomorrow I'm spending half the day in the hospital there. Me up doing more scans and stuff.
Yep. The tests.
Tests all day tomorrow.
Oof.
Rude.
Okay.
You get some good rocket kills.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Yeah, last 3 nights I've been bloody front page. Start a stream.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good, mate. I just got my bloody address pins, so I've applied for a YouTube partner as well.
Oh, nice. Good.
It had arrived, but my housemate's workers thought it was his mail, not mine. So it's been sitting in his room.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
I don't know how this is going to go on the cloud.
Yeah.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Where are they? You up top? Oh yeah, got him, but fuck, that's loud. Oh. Shush.
Prep time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
So restarted the game. Here we go, mate. Last game together, we're gonna win.
Yeah.
Is it casual?
Yep.
Good.
sweats playing casuals now just because.
Battle Royale.
Battle Royale. Let me out.
Yeah, might be busy.
I'm trying to get out. Let me out.
Gas is approaching your position. Move to the safe zone.
Oh, hit the tree, man.
Primary objective is to eliminate all targets.
Yeah, it's running a bit rough, I think. Where's the frames? Bit rough as guts, mate. Is that one coming up to you?
Yeah.
Oh, there's one coming up to me.
Usually a bot.
Reloading.
Reloading. Oh!
Covered.
That's a chicken! Oh, what is happening? Get out of my house! Didn't pay rent here. I paid the rent. Jesus.
Changing mags. Enemy UAV is online.
Why does it feel like COD Mobile right now? Modern bot flashbacks. Oh, one coming across the road. Just here, just here. He's throwing a nade. That's a bot. Oh, it's not a bot. Oh, it's not. It's not a bot.
Oh, that one's not a bot.
That's not a bot. He was throwing a nade though. Yeah, I might have to load up Battle.net. With the keyboard and mouse.
Here we go.
Oh, he's on fire. What a way to go. Oh, surprise soda versus Soxygamer TV.
Now the fight starts. Almost your turn, soldier. Stand by.
I hit him. Imagine if you hit them with a rock, they don't depart at the end.
If you kill him, you get out, I think.
Ah.
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
Yeah! Got him! Where are you, bruv? Oh, load out.
And money on the bar for a silk.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. I heard a window break. Was it you?
That was me.
Oh.
Chopper's still there.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, she runs rough on the cloud, man.
Oh, people everywhere.
Come on. Kick him.
You're done.
Yeah, you're done. Got him. Just wanna be. Oh, there's an orange box in here. Hey, man. Oh, what's going on? Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you. Terrible shooting.
Reloading.
Why are you going to the car?
Enemy UAV overhead.
Yeah. Someone's right behind us.
Yeah.
Might be people here. I'll just throw a load out properly. Cool.
Surely those cars close. What? One up in the hill up here. Nice one. Got a bike?
Yeah. Ah, don't know if I'm
I'll
good on.
drive.
Should be able to. Nah. Oh! Oh!
Snipers.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Oh boy! Oh, sure! Wow.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
Wow. Let's put on the ground or something. Ah, another one. Oh, see? Behind you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a squad.
I had nowhere to go.
The sweats. Good luck. Oh, sit down.
Rangers lead the way.
Oh, that's in a worse spot.
KFC, done messed up.
See if I can get that car and do
Oh, wow.
My twister was awful.
This is awful. Oh, no. What did I do to your twister?
You're losing ground.
Took everything off me, those guys. They were waiting for me.
Hmm.
If I went for loadout, I would have been dead ins.
Oh, 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 oh.
box. I thought you were a box. Leave me alone. I thought you were a box. You can't hear me because of Discord.
Oh yeah. That's what I was trying to do, Dave. Game chat. Get it working. I think I gotta set up an Xbox app. Because I'm paying through Xbox. Right. Yeah. Settings. No. Oh, here we go.
What was that?
I gotta do it in the app. Audio. La 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 la. This audio. Game bar is needed for voice chat. Game bar. Okay. Game bar. I'll load Battle.net anyway, so after so.
Your squad is getting you out of here. Stand by.
Oh. Hey, whoa, whoa. Thanks, mate. Oh.
The best thing about the Twister is the pepper mayo. All the pepper mayo was at the bottom of the wrap. AO905 was nasty. I'm not a fan of original recipe. I find it too salty. I hate salt.
Oh no.
God damn it.
Oh.
90%, not 905.
Oh.
Enemy soldier incoming. Found a gas mask. Changing mask.
You coming? One more people. Oh! Oh, you got me. Got me.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
I want to get up top. I was halfway up top.
I got you. Just hold on.
Thanks, Matt.
Nice one. Oh, you won.
Oh, you won.
Inserting additional armor. Found some armor.
Yeah. Right about just rocked up.
Yeah.
Close.
Going up. It's me.
Switching mags.
Oh, there's another one.
Your squad made it to
That's not me.
Yeah.
Gas is closing in. Concussion grenade.
Oh, I can cast myself. What are they doing? Oh.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy advanced UAV is active. Eyes on enemy mine.
Oh, oh, oh.
UAV overhead. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Reloading.
Oh no!
Need a hand here.
No way! I punched you in the face, bro. No way.
Valiant effort.
Alright, I'll reload. I'm bad on it. Oh. Just over. 30th? I thought it was near end game.
Nah, nowhere near it.
Oh. Oh.
Jumping out, coming back.
Yeah, I'll go bad on it.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Yep.
Quit up. Battle.net. Do you have a phone number? Why? Why? Hey. Oh, yeah. That's because you're so loud. Damn. I wonder what gamers are deaf. Hey? What'd you say?
What?
Hey? Oh, yeah. Call of Duty blew my eardrums. Oh, promoted in the guild? Nice.
Oh, excuse me.
Nice.
I watch a lot of Vision during the week, footy, and yeah, I prepare for everything, and yeah, the little things add up in games of footy, and I think if I can get free for an extra 5 minutes and help the team perform and win, I think that helps me, and yeah, I actually got it off Nick Dacos. I've seen him do it a couple times last year, so I thought I probably had the kit bag.
Oh, I got promoted in the guild.
Oh.
I am now the Infinite War Commandant.
Oh. Nice. Very nice.
Family issues are tough times, and we're going to need that today. Remember why we do this. It's not just about winning things. It's about paying back, giving to people who love us and make sacrifices for us. So you walk out today, not just 11 brothers. You walk out today with all of us with you, with all those people with you, the thousands in the stadium with you, hundreds of thousands back home with you. We're the biggest ever, and they can't stop us. What we have.
Yeah, I've been on the shooters this week. Is that the football all the time?
Shots.
No, shooters. The shots, nah. Not that game. My stomach's still playing up, so I haven't been drinking much.
So.
But we shouldn't be struggling.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Who are you? I'm in game chat, bro.
Oh, yeah?
We can go over game shot. Just Stefan in here, I reckon. Oh my god, so much. But how many bullets does it take to kill someone?
Yeah.
Totally.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yep,
Bro,
yep.
hey, go, bro. Welcome to the game chat. Get involved. Brothel on YouTube.
Don't want to
Get
miss those
involved.
funny comms.
Brothel on YouTube. Get on it.
Oh.
Where we going? Same?
Yeah, same spot.
Same.
Best place to get loady.
Mm.
Seem to do better there than anywhere else.
Same.
Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there.
Ay. Ooh. Brothel's gonna need a massage tomorrow.
Oh, I wish.
Imagine. Just Tinder. Come over and give me a massage.
No luck on those things.
Battle pass reward. Yeah, I got like one match. One. And then she was like, "Do you like kids?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, what a stupid question to ask me.
I got a real player. He might have teammates.
Hey mate, give you a gifted sub if you let me kill ya. Ah. Very nice. Control. Hello, mate. Are you get a gifted sub, mate?
Landed on my head.
Come into Soxygamer on Kick. Come and collect your sub. Oh, gold out of a normal chest. Ow. Oh, snipper. Submachine gun. Nah. It might come back. Baby, come back.
Yeah, mates are probably over here. Yeah, they're over.
Almost shot a bush. I shot a rock on Fortnite the other night. Thought it was a dude peeking over a rock. Kick him. I just saw a butterfly. Shaka. So I got Flex Friday, bro.
You can't even see the dude.
I'm flanking. Flank the tank. Hey, man! How you doing? 100 eliminations, ground loot rifles. Oy. What is going on here? Surprise! Yeah, it's much better when the game's installed. Cloud.
Yep.
Maybe if you got good internet. No internet's not that great. Right in the heart of the city and the internet isn't good.
Yeah, I went 5G. Telstra.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting the best internet I've ever had.
What's your download? Oh!
I went from...
Well, you were to the node before, man.
No, I was like connected straight on, and it was horrible. I just need your cash.
My cash. How do you drop it all? Doing deals.
I went from 45.12.
So you had fiber. Was it fiber to the node before?
Yeah.
500.
It was like,
Oh, neat.
now I'm on 5. Oop, the bomb here.
Nice, man.
Yeah, so it's heaps better than what it was. There's people here.
Mm-hmm. Might just keep what I got. You got peeps?
Yep.
Where?
They're creeping. They're coming over.
Where? Got him?
And one. Real player.
Real tall.
In that plane. Sniping.
Oh, I thought that was a player. Is he like there?
No, it's fucking. There's 3 of them. They're all sniping at me.
That one's low, man. He's down.
Yeah, I've got one sniping at me, mate. Yeah, I can't see him. Fuck. I'm getting logged.
Got one. Yeah, they'll be coming after me soon.
Yeah, they're sniping at me.
What is my crouch? Oh.
Whoa, what is that, a spike?
Hostile UAV in the area.
Yeah, they're definitely here.
Enemy advanced UAV is active. Enemy UAV is online. Hostile UAV in the area.
One dead. That wasn't them, was it?
I think it might have, could be.
So there's multiple?
Keep an eye on this area.
Oh no.
What? On me, man, on me.
Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
Oh, just gassed myself. Idiot.
Your squad mate won the fight. Deploy now.
I'll strap out.
I'm heading back here to get my lady.
Yeah. No worries, mate.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Oh, what special you got? What do you got?
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
You get your stuff?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Oh shit. TV2.
Been shot? Can't see him. Oh, one's landing over here.
Truck.
Oh.
Oh.
Get this done on your own.
Alright, man. Can't get my loadie, nothing.
What the fuck was that?
Truck ran me over.
Seriously?
They're behind you.
Yeah, I'm running. I'm running. Oh! Oh! Run it! Get off the wall!
Oh, and I had my rocket launcher. That sucked.
Gas is closing in.
Oh.
Throw a grenade at the rocket launcher. Throw a grenade at the heli.
Ah, there's a guy in the chopper as well. Bloody hell, mate. Don't miss a shot. Real talk. Give him now, mate. Yeah. Clip it. All right, then where am I going to get you back, bro? Away from everyone.
Hard left, hard left, hard left.
Oh, here.
No,
do I have enough?
That's fine.
Where? Oh, there.
Yeah, you got heaps of cash.
Get in. Ah, there is.
Buy yourself a selfie.
You done?
I'm tempted to go back and see if I can get my load out.
Oh, mate. Should we? Are you doing it?
Yep. I'm going to this one now.
Watch the skies.
Got it? What's up, Nink? How are you?
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV is online. Enemy deployed an advanced UAV.
Thanks for coming in. Let's go. What was the circle?
Circle's here.
Circle's here?
Circle's going to
Okay,
end up
okay.
being here.
Okay, okay. Alright, restock. Oi! Alright, restock on. No. Oh! Where?
I don't know. I was shooting bot. That was a bot that I shot, I think.
Oh! Nice! What do I have restock? Yeah, I do.
Oh, this guy's full of it. Absolutely full of it. He's gonna push. Yeah, they come there. Oh my god.
Biofile is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
What is happening?
Move. Oh!
Yeah, real casual.
Why are you playing casuals, mate? Go play ranked, you sweat. Not even a challenge for you, mate. Not even a challenge. What a dog. Should make a new mode called Dog Royale and all the dogs can go play it. Yeah.
He didn't have any glint on my sniper then, aimed at him and he just went bang bang.
Hmm.
Whatever.
Yeah, man. The hell? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here we go. Yo, yo, yo.
This guy's funny, listen to him.
Yeah, he's good.
What the hell is that?
Double.
Battle Royale. Where's the spot?
We can try to go here.
Oh!
On the big building. See if we.
Oh! I don't know, bro.
I'll give it a go.
The Met the Tower looks so awesome. You go there, it's not that good. It's like Trump Towers, mate. Not that good. Fake news. Had a really good time in Call of Duty with my friends.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky. Targets are up. Go take them down.
I might be in trouble, man. Get out of here, bro. Pick up the gun. Did you go like all the way out?
Doing the thing.
Ah!
Oh no.
Ah. Jesus. No. I didn't know how to get up there, man.
Oh, I landed.
I was on the front entrance.
Alright.
There's people
I'll
everywhere.
have to show you.
Yeah. Show me the way, master. Master. Ba-da, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. Ba-dum. Nah, you can't change games midway through a YouTube stream, mate. Tell YouTube to let us change games midstream.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mm. Hey, baby. Ooh. I gotta know. Be my girl. Hey, mate. Oh, where am I floating? Far out. Way off.
On my ping.
Down here. Whee. What's on your ping? There's some loot, bro.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You're losing ground. Move it.
How do I get down? Oh. One.
Fuck. Hey. I got one.
Squad mates in the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
Where?
At the door. Where you going to the...
Oh, yeah. I don't know this building, man. Just going for a little adventure, man. What's going on over here?
Be advised, your squad is down. It's up to you now.
Oh, where's the buy?
My game crashed. I had to rejoin.
What?
Your squad mate lost the fight.
Oh.
Be at this time.
Did you, or did you lose the fight?
No, I'm rejoining. I haven't even rejoined yet. I've just rejoined now.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
My game crashed right when I was going to the door there. Another one coming in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh.
Real player.
Real talk. He's going for the res. Yes, mate.
Oh.
Where?
Yeah, he's looking at you. He's looking at you.
Oh.
Right. Yep.
Is there any other bars?
Enemy soldier incoming.
He's chasing you.
Hello? Oh, I want to shoot the line. You looking for me? Oh!
Oh, he's playing on his ass.
Oh, what are you doing, you dog?
Keep your head up and return to base to
Oh, wow. Who lays on a roof? A little scared rat.
Oh, he just died.
That's why he's getting shot at. That's why. Ah, immortal, eh? 40th. The fuck? Am I leader now? Unlucky, man. Oh, join. Did I join? I pressed F5 already. Join. Yeah.
Because my game crashed, you technically weren't in my lobby anymore.
Did I join you?
Select Arius Ace Bailey.
Yeah, because my game crashed there.
Ah. This guy refused to do like trainings, like camps with different clubs for NBA. Ended up getting drafted to one of the ones he didn't want to go to. Unlucky.
I have no idea how all that works in that game.
Nah, it's real NBA. The real stuff. They do like workouts for different clubs. And they decide if they're going to draft you. Free! 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 Free gift? Should be a couple free gifts, right? I added up how much all the stuff in the store would cost. Someone was like, "Oh, $180 bundle in Splitgate 2 store." I was like, "Have you looked at the COD store?" And I went in there and counted how much it's worth. All of it, apart from the older stuff, is worth 800 Australian. I didn't count the Modern Warfare 3 bundles or the Modern Warfare 2 bundles. But all the main ones, 800 Australian. If you wanted all of them.
Look at that.
Imagine. What the hell? It's a different kind of shark? Mako?
Here's a new one.
What? Short fin. There's a goat? What the fuck? Oh, no way. There's no way. Got a goat skin.
It's like they're 6 months, or a year behind Fortnite every time.
Yeah. Code Soxygamer, don't forget.
Be Fortnite so bad.
Yeah. But they had that on Blackout though, with emotes and stuff. It's not new.
Yeah, Blackout was always like that.
But it wasn't like over the top stuff. It was just like dances and stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't like different characters and.
But emotes were the only thing over the top. Really.
Yeah. Yeah,
They had a couple of stupid guns they brought in. But,
yeah. Yeah.
But I hope they keep that with Blackout the same, where it's just ground loot and like everyone's got the same shit.
Do you reckon they're doing another Blackout?
Yeah, Blackout 2, they reckon.
Avalon?
It's supposed to be coming out with the new COD.
I don't reckon they will. It's too much work.
Yeah, but they've already shown the map plans and everything for it. I'll send it to you.
I'll send them a picture. It's on the trailer. Someone screenshotted it.
No, I saw the actual. I'll send you the thing that this guy posted. Shows you the whole map.
Oh. Okay.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Let me in, let me in, let me in.
Hunt down the enemy.
LDVR, ready for launch.
Oh, shit balls. Oh, I'm down.
Where'd you? Oh, nice. Nowhere near you.
I just put a strike down. Should kill him. Oh my god, he's right behind me. Whole time.
Gulag is your last chance.
Like a little snake.
I did not realize I was going into my life back so quickly.
Almost all done. Stand by.
Hi.
Success means redeployment. Failure means elimination.
Hello, mate. Hello, mate. Goodbye, mate. Alright. Yeah, I couldn't get there, bro. There's no blackout bloody launches like we used to. The long map across the map. Got any
You can get
goods?
across the map. Nah, a little bit in there.
Oh, it's a handgun. And some ammo. Oh, snipper. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, that's a light machine gun. We need it.
Head to the safe zone. Gas is inbound.
Now what? I got a blue one. Oh.
Good enough cash.
Yes.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
Very good.
Get enough money to get you a selfie and go.
No. Ain't been looting enough.
Yeah. Grab this money.
Oh.
And this guy's money.
Ah, could have kicked him. That money? Cash. That was a nade. Around there.
On the floor. Yeah, real close.
Shoot! What am I doing? Fucking reloading for 10 years, man. Fuck. What are you doing, game? Fuck's sake. Fucking bullshit, man. I'm in the scopes from waiting for it to reload. Just wouldn't do it. I got a gassy. Got the gas.
Storm's coming.
You covered, mate. Good self. I'm in.
Prison?
Yeah. Got 2 battle rewards in. All I do is get on our chopper. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh, imagine if it killed us.
A red card? Blue card.
People talking.
Yeah, it comes up. Literally.
Oh. Maybe.
I got my rocket, so hopefully someone takes it. Oh, they're your mines. I just shat myself. I jumped down here and thought I landed on it.
Dead. Dead. Oh, fuck up. Fuck up. 20 parachutes in my fucking backpack. Imagine.
I was thinking about making a funny thing of that, where it's like the end game. Like, you look at the map at the end, it's just covered in
Someone see it?
parachutes all over the map.
Oh. Oh. It's a player. Hello, bro. Maybe not. Oh, what's down here? Underground.
Yep, gulag in there.
Hmm.
That'd be funny if you could actually go down the gulag and watch fights.
Yeah. Put money on
You
it.
couldn't shoot him.
It does no damage.
Looking for choppers and cars.
Ah, stupid nose. I've got like a cold sore on the outside of my nose. And then it went inside my nose. In between. I'm like, ah, fuck. Put some cream. Fix the outside, but the inside's in like a weird... in the groove. Cool story, bro.
Pop it.
Nah. I think it's cold, so I don't think it's pimple. You pop a cold, so it spreads everywhere. This is more action, mate. What's going on?
Yeah, the real dude's down here. They're looking at me.
Come on.
Yeah, I think they're gonna try to. Yeah, whole heap of real players down.
Oh yeah. I'll get up there. How do I get up there? How do I get up there, bro?
Precision. Hang on. Precision covered. Yeah, where are you?
Down below.
Yeah.
Me.
Come to these stairs here. Come to me.
Another precision.
Gas is closing in. Relocating safe zone.
I'm getting inside.
Those guys are gonna push.
Enemy precision airstrike. Find cover.
Oh yeah, so I know.
Where are you? I went down. You're up.
Alright. Come down. Where we going? What are we doing?
Yeah. Come back.
Hey. Hey. Really?
Where'd those guys go? Damn it.
This one?
I don't know.
Act. Broke him.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oh. Oh. Nice one, Gary.
Yeah, my gun destroys them. Got nothing left to do.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
Cracked. Down. Cracked.
Can't do much. I've got
What is the ping, man? I'm shooting and it's happening 10 seconds later. Oh boy!
Cluster.
Get out of here! Oh. Chopper.
They all jumped.
Yeah. No, they didn't. They're still there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it.
Oh!
Precision.
How's that not a kill? Shot him in the head! This game's fucked.
Down the bottom.
Yep.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Where are you? Try and come back to you. Someone just get a res up? Ah, can't get up there.
Yep.
I'm trying to get up there.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, they're fucking everywhere.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced.
Shit.
Precision's up there.
No. Don't do it.
Hostile UAV in the area.
Got a player on me.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yep.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving. Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby.
Down to that.
Capture it.
Snipers all down there.
Next gas spree. Fire sale zone.
Hello? Housekeeping! Housekeeping! Huh?
Damn it.
Shot me through the floor! What the fuck? Oh, he's got equipment so you can see my fucking bouncing Betty through the floor. Blew it up and killed us.
Specialist, probably.
My god. Well played. Well played, son. I couldn't get up there, bro. Got lost. Need to get back up. Huh?
Doesn't shoot very straight, Soxy.
What do you mean? That was right on him.
Nah, it goes everywhere.
That's what she said.
Not the straight shooter.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
don't know how to get down there without dying.
Gas is moving.
There is? No, he jumped up. He went out the window.
Loaded.
Oh, yes.
Come to us or do we come to use? I've got a buy stations.
Oh!
Someone's up here, bro. Yeah, I know, he keeps RPGing.
Keeps RPGing. Can they hear me when I'm dead? They can't, can they?
Nah, good if they could.
You just abuse someone after they kill you. Just keep going. Oh, yeah, fucking.
Got a sniper, bro.
Closing in. Relocating safe zone.
15 left, is it? So 14 on. Oh. Anyone got some ammo? Ammo box, please. Oh.
Time's up. Contract failed.
Bro. Recon failed, mate. Oh.
Mission impossible.
Just let him kill everyone. It's,
Gas closing in.
it's what we do best. What?
Your squad is getting you out.
Oh, don't tell me. Oh.
Your squad. Finish.
He's just waiting there. What a dog.
You are 1 of 10 remaining. Not bad.
Yeah! Got the ball shoot, mate!
Oh, did you?
I got sniped.
I clipped.
Clipped it. Got it. Yeah. Pro player. Like FGS last time. Oh, clip that. Clip that. Oh, I fucking just potato with a handgun. Clip it. Shut up. I even say that when you potato. Bastard. That's the welcome I get when I come back to play COD. Clip it. Shut up.
I don't even know why you said clip it.
It was horrible. Clip it.
just a normal death in COD, and you're like, clip it. He
Clip
died.
it.
Clip it.
Soxy died. Clip it. I'm gonna say it every time he does now. Clip it.
I should make a whole video of just him dying.
Clip it.
And I'll call it clip it.
Clip it.
Just FGS going.
Talking his vulgar language. His naughty words.
Oh, he's good at that.
Oh. I didn't even know he did it until I heard on your stream. I'm like, hey, whoa, 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 whoa.
That didn't bother me too much because I was only on kick, wasn't I? I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
I put warnings up on my new video.
Oh, did you?
For you. On one, I don't think you've watched a few of the new ones, but there's one there. I've got a warning just in case you don't want to hear it.
Oh yeah.
Comes up saying, what did I put on there? Yeah, warning, not family friendly or something stupid like that. It's not that bad. You didn't.
Awesome. It's all good. You played Battlefield in the past, didn't you?
Oh, I love Battlefield.
Yeah, we've got a Shift 64 server. So mostly against bots. And then we've got a few plays in as well. Been smashing that.
Which one? 5 or 1?
2042? Nah.
Yeah, okay.
Nah. You're like,
I'm a big fan of 2042.
nah. I've been unlocking all the guns.
Was their drop off?
Yeah. They're gonna make a comeback.
Number 1, man.
It's gonna be Battle Royale on the new one.
Same style as, yeah, the new one looks mad.
Oh, did you send me that link? Blackout stuff?
No, I can't.
We'll have a look.
Find it. Be really's on you.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here. I'm dead. They're too close. Oh, you bastards! Flip it! That's the chest. Flip it. What do you expect me to do, buddy? Take out a guy fully loaded up with a pistol? I don't know what you expect. Bunker open. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Hi, mate. I'll buy you a drink. Just teabag. Take one for the team. I'll buy you a drink. Teabag, mate. That's not a teabag. That's a teabag. Clip it. Should do like a $2 dono, and it says clip it. Oh!
Oh, look at these guys. Camping on the fucking.
Ah! Bruh. Oh wow.
Got him. Just waiting at the door, little dog.
Clip it. No. Can't stop. Oh. Oh, fuck. I think one's flanking you. Ruffles running for his life. Life. Greasy ninja, imagine.
Gas is inbound.
Oh!
Yeah, got 3 of you. Got 3 of you. Useless. Yeah, got 3 of you, bro. Got 3 of you.
They're not talking. Well, they're bots. Noobs.
One of them was.
Lol.
Oh, yeah, right.
Good one. Was it 4v1?
Yeah, 4v1. I got 3 of them. Well, technically I got 4 of them because the one at the start and he would have come back.
Breezy, is that girl off Kick? She would be an Aussie service. Hey? We're on NA servers. NA servers.
Anything on here that now though.
Very easy. Oh, she is live. Oh. Says live, but she's not live. Got some unfinished business. Nah, it's not. It's not her. Da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da. What? What's Ronaldo doing? Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
No worries. I was going to buy myself for the...
Gonna do a roll and buy a fucking 20 ammo boxes instead of a loadout. I got some ammo boxes! He was like having a fight with someone. They were doing... You have to say over before the other person talks. He goes, I didn't say over yet. I didn't say over yet. What are you talking? Other guy was loving it. Good old Rolo. Ledge. What a ledge. What a ledge on. I'm gonna put a C4 on my drone. Kids say these days. Someone just here, mate. Hello?
Yeah. I get low yet.
Oh, ho, ho! Oh, it's to it! Can't see!
Oh, that's about to drop anyway.
Cool. Just took out a couple. I don't know if there's any more here.
Hurry up, load out. Grab my sniper this time and wait.
I just got a gold car.
Droppers will fly over my head.
A gold car. Passenger car. A car. Oh! Shit! Under attack! Yeah, I can't wait for Black yet. He's sick. He's sick! Oh, this sword shoots super quick, but it's only 36 bullets.
I'll really go back that way anyway.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Where? Oh! Oh, good night. Oh, oh. Shut the bunny! Shut the bunny! Where we gotta go? Oh, back.
Back to where we came from.
Back. Oh, Goldie chest. Anyone here? Oh yeah, someone over here. Hello? How far away is that? Oh, it's over in the buildings, man.
Here we go, Soxy.
Sorry. Quick. Gotta get in.
Gas is closing in.
We need to get to the airport.
Oh shit. I can't hang out in the zone on this game.
No, not at all.
Fucking smashes you, doesn't it?
Get you in a car?
Nope. Tagged. Tagged.
Enemy advanced UAV overhead.
Oh!
Oh, he's got mate.
There was multiple. Grand Theft Auto.
Let's go.
Hey, bro.
Oh, there's a whole team there.
Oh no! Press the wrong button. There we go.
Whole team there.
Oh, missed. Oh, imagine. Fucking hell.
I'm getting the hell out of there, huh?
Daytona.
We need to get to the airport and control it.
Mmm.
Oh, sniper looking at us.
Wait. Oh!
Other building.
Shit.
He's still looking at us.
Oh, you're fucking kidding me, man. He's on the roof.
So many glints, bro.
Ah!
I'll get you back. I just need to survive this.
How did he
I've got no
hit
plates
that?
on.
Oh my god.
There's so many glints, bro.
What the hell, man? How does he hit me when you're on that side of the car? Gotta be hacks. Someone's in there.
I know, and I'm stuck.
Get out of there! As if the fence doesn't break, man. Like, what? What is this game? Oh, look at him go, Studman.
My car just stalled.
Yeah, it's got no sound.
Sound in my car.
It's turned electric.
Look it.
Oh!
Did everyone go away for a minute?
Just 1 minute. Oh, you're not going to go to the bot?
People up there.
Planting charge! Keep an eye on this area.
Oh, there's your ladder.
Gas is inbound.
This other mate's up the top, isn't he?
Yep.
Load the mag.
Ah,
An enemy squad is hunting you. Stay sharp.
of course.
Switching mags.
Oh. Ah.
Teabagging before you kill him. What are you, 12? You're 12?
You were 1 of 25 remaining.
Well, so good, bro. I killed you once, mate. Didn't even hear me coming.
Thanks.
Well, I'd love to go back. Why didn't I have Gulag?
Why couldn't I hear them?
Oh, you didn't want to anyway.
Oh.
He was saying the N-word more times than you can imagine.
Oh boy. Boston! He's not here. Have to get Lyndon to bring him back. Lyndon got back tonight. House mate. Boston! The boss.
Boss.
Boston. Alright. Alright.
Oh man.
Tell me about all these girls.
How much did I had to shoot him in the back and he didn't drop? That was amazing.
Oh, right. Bloody
Makes me
red.
not want to ever use that gun again.
What gun is it?
Oh, this is an old school Modern Warfare 3 one. But it's the only gun I've got with dismemberment. So when you kill him, it like blows him up, like the legs and arms go flying.
I got all the girls, I got all the girls. Here we go. Da 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 da. Oh my god, baby, you alright?
Check weapons and gear.
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore. Probably good. Probably a good thing.
Oh, that last two, yeah. Racist pieces of shit they were.
Ah.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
Can't hit shit. Might have to get on the battlefield. What's the plan, man?
Mark it up. Your turn.
My turn.
Your turn.
Oh! I don't know.
I'm not in charge.
Oh!
Battle Royale.
Get some bounties. Bounty run.
Position. Move to the safe zone. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Bounty mode. I'm Doug the Bounty Hunter. I'm the dog. Not qualified, but I got a TV show and everything. I'm the Bounty Hunter dog.
Primary objective is to
Imagine.
eliminate all targets. Your
Huh.
objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets.
Oh, is it multiple?
Shotgun's awesome.
Alright, where are they?
Two snipers. I can't find a gun.
Oh, it doesn't show up the other bounties
Yeah, bounty's over here.
until you're done. It doesn't show you where the other bounties are.
No,
Contracts.
it's only the one dude.
Oh, and you
Oh,
can't
okay.
see the other contracts till you finish your current contract. Two of them.
Yeah, it's a team, bro.
I missed them. One job. Hit him with the car. One job. Missed. Throw him straight in between them. Oh, you're in the gulag. Imagine if you had to fight each other.
Yeah, that was a real team. I was trying to run after you, trying to chase you.
Hmm.
It wasn't me, mate.
Who? What? Hey? Hey!
I died from a different team. There's other teams, you know.
Yeah.
Success means redeployment.
Who?
Failure
Me?
means elimination.
You talking to
I'm
me?
talking to this dude,
Ah.
your leg.
Ah. Free chicken wings, you let me win? Yeah, free chicken wings for you, my friend. Like the bus, thank the bus driver. I'll go over here.
Squad mate redeploying to the AO.
This
Yeah.
guy's full of excuses in the gulag.
Was he? You know what? We don't want people like that.
I pulled the wrong gun out. I haven't
No.
played all week.
Oh, I can't see. Oh, it's not payday
I
yet.
got to turn my TV on.
Oh, I'm looking at. I'm using the wrong controller. You're just shit, mate.
Nothing in this here.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Your squad's in the safe zone.
Excuse me.
You've got
But
gas moving in.
Yeah, boy. That's fuck all loot.
Yep.
We need blackout. We need
There are a
black.
lot of
Bring
boxes.
blackout back. Bring blackout.
Yeah, they just need a remaster.
Just
And all they need to change in that game
Just buybacks.
Just bring you can buy back, and that's it.
Buyback,
All you need
that's
to change. One,
No fancy
one
stuff.
other thing.
That's it. I remember when the doc got one shot in the head and he's like, oh, fuck, get off this game. You get
No
Kosh,
glints.
get Koshkid in the head, mate. You're gonna be dead. Oh no, he tried to snipe someone and they had level 3 armor, and he couldn't kill him. Oh, someone's hit. So you? Someone's above, I think. What, is that you? Oh! What is his name? How can you have that name?
What is it? Deadline?
I have autism.
Oh, that's a real player then.
I saw someone talking.
Ah, yeah, he was the dude from the Gulag that was playing it.
So,
Well, if he does have it, he can name
yeah,
it.
well, you can, yeah. You can, yes. But if it doesn't, that's pretty rude. Me up there. Fuck is this fucking puzzle game or something?
I hear someone.
Where are he?
Up. It's on the stairs.
In here? Hello? Brother!
Somewhere.
Hey, brother!
Oh, level under you.
See, under. Oh. Hey, mate. Merry Chrysler. Thanks for your... Yeah. I'd say thanks for your sniper. It's gone before I even fucking had a chance to say thanks. Damn. Not bad. Gonna be quick around here.
Loadout will drop in a minute, I hope.
Oh yeah. Oh. 2 purples. I got 2 SMGs though. What happened there?
Yeah, it gives you money. I'll...
How do you drop all of it? Drop. Drop all. Set to look on the screen.
Who's closest boy?
Found a buy station.
Righto. There's one to the left, watch out. Botty, 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 bot. Leave me alone. Botty, 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 leave me alone. Oh, wrong button. Grenade.
Oh, I can get a box.
Sniper, not even that good, man.
Gas is inbound. Marking new safe zone.
But a sniper. Oh, bit lag. Double.
Gold boxes on the map.
Oh. Gold boxes. Where did you go? Where did you go? So far behind the metas.
I'm gonna go buy a selfie.
Thanks, mate.
No worries. Now we're
Flights. Yep. Game's so realistic.
Oh my god. This bush is bulletproof. Unbelievable.
Oh. Could you imagine?
You can't shoot through that bush.
Really? No, look.
All squad mates are in the safe zone. You're losing ground. Moving.
You can't shoot through a bush.
Can't shoot through a bush.
In a wall.
Yeah. What's up with that?
That's
Leave me alone. Call of Duty state of the art, mate. State of the art.
where are we gonna go? Do you want to go try to get to the downtown building? I'll show
You
you
can
how to get up.
shoot through the toilet. Yeah. Oh, I flushed myself. Where we going? Battlefield, you can call your vehicles in, so you can get a vehicle at any time. Imagine.
Just grab a decision what to save our lives. Grab that other car, it might be safer.
Up here. Oh, bit of loot. Righto! Beep beep. Oh, jizz. Jizz, man. Climb to the roof.
And when we get there, follow me. Or just chase me.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll show you how to get up there the quickest way.
Oh! What are you?
Yeah.
All the way in. Oh! Jesus.
This way.
Yeah, coming. It's a sneaky loot on the way. What the hell? Did that car just blow up?
Yep.
Yeah, come on.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Whoa. Yep, they're just fucking camping here. They're coming.
Wussy. Yeah, that's still up.
Where you at, Soxygamer?
Hello, baby.
Come out at. Yeah, come on. Come on.
Oh, they're up here.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Enemy UAV is online.
Oh no. Oh, but
Squad's in the safe zone. Gas is moving.
Why did that not stick?
what was that?
Enemy dropping into the AO.
He's coming back in.
Wait.
I heard one flying. That white face just...
How scared would you be if you walk in here and you see that? The fuck?
Found him.
Dead.
They're on the...
Hey!
Right, coming.
Oh!
Come on, drive over it, truck. Oh, I actually fucking cracked him in that truck. He's over here.
Cracked. Oh, come on.
Oh. Yeah, see him? In it. Oh, oh. Jesus. They're down the bottom. Careful, they're good shots.
Oh. Can they shoot through this thing?
Yeah, yeah, no, it actually glitches. They can fully see you without seeing the actual thing you're standing on.
Oh, wow. Just
Yeah,
give it the auto.
and they can actually just see you.
You've got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Let's have a shout.
Trying to get rid of the chopper. I reckon we jump down to this building.
Yeah.
Do the hard drop. Don't pull your chute. Just hard fly.
Alright.
Really hard for them to hit us.
Oh, what? Oh, what the fuck? Didn't do it.
Hostile UAV in the area. Enemy UAV overhead.
Whoa!
You bitch.
Was that me?
That was me. I've got no plates left. Oh, hang on.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Yeah.
The fuck? Right here.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Cracked.
Gas moving in.
Nice. Still one there, I think.
Oh, fuck yeah, he's in.
Lucky. Where? On the ground.
One's in this building, one's on behind this building, and there's one in this building. They're all just shooting
Jits.
each other.
Oh! You shot me. Hey! Stop it! I can't see it. Oh, mate, is he up the top? Top? No.
He might be up top. Might be
Oh,
up
shoot
front.
me. I don't know.
Get in here.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Is he it?
Enemy airstrike in the area.
Let's go!
Precision.
Go, 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 go! Bloody hell, my whole game's fucking blown up. the hell, mate?
Got some plates.
Oh, but you needed some.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. The Gulag
Oh, let's
locked
go.
down. Area's clear. Enemy dropping into the AO.
Downstairs.
Oh, gone.
Got a loadout drop inbound.
I'm down here now.
Remain. You're almost done here.
Yeah, if I'm getting shot from stadium side. On stadium, top of stadium.
Yeah, yeah. Go in the building.
And people will be up here in a minute. Yep. Up top where we were.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Get your squad to the safe zone. Leave no one behind.
Ah, I've come a long way. Where? On the...
Where we were.
That's not nice, bitch.
Hey!
I'm jumped down to your building and now I've got these guys behind me.
Are you upstairs, yeah?
Don't know.
There's a whole fucking team up there. Fuck that.
That's funny. You're funny, mate.
I've got a guy who knows where I am.
All on the top of that roof that I died in.
Oh, have a listen to it. I fucking downed you up there, little bitch.
Get down here, bruv. Get down here, mate. Get in.
Underneath me.
Get in here.
One
Down here.
underneath me.
Down. Oh, you bastard. Get down here, bruv.
Bring home the win. Supply crates are
Creeping, mate.
advise you to load up now.
Nice job. Did he just clap? He just give you the slow clap. That's what I was trying to get you to come over, bro.
Yeah, no, I was being attacked. I was like fully.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for you, and then the guy shot me in the back. He crept all the way up to me. I should have been watching.
Gas is inbound.
Alright. Oh!
You died and called me a pussy.
This guy. This guy. Imagine.
Something to eat and have a sleep for tomorrow.
Oh, mate, no worries. Make some games, man. Till next time. Oh. Yeah. Thanks, mate. Oh. Oh.
Bye.
Semi! I forgot that. I left the chat. Go on. See you, brother. Ding 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 ding. Say bye.
Follow me. Follow faith. You're no match for me.
They be over 18, it would be hard to make that determination for a jury sometimes. But in this case, with the images
Should check
showing
the guild
children who are
and
just
see me
very
in the
young,
officer
I
slots.
doubt you would have to call the
And by the way, this case aside, generally speaking, if there is sexual abuse material, if there is material minor that's circulating somewhere, or you have a defendant who's in possession of it, by law, the authorities, the prosecutors have to inform the children's parents or the children's guardians. Do they have to let them know, we discovered this? Because I imagine that is a very, very difficult conversation to have.
Yes, they have to let them know. Every state, including the federal government, has rules, laws on basically victim rights. And one of those is that a victim and a victim's family in situations involving children,
It's 8.1, isn't it?
of what's happening in the process. They have to be informed what the
Dot
charges
7.
are, the court dates, what are the court
It's
dates
7 or 8?
about, whether there's going to be a trial,
Ow.
plea bargaining, and ultimately sentencing, because they have a right to speak. Now, in most of these child porn cases, by far the majority, you can't identify the victims. It usually is the case where it's very difficult to identify the victims. Now, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is a wonderful organization, I believe it started in 1986, after Adam Walsh, Eton Potts was abducted when they weren't found. After those type of horrific cases happen, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, they do a great job of getting information and giving it to the police so that people can be prosecuted. And they try to identify the victims. But again, it's very difficult to.
Yeah, we're going to talk about them in a minute. It's an incredible organization. But you go back here, let me talk about Boyle. So Boyle owned and operated Boyle Family Chiropractic in Kingston when he was arrested earlier this year. And the Ulster County's assistant district
8 to
attorney
10.
told the Times-Union at the time that an investigation actually started
so next one. Not this one, the next
to a
one.
tip from, you said it before, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And the tip involved a sexually explicit photo of a girl between the ages of, get this, 11 and 13, which was apparently shared on the social media platform Snapchat. So police, they ended up apparently tracing the account to Boyle's IP address. By the way, let me stop right there. Any way from a defense point of view to say that that data is not accurate, Joe? I mean, how concrete is it to track a social media account, to track a computer, to track it back to the IP address, an online account back to the IP address of an individual?
It's devastating for the defense because there really is no defense except for two things. And again, it's in the minority of situations. Number one, you have some evidence that somebody planted that wasn't up to you. Somebody actually put that material onto your electronics through your IP address. I mean, that just so rarely ever happens. Second, you do have the defense of, well, it's my IP address, it is my electronics, but I wasn't the one who downloaded them. I was at work during the day, someone else must have downloaded them. So those are really the only two defenses you have. But again, those are in the minority of cases. As soon as the authorities, whether it's state or federal, get the search warrant, find your IP address, find what you've been searching, and then they get into what you've downloaded, saved, and otherwise, yes, it's very difficult to defend against that.
And the National Center, NCMEC as it's also known, flagged another set of photos, again, of a young girl, but this time between the ages of 10 and 13. Now, Boyle had allegedly shared those on an adult chat website called Flingster. According to the Times-Union, Boyle also used messaging apps like Session and Telegram to share images and videos with his wife and what were referred to as, quote, additional unknown parties. According to investigators, the images were created at this Airbnb in Florida where Boyle and his wife stayed in August of 2023. And get this, the Times-Union reports that Boyle even left a review of the Airbnb, which certainly ties him back to that location, Joe, right? I mean, you can't make that up.
Yeah, it is hard to believe. But he's also, and his wife, very lucky that the federal authorities didn't take this case. Two things. Number one, child pornography through the internet always is federal jurisdiction. If the feds want to come in on a case, they can. Number two, he traveled across state lines in order to produce or obtain the pornography, the child pornography. Also federal jurisdiction. And in the federal jurisdiction, in federal courts, many of these types of cases have 10-year mandatory minimums. Now, I don't know if this one would qualify for that because I don't know a lot about the case except for what the charges are and the surrounding circumstances, but he's lucky that he didn't get into federal court.
Joe, yeah, there are entire task forces focused on taking down people creating and sharing child sexual abuse material. I understand in the DOJ's Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, they work alongside law enforcement. When you think about that, is that typically how a case like this unfolds, how these predators are caught?
Yes, many times there'll be tips that are sent to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Also, that center will literally look through the internet. We'll try to see if there are images of children out there, and then they'll follow up with it, and then they'll try to identify the children, and then they'll report it to law enforcement. So many cases start that way. Other ways cases start are simply file sharing. Somebody will share some of these images with someone else, and that other person either gets caught or someone, reports on them, and it comes back to the original person who disseminated it. So many of those cases start on tips, simply looking through the internet and someone getting caught when a person received an image.
Let's talk about that, because the images and videos, as I said, were shared with, quote, additional unknown parties. What does that mean?
Ugh.
Well, they just don't want to identify them. I'm sure the authorities know who these other parties are. But there could be ongoing investigations because many times you don't just want to rush in and arrest the person. Why? Because you want to see where they're getting this information and you want to see where they're sending the information. It's just like drug dealing. Many times when you catch that guy who has a pound of cocaine, you don't just simply arrest him. You try to use him and use his information to get to people who gave him the cocaine. Same thing in this kind of area.
I'm also on the guild home
From a
screen.
legal point of view, if they were sent
Oh.
something and they open it up,
What's
oh
that?
my gosh, I wasn't expecting this. They delete it, or they don't delete it, but they don't share it. Are they still committing a crime? Are they still liable?
No, if it just pops on your screen because someone sent you something, you immediately delete it. You didn't do anything to show dominion and control over it.
Nice.
No, then you're not going to be guilty. And because possession is about dominion and control. And I give this example on child porn cases. If you're walking down the street and you see a magazine and you pick it up and you open it up and by golly, there's child porn and you simply just drop it and move on, that's not possession. But take that same example and you pick up the magazine, you see that it's child porn and you put it in your pocket and you walk a couple of blocks, that's possession.
So if they did something with the material, if they stored it, they manipulated it, they shared it, that's when you get into trouble. So this could be an ongoing investigation. So in other words, unknown parties, is it possible, you're saying they probably know who they are, these are continuing investigations that may lead to additional arrests and additional charges, right? That's what you're suggesting.
Yes, that's correct. Because, the authorities want to stop this, obviously, and the way to do it is to continue these investigations, find out the sources of these images, and put a stop to it.
Now I get into the tough part. I got to get into what this material actually was.
Stand
let me
itself
just
up.
apologize at the outset for this, but a search warrant was filed in October of 2024. According to the ADA in this matter, investigators found more than 1,300 photos and 811 videos showing child sexual abuse. And I don't want to get too graphic, but there were hundreds of photos, according to police, that showed
Keeps turning itself up.
toddlers, some in
I
bondage.
see Siege took
Other
back the
images
top
showed
spot of power
sexual
level
acts with
LOL.
animals, and at least 4 images even depicted child necrophilia. So sadistic, disgusting stuff. Joe, from a defense point of view, is there any way, I mean, by the end of this investigation, when you think about sickest content I think I've ever discussed, do they ever say there's some benign reason for having this?
Rarely do you ever hear that. I mean, what's happening in the Boyle case is something that I think most defense attorneys would do, which is try to work out a plea agreement. No doubt about it. Now, the plea agreement he has in his case appears to be that he is going to prison for at least 6 years and 8 months, approximately. But he could go to prison for up to 20 years. And that's all going to be dependent upon the judge. There's really no benign reason to have this type of material. Rather, what you try to show through the defense side is you get your client a psychosexual evaluation, which is basically a psychological evaluation, but looking at, things like sex and pornography and other areas. And you try to show the court that, your client is still redeemable to certain degree. Yes, he's going to have to serve some prison, but he shouldn't serve the full 20 years. That's how you try to set the case up.
Well, on Friday the 13th, nonetheless, Boyle entered a guilty plea to 4 charges. This is according to the district attorney's office. This was promoting an obscene sexual performance by a child, promoting a sexual performance by a child, possessing an obscene sexual performance by a child, and a man who allegedly fled the country after police accused him of stalking and murdering his own daughter is now facing charges in a Utah court despite his MIA status. We are taking a closer look at this bizarre case with one of the investigators who's directly involved. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. 25-year-old Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office Deputy Marbella Martinez started her job as a corrections officer less than 6 months ago. Such a promising, bright future ahead.
Oh, get your health back up.
But that future, those aspirations, they were cut short at the end of July. She was killed in her home. Investigators say her own father, 54-year-old Hector Ramon Martinez Ayala,
What have I done?
is the one who strangled her to death. On August 1st, Tooele police responded to a welfare check at the home that Marbella, who went by Bella, shared with her father until very recently. They found Bella dead on her bed at around 8 a.m. They launched an investigation saying that at the time that she died under suspicious circumstances. Her father was immediately identified as a person of interest. And we now have charging documents that lay out what police have discovered since August 1st, but here's the problem. This suspected killer, this father, may not even be in the country anymore. So Martinez Ayala's cell phone shows that he left home, took off for the Salt Lake City airport. Investigators believe he threw out Bella's phone that he had taken as he drove along I-80. And from Salt Lake, he flew to San Francisco and then Houston. That's what investigators believe at this point. This charging document, this indictment that we're going to get into, states, quote, there are no cell records after the defendant left Houston, but the defendant used his twin brother's identification when he landed in another country and is seen on surveillance video. The defendant's whereabouts are unknown, but his last known location was outside of the United States. It goes on to say, in the days leading up to the defendant's murder of the victim, he stole the victim's credit card and made 2 separate cash withdrawals of $500 each. There is currently a warrant out for Martinez Ayala's arrest, and when he is captured, he will be held without bail. Such a sad story, by the way, but again, it's our privilege to be able to bring this to you, to talk about this, to bring awareness to this, to talk about this ongoing investigation. And I always say it, but the truth is we are able to do this because of the support that we get from our incredible sponsors. And I just want to highlight one of our great partners for you right now, Upside. Now, here's the thing about Upside. I was just away in Europe, and I was saying to myself, I was saying to my wife, how much I wish I had it going from shop to shop, store to store, because Upside is a free app, and here in the United States, you can use it to get cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So for example, when I pump my gas, if I use Upside, I could potentially get cash back, real cash back, money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card, and you follow the steps in the app and you get paid. To find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code SIDEBAR and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Hope you can check it out. Okay, so to talk about this case, I have a special guest. I want to bring in Corporal Colby Bentley with the Tooele Police Department. They've been investigating this. Corporal, thank you so much for coming on. You guys have been working really hard on this case for more than a month now. And while there's charges that have been filed in court, this alleged bad guy is still on the run. What is the latest on trying to apprehend him?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. That's the frustrating part of police work sometimes is there's not always that immediate gratification of being able to catch someone in the act right away. We had originally named Hector Martinez Ayala as a person of interest in the case. Our detectives, like you said, have been working around the clock to try and tie up any loose ends on this case. As it started out, it's fair to say he was likely a suspect. We were waiting for some lab work to come back from the state medical examiner's office, and once that came back, we were able to confirm that, yes, this man did indeed kill his daughter.
And the efforts to locate him and the efforts to, apprehend him and bring him back, do you have an idea, and I know it's a sensitive investigation, but do you have an idea about where he is and what he might be up to at this point?
Definitely. We've got some solid leads we're working with right now. It's difficult when you have an investigation that doesn't just span across a different state, but a country or multiple countries, and that's potentially where we're at right now, but we have several solid leads we're working on right now, and we're working with several different federal and international agencies.
So I want to get into this a little bit more. And one of the things I want to do is to look at this indictment. So it names the man you just mentioned, Hector Ramon Martinez Ayala, as a defendant, and it lists several of his aliases. And that list includes, by the way, Jesus Alberto Martinez Ayala, his twin brother. I had mentioned that he might have used his identification, right? When he transported state lines across international lines. what can you tell us about his brother? We're going to get into a little bit of the messages that they might have had back and forth. Are you in contact with his brother? Does his brother know where his brother is?
So his brother was one that originally reported the incident to us the morning of August 1st. It was about 8:30 and yes, we have been in contact with him quite a bit. He's been able to give us some information or
and they're twins, and by that I mean they look identical?
Yes, yes.
Wow. Okay, so he is currently charged, the suspect in this case, with 8 counts. Murder, 2 counts of obstruction of justice, stalking, 2 counts of unlawful use of a bank card, 1 count of unlawful possession of another's identification, and the statement of probable cause says that when police found Bella, she was, quote, found lying on top of the bed, covered with a blanket up to her neck. Blood was observed, mouth, visible fingernail form off.
What do you get for these ones?
Face and neck. Corporal, my understanding is you were at that scene. What can you tell us more about this?
Whip it.
You know, anytime you're investigating a death where it's, you know, whether it's due to natural causes or whether there's potentially something suspicious, it's always difficult. You know, it always takes an effect on you. But this one was especially egregious. You have a 25-year-old girl, very young still, kind of getting in her stride in life, and now you're trying to figure out what's happened to her. And it's obvious in the beginning that there were signs of foul play. You can't always announce that right away, but it was obvious to us that she didn't die of natural causes. And leading up to that in the very early stages of the investigation, it became apparent to us that it was likely her father. And then learning that her father, being able to confirm that for sure her father did it, it's disturbing.
Can you tell us, if you can, more of the details regarding how she was strangled, in what way? Do we know that yet? Because right now, all that we seem to know is that he allegedly strangled her. More you can share with us.
Not too much right now. Like I said, we were able to confirm through the state medical examiner's office that she was strangled, whether that was by hands or rope or anything like that.
Oh, Lucia's still there the whole time.
This document reveals, quote, the investigation revealed that the defendant's behavior toward the victim was becoming increasingly troublesome. Text records show that the defendant was becoming increasingly obsessed and controlling with the victim. Text message records show text messages from the defendant to the victim are more of the nature of a jealous lover than a father. It says in February of 2024, the victim found a bag of her underwear with her used feminine hygiene products in the defendant's room. This is her father. The defendant promised to change and stop the behavior. The victim began dating a romantic interest.
Wow.
The defendant purchased a tracking device and hidden spy cameras. The defendant placed the tracking device on the victim's vehicle. I mean, Corporal, these are really disturbing accusations here. Do we have an idea of what was happening here with this father and daughter?
Yeah, we're still trying to put 2 and 2 together right now. I think it's fair to say a lot of people can try to make their own deductions based off of the information that we have. We have a father who is vastly outside of a father role. As a parent myself, as a parent to a daughter, I would do anything for my daughter. I would gladly have my life taken for her life. But then we have this situation where a father not only has taken a romantic interest in his own daughter, but has developed some sort of a domestic violence relationship with her that is unknowingly controlling to her at the time, and it escalates very quickly within a few months.
Can you show us how this information was obtained? Was it through people who talked about the situation? Did speak with anybody about what was going on with her father? Did she ever file a police report against her father? Anything in terms of how we know this dynamic of what he's accused of doing?
You know, that's what makes it even more difficult to process. Is we had no contact with either of them ever. They weren't on our radar. It's not a family that we're typically dealing with on a weekly basis or anything like that. We had nothing of record dealing with them at all. So that was a strange one for sure. It was kind of an out of the blue situation that happened.
Sure, but in terms of how we know that he was allegedly doing these things? How do we know that?
A lot of good detective work.
Yeah.
A lot of different sources. We have, obviously we're going to be interviewing neighbors, family members, friends, different people who knew both of them. So there's different sources like that. In 2024, data is everywhere. Data is in everything that we do, and that's an integral part of police work. So data from multiple different sources has helped us piece together what's been a difficult case.
Did Martinez Ayala end up using those tracking devices that he allegedly put on Bella's car? Do we know that for sure?
I don't know if we know that for sure yet, but I feel like it would be fair to make an assumption based off of when he came back to the house just an hour or two after he saw that Marbella had been to the house. So I think it would be fair to say that he likely did.
Based on the reporting that Bella didn't want to return to her Tooele home, so she stayed in a hotel between July 29th and July 31st, and the indictment states on July 31st, 2024, surveillance video in the defendant and victim's residence shows the victim returning to the residence at around 11 a.m. The last video of the victim is from an indoor camera at the shared residence at 12:23 p.m. It shows the victim walking upstairs in the residence. At 2:17 p.m., the residence driveway camera shows the defendant arriving his truck. The victim's phone was set to receive notifications whenever the residence cameras pick up movement on the premises. The last camera notification on the victim's phone occurred at 2:17 p.m., which means that the cameras were disabled or disconnected from the internet at this time.
Some we've already done?
That's another piece of the puzzle that obviously you don't have to be a cop to know that that's suspicious, especially after what we discovered, they can look back inside. Again, I think it plays more into, it seems like he was definitely tracking her using that tracking device. It makes it even more sad because was she just going home to collect some items and get back out for her own safety? What was going on there? Did she truly know the amount of danger that she was in? It's hard because this could have played out so much differently in so many different scenarios, but it just happened that she had a very obsessive father.
Corporal, one thing I didn't ask you, and it's difficult when you have cases of domestic violence or violence that happens in a home where two people share it, because DNA can be all over the house and it's not suspicious. Is there any physical evidence from his father on Marbella that would say he was the one who did this? Was there anything that would indicate that?
Yeah, so originally when we named Hector as a person of interest, again, you don't have to be a cop or a detective to look at all the circumstances that we saw and go, okay, that's suspicious. There's something wrong there. The reason why we hadn't originally named him as an offender and immediately charged him is we're waiting for a different DNA and
fucking cold sore in my nose, man.
And after we were able to get those results back, it was conclusive that yes, this was her father.
Look, from an attorney point of view, I'll tell you what I think is arguably the strongest piece of evidence I have seen so far. It's that, and this is stated in the court records as well, the defendant's text message records show that he sent a text message to his brother on July 31st, 2024 at 4:34 p.m. So this would be right after he allegedly kills his own daughter, saying, quote, "My brother, you know how much I love you. I made a big mistake, an unforgivable sin. Now I'm too scared and I don't know what to do. I think I will never come back." So he's texting his twin brother that he's really messed up. So on top of the camera footage, now we have this. Is this a confession in your mind, Corporal?
I think that's definitely up to each person's interpretation. I think it's a huge piece of the puzzle that helps lead us in the right direction. While you don't have him directly saying, hey, I killed my daughter, the timing of everything lined up along that text to say, okay, he killed her at this time, and then he sends that text. It lines up pretty perfectly.
Did his brother respond? Did his brother call him after getting that text?
I believe there may have been some attempted contact afterwards, but
For anybody watching this, Corporal, what can
Oh, it's crazy.
And this is a show where, I'll be completely honest, we have viewers across the world. So what can people who watch this do if they want to help solve this crime?
Yeah, there's several different areas where I could be at this point. The biggest thing right now is if you have any information on where he is, if you're attempting to hide him, anything that is needed or better in any way, please come forward. We're only striving to get what justice we can for the victim in this case and bring a little bit of peace to her family in a horrific situation that never should have happened. I'm pleading with everyone, do the right thing. No matter what he said, no matter what Hector said to you, we know what happened. We're confident in what happened, and we want to make sure that he's brought to justice. So please, if you have information, help us.
I hope people listen to that. And one of the things I'll leave with is going back to Bella for a second, because the Salt Lake County Sheriff Rosie Rivera remembered Bella very fondly, saying in a statement, Deputy Martinez was a dedicated member of our Sheriff's Office family. In her short time with us, she became a cherished friend and an integral part of our team. Her untimely and tragic death is a profound loss for us all. Now, Corporal, I understand you didn't know Bella, but losing a member of law enforcement like this, what effect has this had on you? What is the feeling in the law enforcement community about this?
Yeah, anytime anybody, passes away is tragic, but in law enforcement, there really is a brotherhood and sisterhood, a bond that you form together, even when you don't know each other. There's a bond that's there because of the things you go through, the things that you see. So when we have something like this happen, especially in the way that this one did, it affects everyone. It's tough to process, and it's tough to investigate. These cases are tough because that could have been any one of us, and it makes it worse with her being as young as she was and the situation that happened. It makes it even harder for Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office. They had another deputy in January that was in the same academy class as Marbella passed away out here as well.
Sorry to hear that. Corporal Colby Bentley, thank you for the work that you're doing. Wish you the best of luck. Hopefully, swift, safe resolution to this case, and again, really honoring Marbella by doing this work. So thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing us the latest details, and hopefully anybody watching this can help as well with your investigation. But Corporal Colby Bentley, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, what a case. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sidebar. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts.
One of the features of the Port win tonight was their centre bounce clearance.
The
work.
power.
Have a close look at that.
Yeah, just the clearance work in general, because coming into the game, that was an opportunity for Carlton. They are a top 2 clearance and contest team, have been for most of the year, and it's been a real weakness for Port Adelaide. They sit bottom 2 or bottom 4 for the contest and clearance, but tonight they just outworked Carlton. They had a class difference, so Carlton might have been able to get their hand on the ball first possession more, but we speak about the fleet-footedness and how quick Port Adelaide were to clear from stoppage, and we saw that particularly in the second quarter. So after the first term that Carlton had, we thought they'd
Georgiades, what a take.
particularly their leaders around the ground, in the middle of the ground, but they just couldn't do it. They couldn't keep up with them. We've spoken about Bergman. Butters again was sensational. They dropped the tag after half-time, and in the end they put on a clinic in regards to the scoreboard. So in the end, the overall clearance numbers, Jason, look a bit flattering. Carlton got on top late when the game was over, but when it was down to be won, Port Adelaide did all the damage. They were plus 33 from points from clearance, and from centre bounce they kicked 3 goals to 1, and it was a pretty impressive performance from Port Adelaide in an area that hadn't been a strength this year.
Huge difference in the quality of the clearances. You'd see Port run, carry, hit the targets. It was often a hat kick from the Blues, and as you showed in the first one, they got their hands on it first, Carlton, a number of times, but they were just overwhelmed by the Port midfield, who then take it away and turn it again into a quality clearance.
What about Bergman on Cripps? He will go to bed tonight going, I did a good job.
Yeah, he's done a great job for them since about round 6 or 7 when he moved into the midfield and has played a few roles. He has been sensational. He's been a player that has evolved into being I said it earlier, like a Jordan Dawson type player that can go to it and play in the midfield and be damaging with his foot skills. He can mark it overhead. He's a beautiful athlete. and we are seeing that now. He's growing by the week, and there's no surprise, Ralphie, why there's, as you said, 6 or 8 Melbourne clubs into him, because he's the prototype midfielder I think every club wants.
And yet Port Adelaide will say, if he does leave in the end, we have left no stone unturned. So they've given him the midfield time that he wants. They're absolutely trying to work hard so he's comfortable there, doing everything he can to bring his family across at times. They've given him a monster deal. As they've said, we probably rate him more than any other Victorian club. And yet, as he's told his friends across the year, he'd love to get home to whether it's Bayside or any of those 6 or 8 clubs that are chasing him. You know, they can all offer him in midfield time. And the only thing that's in Port Adelaide's favour is that if he leaves, it's a bidding war. So is he worth a first rounder? Is he worth a top 5 pick? When Dan Houston left, they did it in their favour to try and get the biggest haul. What is he worth if he does leave this football club, which would be a shattering blow given that Butters, of course, potentially goes the year after?
Well, you could argue he's worth 2 first rounders depending on where they are, if they're in the teens, but certainly Port Adelaide will be asking for a lot, and rightly so. He's elevated his game to an elite level, so yeah, clubs are going to have to bid pretty hard, but I think someone will pay overs to get him.
So this is an indefensible loss for Michael Voss. So for so often he's been able to say, we're the #1 clearance side, we understand our mid-forward connection. How does he explain this to Graham Wright and the powers that be, including Robert Priestley, who's new president? Because he could always talk about the positives. Against North Melbourne for 20 minutes, inexplicable. Everything that has gone wrong at this football club could go wrong, did go wrong, and we saw that for an entire 4-quarter effort tonight. So how would he explain that to his board? Because that's what he'll have to do in coming weeks. Well, the
Can't
good thing
explain
about
it.
Graham Wright going to Carlton is he will sit there and make some calm, considered decisions. So he'll sit back, he'll have a look at everything. He's very experienced in making decisions, and he's not afraid to make decisions either. But he also understands the need at times for stability and what benefits there are from making certain decisions. Now, right now, if you change the coach, that's going to appease the supporters that are going nuts. But does it help the footy club? Well, I don't know. And Graham Wright will make that decision. He'll make the decision that best benefits the club and how quickly they can turn around the way the fortunes are flagging at the moment. So North Melbourne's 20 minutes, and people could say that, OK, this is a North Melbourne club that's on the rise. As I said, Port Adelaide has struggled, 12th in the competition. The problem is this is a list that's absolutely in its prime for Carlton. These were supposed to be the golden years. They have had 10 years of rebuilding. Cripps 30, Curnow 28, Mackay 27, Silvani 27, Wiedering 27. So you can say it's the list. It's not about Michael Voss. Yes, they can make changes. This was supposed to be the time when Michael Voss was maximising the list. And again, you talked about it pre-match. This is a club that's good enough to get into a preliminary final 2 years ago and make a final last year. So we can't have it both ways. We can't say that the list is good enough to make finals, and all of a sudden now, it's not about Michael Voss, it's only about the list.
Well, it's interesting because a couple of years ago everyone was critical that Carlton relied too heavily on their staff. Cripps, Curnow, Wiedering and Walsh and the rest didn't. Now that they're not performing, maybe we're seeing what is underneath this list, and maybe it's not as good because when the stars aren't dominating like they have previously, we're seeing a team that look very ordinary. So I suppose it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The other thing you've got to remember is not every rebuild works. I mean, you can sit there and you know what you want to get, but you don't quite get exactly the players you're looking for. So sometimes you have to settle for something a little bit different, and it's not quite as good. So not every rebuild guarantees you success or playing consistent finals.
That was the oldest side Carlton has fielded since 1944, Joey.
Yeah, and they've got some decisions to make. There are some senior players, that are probably going, well, are they going to be part of the future? They've got to bring in some leg speed. They've got to bring in some more ball users. So I think, I'm not going to be over dramatic with this team. I think that no doubt they've been poor the last couple of weeks. As I said earlier, I think they look like a team that don't believe they can play finals, and they lost that little bit of hope tonight, which is really disappointing. You would expect much better. But they can make some adjustments over summer. I said Elijah Holland's an important player. Jagger Smith will be back. They've got some other players, Walsh, if they can get him fit. If you can bring in 2 or 3 others, it can still change pretty quickly. I don't think you need to throw the baby out with the bathwater, Jason, and start again. I just think they've got to just take it with a clear set of eyes and just make some calculated decisions.
Yeah, and they didn't get a lot out of their leaders tonight. The experienced players that they probably looked to lean on. They brought in a couple of debutants that we saw, and maybe they'll get more games into these young players over the back end of the season. But we're looking at the match rankings here for players that they desperately need to have an impact that are incredibly experienced, and they just didn't get enough out of it. As I said, earlier when we saw that first half unfold. It just feels like the world's caved in on it. They just buckled under the pressure of all the expectation and all the disappointment that they've delivered.
And there are huge decisions depend on some of those players.
Yep,
so,
correct.
Look, Sam Dockery, there's going to have to be a really tough decision on one of the favourite sons who's beat cancer twice and has got good possession numbers, but let's face it, his impact is very limited.
Again, but this is Graham Wright will lead. He won't let emotion make these decisions. It'll be clear and clinical and what's best to get this club going in the right direction.
So are you both right now holding firm on Michael Voss as the 2026 coach? I'm not adamant, but I just don't think at the moment it's the right decision just to get a new coach. I think there's other levers you can pull first to see if they can regroup and go again next season. That's where I'm at the moment. If the losses continue like this for the remainder of the season, and maybe they feel that the Voss has lost the playing group or something like that, it might change. But tonight in isolation and the performance last week, yes, but over the bigger picture, I still think it's
and there's little things that the Carlton Club can do. It can announce a review, that can appease the supporters. Okay, we think Michael Voss is our man, but we'll make sure that Graham Wright has been at this football club since December. So he's not coming in to make new decisions. He knows everything that is right and wrong with his football club. Okay, I'm going to interview 20 people across all stakeholders. That might buy some time. There is a prospect at some stage. Is Ash Hansen worth looking at as a caretaker coach? I don't think anyone believes that's the situation right now, but that might potentially allow this club to say, okay, is it Michael Voss or is it the list? There are things a long way down the track, but we've had a couple of losses, and the teams ahead of Sarah can make an awful mess of the Carlton football.
Yeah, if you have a look at their run home, the Pies, that's Friday night footy, that's going to be huge. Brisbane, I mean, the next five, really, all of them, except for the Bombers.
And some of those challenges might be great for them. You can't panic. The last thing you want to do is see a club panic and start reacting to the outside noise. So again, they'll make decisions over that run home, and they'll look at the performances and the consistency of players, and they'll look at who's available in an executive or supporting or coaching role as well as in a playing role, and they'll make some changes.
And Michael Voss's best friend right now is Carlton's history, in which right now, after a loss like this, they would sack the coach by Monday. And so these are very smart men, Graham Wright and Robert Priestley, who's been the boss of JP Morgan. They're guys who, as you say, are very measured, so they'll take all the time they want. They will not be making hasty decisions.
A bit of match review we used to have a look at involving Adam Sarden Byzantini.
That's right. This one's right down the middle, so Dante Byzantini's a live chance to escape suspension, even though Adam Sarden's concussed or missed against Collingwood. Here's the rough rule. If you brace for contact and don't take steps into that incident, it's probably okay. If you take one or two steps towards an opponent, it's labelled a bump rather than bracing. So if you look at Byzantini here, he's walking towards the ball, he turns around, he never really walks towards Sard. This is where he changed direction.
He just stops. He just stops. He was originally calling for the hand pass over the top. So he stops. He doesn't do anything untoward. Sard runs into it. I don't know what we expect. The only thing he could have done to avoid contact there was jump out of the way. And we can't possibly expect players to do that.
Joey?
To me, it looks like he blocks his run. He doesn't lay a bump. So I've always thought there's a difference. I know there's fine lines, but I would hate to see him get suspended for something like that. He's just blocked his run. Unfortunately, got him high, but I don't think it was it wasn't a bump.
Trouble is, one bloke's 6'10" and the other bloke's 5'10", and he just stood there.
And we saw with Judd McVeigh a couple of weeks ago. He got off for a very similar incident against Richards, didn't jump off the ground, didn't take steps into him. So I think as we look at that labbed-up vision, I think we feel right now that, he's going to be available to take on Brisbane.
I'd be disappointed if he got rubbed out for that.
It is time now for our KFC FLG moment of the match, and it involves the veteran Travis Boak returning for this game, kicking a goal. He had 21 disposals for the match. This in game number 379. It was great to see him back, Jace.
Yeah, he said he felt fresh because he'd had a few weeks out. He just keeps rolling along. We know the fitness regimen that he goes through each and every year to get his to play, and it's paid off because he's 380 odd games and still going.
He's got them to reset the bar, don't they, for that discipline and professionalism, and it tells in their games tally.
They've set the bar really high, but it's proof you can do it if you want to, and they are two of the more professional players that have ever played the game, particularly Travis Boak. So nice to see him still just enjoying, you can see savouring the moment, knowing there's not many games of footy left for him, but he's enjoying every bit of it.
Probably real boring characters too, Joe, given how hard they work.
Sometimes they look a hand in hand, the most professional, and sometimes more boring.
there's always going to be a lot of cameras on them, wasn't there? Like the
Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for tonight's 29th pick and a 2029 first-round pick.
What on earth are the Phoenix Suns doing? Giving up a first-round pick in 2029 for Mark Williams.
Just 4 days after trading Kevin Durant, and I mean literally 4 days, the Phoenix Suns just pulled off another blockbuster move that nobody saw coming. But here's the thing that's got everyone talking. This trade might either be genius or it could be one of the biggest mistakes the Phoenix Suns have ever made. And by the end of this video, you're going to be able to come to your own conclusion about it. Before we get to the content, make sure you drop, like, subscribe, and turn on our notifications to get the latest NBA news to your device. We've been dropping so many videos on you guys that you may not even get notifications for them. So in that case, I highly recommend you follow us on Instagram, X, or check out our Patreon in the description down below so you can stay up to date with the latest NBA news to your device. And now that we get all that out of the way, cue the intro.
Da, 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 da.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. What's going on, everybody? Just hours ago on draft night, Shams broke some crazy news for us. Breaking: the Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the number 29 pick and a 2029 first-round pick. Now, if you're thinking, wait, didn't Phoenix just trade Kevin Durant? Doesn't this move make it seem like the Suns are still trying to compete? That's exactly what it is, and that's why it's so surprising. 4 days ago, ESPN reported that Phoenix traded Kevin Durant to Houston for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th pick, and 5 second-round picks. The Suns used that 10th overall pick to draft another center from Duke. So now they've got 2 young centers, and one of them has an injury history that literally made the Los Angeles Lakers run away from the trade. The Lakers looked at Mark Williams and said, hey, you know what? I know that trading for you would give us an opportunity to compete this year. We don't really trust you making it to the playoffs anyway. So let me tell you about Mark Williams, because this dude is either going to be the steal of the decade, the biggest mistake that the Lakers have ever made, or the biggest risk that Phoenix has ever taken. He's a 23-year-old 7-footer from Duke, who, when he's healthy, looks like the next dominant center in this league. This past season, Williams put up 15.3 points, 10 rebounds, and shot a ridiculous 60.4% from the field. He dropped a career-high 31 points against Utah this season. When you look at his per 36-minute numbers, we're talking about a guy who projects to be 20.7 points and 13.8 rebounds per game. But there's a catch, and this is why Mark Williams is such a risky player to trade for. In his 3-year NBA career, Mark Williams has played just 106 games out of a possible 246. That's only 43.1% availability, guys. This man has missed more games than he's played, and that's why on February of 2025, when the Los Angeles Lakers were desperate for a center, they agreed to trade Dalton Connect, Cam Reddish, a 2031 first-round pick, and a pick swap for Mark Williams. The trade gets announced, Laker fans are hyped, Mark Williams is packing his bags for LA, and then a few days later, ESPN reports that the Lakers rescinded the trade. They failed Williams on his physical, and this straight up said, you don't really want him anymore. You ever lose in the first round, go to Timberwolves. And ESPN's Jeff Schwartz breaks down the Williams situation perfectly. The overwhelming sentiment after conferring with multiple nationally recognized doctors is that the Lakers should not have failed Mark Williams on his physical. Williams himself was not having it. Fox Sports reported that he basically said the Lakers had buyer's remorse and just got cold feet. Now when the Lakers got eliminated from the playoffs, Williams went full savage mode on social media with Simpsons memes clowning them. I honestly can't blame him. Now keep that Lakers drama in mind, because it's about to make what Phoenix just did look either really smart or absolutely reckless. But before we get to that, we need to talk about what Phoenix is even trying to do after trading Kevin Durant. 3 months before trading Kevin Durant, delusional Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia came out and said, you think I'm going to go for 7 years and try to get there? You enjoy the 2030 draft picks that we have holding. I want to try to see the game today. I want us to win today, implying that he has no intention of rebuilding. Rather, he wants to retool and try to compete today. And that's where this gets really interesting. Remember I told you that Phoenix used that 10th pick from the Durant trade? They drafted Kaman Malik from Duke, another 7-footer, another center, and another Duke product just like Mark Williams. Malik is 7'2" with a 7'6" wingspan and shot 71.2% from the field at Duke. Scouts are comparing him to Rudy Gobert and DeAndre Jordan. One anonymous scout said that Malik already may be a better defender than Mark Williams will ever be. So now Phoenix has 2 young centers from Duke, and I'm about to tell you exactly why this could be the smartest thing they've ever done. But first, let's break down why Charlotte was so ready to move on from a 23-year-old who could be a future all-star. Here's the thing about Charlotte's situation. After the Lakers trade fell through, Sports Illustrated reported that Williams' future was basically the headline of their entire offseason. They had a logjam at center, they couldn't trust his health, and they needed draft capital. Williams is making $6.28 million this year and becomes a restricted free agent in 2027. Charlotte was looking at potentially having to pay big money for a guy who's missed more than half of his career games. And guys, those injury concerns are real. In the 2022 to 2023 season, Williams had multiple ankle sprains, a dislocated thumb, and only played 43 games. The very next year, a back injury ended his season after just 19 games. And this past year, he had to miss the first 20 games due to a strained foot tendon and had load management. So what does this mean for both teams' salary cap situations? Well, even after trading Kevin Durant, Phoenix is still massively over the second apron. The Phoenix Suns salary cap now stands at $256.6 million following the Kevin Durant trade. The KD trade barely helped because they took back $54 million in salary with Green and Brooks for Kevin Durant's $54.7 million. Phoenix still has more salary commitments for the 2025 to 26 season than any other team, but Charlotte, they just created $26.8 million in cap space for next summer. They can now go after pretty much any free agent they want. So what are the experts saying? Well, one anonymous NBA executive told ESPN that of all the things that happened today, this one is the one that stunned me the most. Another exec said that Mark Williams has a lot of upside, but health is the biggest question mark. Now here's what I really think is happening here. Phoenix is making a bet that with better players like Devin Booker, Jalen Green, even Bradley Beal, maybe Mark Williams is going to be more valuable than he ever could have been in Charlotte. The Suns are projected to win 42 to 45 games with Williams healthy, according to ESPN's analysis, compared to 38 and 41 without it. It's a significant jump. And as a result of that, for Phoenix, I'm giving this trade a B+, primarily because they definitely consider a reasonable target for Devin Booker and that he'd be a good impact. The risk is obvious, but the reward could be huge. Plus, they drafted an insurance policy with the 10th overall pick. For Charlotte, I'm giving this an A. They turned a good asset into valuable draft capital. That 2029 first-round pick could be brought to the level if the window closes by then. Remember, Booker will be 34 that year, and they just traded Kevin Durant. Now, let me know in the comment section down below what do you guys think about this trade. What are your grades for this trade? Do you agree with what Phoenix is doing, or do you think they just made a huge mistake? Aside from that, we have a completely separate video on the biggest winners and losers of the NBA draft. I'm going to leave a link to that in the end screen. I'll see you guys there. I'm your boy Mike, and I'm dropping our mic until our next upload.
This is terrifying.
With the second pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Dylan Harper.
This should be terrifying for 29 other teams in the NBA, because a team with the most generational talent we have ever seen just won the NBA draft. Stephon Castle, Dylan Harper, Carter Bryant, and Victor Wembanyama. Every single one of these players is 21 and under. Every single one of these players has the potential to be great NBA players. And for a team that has the back-to-back Rookie of the Year winners, San Antonio just drafted a 6'6" point guard with all NBA level potential. A 6'6" point guard who can split defense defenses at will, who can get to the rim and finish in a multitude of ways. Think of Cade Cunningham, think of James Harden. He's someone who blends the craftiness of a small guard with the frame of a big guard, while still knowing how to use that frame to bully smaller defenders. A genuine star-level talent. And they didn't just settle for making one great selection in the draft. No, they followed it up with the 14th overall pick by drafting one of the best defensive players in the draft, who can cut off the ball, who can shoot, who is highly intelligent offensively without needing the ball in his hands. And in back-to-back years, the Spurs have walked away from the draft looking like one of, if not the biggest winners. And as I just said, giving Victor Wembanyama this level of help, the entire league should be terrified. And we should talk about the kind of help he's getting, because not only did the Spurs trade for De'Aaron Fox last season, who has almost become forgotten at this point, let's not forget he's an all-star who will now be playing with the best teammate he's ever played with in the prime of his career, but they also drafted the Rookie of the Year, who got better and better every single month of last season, and now they just got themselves two guys who could be perfect alongside Wemby. And we have to talk about Dylan Harper. 19 points a game, over 4 boards, 4 assists, 48% from the field. Honestly, Harper has all of the traits of a star guard, with only one question mark over his shooting. But given he shot 75% from the free throw line, given the fact he showcased a pull-up jumper, he has touch, he has balance, you can never guarantee someone will be a great shooter, but I think there's a lot more reason to believe he will be a good shooter than other prospects we have seen in the past. And outside of the shooting, I mean, he's a bucket regardless. Just look at him here, bring the ball up in transition, going behind the back. He then stops, crosses back right, and then the ability to absorb the contact on the layup and finish at the rim. Or here, where he's being guarded at half court. He goes behind his back initially, the screen then comes for him, so he splits the second defender, euros around the third, and finishes. Just in general with these clips, you will notice the change of speed, the change of direction, the fluidity with his hand. That is one word that absolutely describes Dylan Harper's game. Fluidity, effortlessly gliding past defenders, whether it is in transition, whether it is in the half court. I don't see a world in which Dylan Harper's ability to get to the rim, to get to the free throw line, to get 2 feet in the paint doesn't translate. Obviously, you can still question his shooting and some other parts of his game, but I can almost guarantee you with his size, with his technical ability, he is going to get 2 feet in the paint almost all the time. And that'll also contribute to him being a very good playmaker as well, which is also part of his bag. I mean, just look at this play, for example, where he
Uncovering a killer's mistake can lead detectives to unexpected places. Those who take the lives of others may work hard to remain masked, camouflaged. It's a classic Sunday night in England, and a local arrives for a drink.
He went to a local pub where he sat and ordered a ploughman's, had a chat with the landlady, and drank an orange juice and lemonade.
Shortly after, the man popped his coat on, went to the bathroom.
And he dried his hands on a paper towel, which he put in the bin. The biggest mistake Paul Hutchinson made was that he didn't have a crystal ball. He couldn't anticipate the advances in forensic science that would bring about his undoing.
An hour or so
Yeah, the special not.
failed to turn up as expected at her boyfriend's house in a nearby village. The family reported her missing.
Colette was such a genuinely beautiful person that she wouldn't let anybody worry about her.
The paper towel and the missing girl became part of a 22-year murder mystery. Every investigation is like a jigsaw, each piece offering new evidence as a picture of a suspect emerges. But which one will reveal the killer's mistake?
Why Claire? beautiful Colette. Why her?
Keyworth, Nottinghamshire in the English Midlands, a village which has grown slowly to become a small town, safe, dependable.
If you like village life, then Keyworth was an ideal place to live. Picturesque, low crime rate, just a lovely, rural, idyllic place to be.
Keyworth's a lovely village. It was where I grew up. You know, it's a beautiful village, and in the 80s when we were growing up, it was one of the safest places. You just went everywhere and did your own thing, and a lot of people know each other, friendly, and just a lovely place to grow up.
Karen Willis, like
how many of these do we have to do?
In 1983, spent Sunday glued to the radio. What would be top of the pops that week?
It was a normal Sunday evening, and we had listened to the top 30.
After finding out it was Culture Club and Karma Chameleon, she planned on a date with her boyfriend and set off on foot to his house.
Walking everywhere.
How many of these we done?
An issue.
Oh, stage 81. Ah!
Anywhere and everywhere by foot, and felt comfortable doing so.
But that night would be different.
I did my usual, say goodbye to Mum, and off I trotted to the local pub, if you like, you know, in the corner to meet my boyfriend. And as I was walking, there was an incident that gave me a little bit of a concern. There was a car that had passed by me, and I didn't recognise, and it was really, really, you know, slightly made me feel anxious, this car, because it sort of like beeped me, but I didn't know who it was.
It was an unsettling moment for the young woman, and it wasn't over.
So carried on walking down the road, and then a little bit further down the road, I was again, the same car beeped again, which made me then think, who are you? Made me slightly anxious, and I continued down the road as fast as I could, because I could see a couple walking together. So I tried to catch up with them.
Who was it? What had just happened? A friend, perhaps, who was saying hello? That would be typical of Keyworth. Karen Willis did catch up with the couple ahead of her, eventually got home safe.
It's called Endless. I'm on stage 140-something.
Later, she planned on calling her best friend, Colette Aram. They'd met at school.
As Colette was growing up, she liked lots of different things. She liked riding, what have you, and but we just had fun. There was no, you know, we were just innocent young children that were lucky enough to grow up in a lovely area, and lucky enough to have wonderful parents, and we're just happy children.
And Colette was an easy choice for best friend.
Colette was a model daughter. She was studious at school. She listened to her parents. They couldn't have wished for a more beautiful girl.
She was very considerate and kind and gentle and soft and caring.
The girls had the same ambition for when they left school.
We were both starting to do hairdressing, and Colette and I were so excited because we were going to go to college together. She was working in one salon and I was going to work in the other.
Feeling confident about their futures, Karen and Colette felt set for life. First job, great place to live, and no reason to be worried about a neighbour called Paul Hutchinson.
Paul Hutchinson seemed like a completely normal man next door. He was married, he had children, he had a normal job. There was nothing that made him stand out as abnormal or out of the ordinary.
Except they should have been worried. Appearances, even in Middle England and places like Keyworth, can be deceptive.
They don't come much worse than Paul Hutchinson. As a committed sexual deviant.
In his spare time, he liked to hide out in sheds, watching young girls riding horses while touching himself.
This man certainly had sexual problems. He had sexual paraphilia.
Sexual paraphilia, defined as intense sexual arousal to atypical objects and fantasies, also known as sexual fetishism.
He'd hide away in stables and in woods. He got off by watching young girls.
In Hutchinson's case, he certainly had a leaning towards very young girls. He liked to spy on them, he liked to look at them, and was maybe fantasizing about having sex with them.
The farms and fields outside the village gave Hutchinson plenty of opportunity to pursue his perverse pastime, all the while remaining unsuspected.
He had no previous criminal convictions.
A more vile kind of man I struggle to think of.
To locals, Paul Hutchinson was a 24-year-old who said he graduated in psychology before training as an electrician and settling early into family life.
Sometimes people like Hutchinson make a very good job of hiding their sexual fantasies. There will always be some people who will recognise perhaps that strange behaviours, and sometimes within families it depends how much questioning there is. He might have been able to live quite a private life in his own home.
Those living near him, as the young married man whose wife had recently had a baby, saw him as a textbook family man. They were completely oblivious to the danger in their midst, a chameleon blending in behind the facade of Keyworth life, respected, unsuspected of anything untoward.
Certain criminals are what they are. They steal, they rob, they burgle. So very much what you see is what you get.
Not Paul Hutchinson.
He wasn't just an ordinary man living an ordinary life. He was somebody who was split, knew that he needed to protect one life to maintain the other life.
But deep down, in the dark recesses, he lives a very, very different life. Unbeknown to everybody, and that's a very dangerous thing.
It was the 30th of October 1983 when Karen Willis had been beeped at by a motorist. Earlier, Paul Hutchinson was doing what Paul Hutchinson did, spying on young girls riding. Colette Aram had been at the stables. When home, she planned a night out.
Colette had gone to meet her boyfriend, so she was going, as we all did, walking to see her boyfriend. He was going to meet her up Nicker Hill. Again, a beautiful place in Keyworth where you wouldn't think anything of walking.
It was still a mystery to Karen, who had beeped at her earlier. As detectives later tried to uncover a killer's mistake, they would want an answer to that mystery. At 7 o'clock, a few streets away from Karen, Colette headed out. Around 8 o'clock on October 30th, people living on this estate heard the screamings of a woman.
Locals heard a woman screaming. They also heard a car screeching off.
The sound came and went. A brief moment of concern, but explained away perhaps as young people fooling around. Earlier that same day, unbeknownst to anyone, Paul Hutchinson had been indulging himself, ogling girls at the stables. Jane Monkton-Smith helps police forces profile people like Hutchinson.
They behave in a very ritualistic way, so they have what you might call a fantasy in their head, which they relive, and that's how they get their kicks. Clearly, with somebody like Hutchinson, he's got a very specific ritual in mind, so he'd be looking for a certain type of victim, and he was looking for a young girl.
A young girl like Colette Aaron, who was on her way to visit her boyfriend.
Colette didn't arrive at her boyfriend's, and soon afterwards, the alarm went up. Colette's missing. Something's very, very wrong. It was very out of character for Colette to go missing. Some children do, and they do that a lot, but not Colette. This was completely out of character.
She would have phoned her mum to say, by the way, just popped into Karen's or just popped in, wherever she was going, she would have said. So mum wouldn't worry because she was such a kind, considerate person. And that's why we knew so quickly that Colette was missing straight away, because she didn't arrive, and she would have made the phone call.
Sometime that night, Colette's family called the police.
As a detective, you dread hearing those words, a child has gone missing. Detectives are parents themselves, but they have to suppress all the natural concerns that they might have because they've got a job to do. We've got to find this child.
As police arrive at the scene, family and friends convey a picture of Colette that makes it clear she isn't the kind of girl who just disappears. She must be in trouble.
Everybody else that was around, had gone looking for her and was searching to find where she'd suddenly disappeared too, because nothing made sense.
But this is serious. This is worrying. We've got to find this girl. The search parameters were set. Start at her home, follow the route to her boyfriend's, fan it out as much as you possibly can, depending on how many resources you've got available.
Turmoil. Horrendous.
While police searched, Karen Willis becomes convinced that the strange car she encountered earlier that evening could give a clue to Colette's whereabouts.
The police wanted to know a little bit more about it, but unfortunately that really, really hurts and still does. The fact that I couldn't give them anything more than the fact that this car had passed me and made me feel anxious.
The next day, the community sprung into action.
Everybody went out looking for Colette, everybody that knew was searching for her. Her brother, her mum, her dad, aunties, uncle, everybody was there trying to find where's Colette, because clearly that wouldn't have happened. She would have let us know.
The following day, about 1.5 miles from the route that she'd followed, Colette's body was found. She had been raped, strangled, and her body had been left in a sexually provocative pose. Colette's brother had to suffer the horror of finding his own sister dead.
To this day, I have no idea how he lives and copes with what he saw. Trauma never goes away. The family every day live with that trauma, and it's never going to go away. You can say time makes a difference, but it doesn't. It's so traumatic what happened. I personally had to break away from any of the information about what had happened to Colette that evening, and that was how I protected myself. I felt guilty that it was Colette. I didn't want, obviously, it to be me, but I had so much guilt that, why Claire? She's, you know, she's beautiful Claire. Why her? Why anybody? But, yeah.
As police searched for clues and the perpetrator, village life in Keyworth, a previously serene and safe space, was turned on its head.
Keyworth changed that day. It became a different village. It became a village where nobody trusted one another. Everybody wanted to know where everybody was, and we weren't allowed to walk the street by myself, and I didn't want to. We were too frightened. And probably to this day, you know, obviously the children now are growing up, you know, but even as parents, I always make sure I take my children everywhere, and I know that my parents did the same from that day forth.
Police were on the hunt for a killer's mistake. Quickly and correctly, they assessed the sequence of events.
Colette was abducted from a country lane. She was bundled into a car. She was strangled and she was raped, and then her body was dumped in a field.
When Colette's parents bid her farewell that evening, they wouldn't have dreamt for a moment that such an appalling thing was going to happen to her.
Detectives built a case from the evidence up, and what they quickly learned was that a motorist had pestered a young woman in Keyworth, and hours later, another young woman had been snatched, or perhaps accepted a ride. That theory was quickly ruled out.
Colette would never have gone into a car, not in a million years would Colette have. She would have had to been forcefully. Somebody maybe asked her directions. I don't know how that happened, but clearly she wouldn't have, gone into that car without a forceful situation.
Unmasking Paul Hutchinson would not be easy. No one suspected the quiet family man. His penchant for perversions were widely unknown, and he'd never escalated to attacking a girl. On the evening of Colette's murder, he behaved as usually as he could.
Only about 20 minutes or so after the murder, Paul Hutchinson went to a pub.
Where he sat and ordered a ploughman's, had a chat with the landlady and drank an orange juice and lemonade.
The barmaid that served him was alarmed by his demeanour. He seemed a bit strange. She really thought something was wrong. Hutchinson used the toilet, and he dried his hands on a paper towel which he put in the bin.
The landlady of the generous Britain pub where Hutchinson went that night had noticed something suspicious about the orange and lemonade drinking man, and acted after the news of the teenager's murder became public.
The landlady called police saying, there was this guy in here and I did notice some blood on his hands.
They went to the pub.
And they retrieved some items, including a paper towel.
But one very, very astute detective seized the paper towel that Hutchinson had used,
which had traces of blood, and it turned out semen on it.
Now, back in the 80s, there was no DNA analysis of exhibits. That science just didn't exist. Basically, it was fingerprints and very little else.
And even in the late 80s, once fingerprinting had been invented, you needed large amounts of biological specimens to actually be able to generate a DNA profile.
That detective had the wherewithal to seize that exhibit, the significance of which wouldn't be realised for over a quarter of a century.
How had Paul Hutchinson, the pervert who preyed on horse-riding girls, escalated to murder and then had the audacity to calmly go into a pub?
With sexual killers, the acts that they get involved in, whereas we look at it as something that would create an emotional kind of explosion for us, we'd feel dreadful afterwards. What they actually feel afterwards is relief. So they are after that feeling relieved and will present as probably calmer than they had done in the run-up to that homicide. So he could have gone to the pub and actually, with that feeling of relief, been able to stand there and have a drink and chat to the landlady without looking as if he'd done something absolutely dreadful.
The day after the discovery of Colette's body in a field near Keyworth, Paul Hutchinson told his wife that he had a job which would take him away from Keyworth for a little while. Soon he would show a chilling level of confidence that he'd got away with murder. Colette Aram had been murdered and police did not have a suspect. They could not know that her killer had returned to Keyworth from where he had conveniently left on the pretense of working away.
Hutchinson was also a cocky character, so I think it's about 5 weeks after the murder was committed, he actually went back to the village and had a look around, saw what the police were doing.
This was a really serious crime, and he would have known that there would have been a lot of police activity. He'd have been quite concerned that he might have left some evidence behind. After the initial period of having committed that crime, he'll start thinking about the repercussions of that, and sometimes going back to the scene. People go back for different reasons.
I'm sure Hutchinson was enjoying some kind of weird and perverted adrenaline rush not long after the murder. He was probably trying to constrain himself from telling somebody about what he'd done. This, for him, was the pinnacle of his very sad life.
If Hutchinson was enjoying the fact that he, a killer, could parade in front of police hunting for a killer, he was about to take his cockiness one stage further.
Hutchinson decided that he'd taunt the police, so he wrote them a letter saying words to the effect that "you can't catch me." But he was making mistakes that unfortunately wouldn't be discovered for a long, long time.
Despite what we see represented in lots of television programmes, it's very unusual for somebody who's committed a murder like this to then taunt the police and send letters. Not only is it an arrogant thing to do, it's an incredibly stupid thing to do, because it gives the police another line of potential forensic evidence. We can't know exactly why he wrote that letter, but it's almost as if he wanted some recognition for what he'd done. He might have seen it almost as an achievement not to have been caught, and he was a kind of a narcissistic person. He liked to big himself up, he liked to tell people that he was a psychology graduate, he liked people to recognise how clever he was, and that might have been the purpose in sending that letter.
Clever enough to know that what evidence he was giving to the police was worthless. Hutchinson had a clean record.
Police had this letter. At that time, they would have been able to do a few tests on it. They could do some handwriting analysis, but you need a suspect to compare the handwriting to. Similarly, they might have been able to recover fingerprints from the letter, but you need a fingerprint that matches. So you need Hutchinson's fingerprints to be in a fingerprint database.
Not only did police not suspect the local electrician, his own family and friends were equally in the dark. Hutchinson was good at keeping secrets. He went on with life as normal.
Depending on his kind of personality profile, depending if he was somewhere on the spectrum of psychopathy, very often those people do become very good liars because they become very manipulative. And if you tell a really big lie that you can't imagine anyone would lie about, that almost, is your cover. But he may have been somebody who routinely lied anyway. He certainly presents as that kind of person, so was very used to it.
The masquerade of Hutchinson the young family man continued as the hunt for the killer was scaled down. How had he got away with it? The police had blood on a paper towel, possibly left by a suspect, fingerprints on the letter that he had sent, coldly telling the police they would never catch him. But weeks turned into months, then years, and still no arrest for the murder of Colette. He had made mistakes, but technology advances would be needed to uncover them.
If the same crime happened today, one of the obvious first things police would have been able to do was retrieve DNA from Colette's body, maybe from underneath her fingernails. They'd be able to look at the fibres on her body. They'd be able to maybe look at DNA found on her clothes. Those tools just didn't exist back in 1983.
No CCTV, no automatic number plate recognition cameras, no mobile phones, and all the evidence that they can give. And forensic science was really in its infancy. If you got a fingerprint, you were a very lucky detective.
DNA fingerprinting was invented in the mid-80s and started being used towards the end of the 80s, and even then you needed a large amount of biological material. Today, you can just run a swab over a door handle, pick up a couple of cells and generate a DNA profile from those cells.
The murder of Colette Aram was to be the first case to appear on a British TV programme called Crime Watch. Colette's mother made an appeal.
As a mum, she went on Crime Watch, did so many, everything she could possibly do as a mum to get him where he needed to be, behind bars.
Crime Watch was new. It was something different. It gave the police a tool that they'd never had before.
Keyworth had a population of around 4,000. The new information in many ways got in the way. Every single man in the community, but for one, was innocent. But they were all suddenly worried about a visit from the police.
There were around 1,500 people that might have been potential suspects. There were hundreds of other witnesses to be interviewed. And the cops really didn't have the tools then that they do today. So it was old school. Old school methods, old school tactics.
Investigations and interviews that followed the Crime Watch appeal didn't lead to any arrests, but it did make Paul Hutchinson, the killer still living in Keyworth, feel that the net was tightening.
Lots of people were getting questioned and interviewed. Hutchinson was alarmed by this, so he concocted a story which he told to his family that he'd got cancer and that he had to go away for treatment. This story was so elaborate that he actually pulled tufts of his own hair out to convince people that those were the effects of the cancer treatment.
Hutchinson's cynical portrayal of himself as a cancer victim meant that he could leave his family and the area.
By slipping away like that, he managed to evade police questioning.
If officers going door to door, following up leads from the TV programme, called at his house, there was a legitimate reason for him to be away. It's a classic diversionary tactic.
Claiming that he had lung cancer is not only a big lie, it's a very specific kind of a lie. And sometimes when people want to avoid being questioned or challenged about something, they will feign some kind of illness so that people will feel guilty about questioning them. So if he's telling his family that he's ill, that's a very specific lie. They're all going to be sympathising with him. He's going to get away with behaviours that he perhaps wouldn't have got away with before. So it's an incredibly good lie to tell.
Keyworth again returned to some sort of normality. Karen's friends and family struggled to rebuild their lives. Karen decided to devote herself to her chosen career. It was a mark of honour for her friend.
Everything I did, I was determined to do it well. I mean, it was like college. We'd made so many plans to go together. I worked so hard in college to make sure I did really well, but, not just for me, for Colette, And yeah, it was really difficult because I had to do the job she was doing in that salon. There's no question, that's what I had to do.
As the years passed, the investigation continued to draw blanks, and eventually Paul Hutchinson returned to the area and picked up his life. He was a killer, hiding in plain sight.
As the initial heat from the inquiry died down, Hutchinson sort of reintegrated himself into society.
He kind of went off radar for a bit, and he started a new life.
His first marriage broke down, so he married again.
He had more children, including a son called Jean-Paul.
He worked as an electrician, a salesman. He even served as a school governor.
Despite the witness evidence, forensics and tip-offs from the general public, Paul Hutchinson lived the standard Keyworth life for a man with children, going to work, coming home, accepted by those around him. But time was passing, science was improving. His mistakes would one day catch up with him.
Fast forward 20 years, police try again. So they have another look at the evidence and they swab that letter that was sent to them, taunting them. They have a look at Colette's clothes and retrieve DNA from her clothing. They also have another look at that paper towel that was found in the pub. From these three sources, they're able to put together a DNA profile of the possible killer. They still have a problem though. They may have a DNA profile of the killer, but they still need to match it to somebody.
What mistakes had Hutchinson made? Would he ever be uncovered as the killer? In Britain, a statute of limitations means that some crimes are left unsolved. Burglary, theft, vandalism, the list goes on. As the years pass, the cases are dropped. There's no statute of limitation on murder. The crime remains on the books forever or until solved. Paul Hutchinson may or may not have known that as he went about his normal life in Keyworth.
By the time 2008 came round, forensic science had leapt forward enormously. Some of the exhibits from Colette's case had been examined and DNA profiles had been obtained. Every person that was arrested was now being swabbed as a matter of routine. One such person got arrested for a driving offence, taken to the police station and was swabbed.
That young man was called John Paul Hutchinson. A killer's mistake was about to be revealed.
His days were numbered.
The turning point in this case comes when Hutchinson's son, Jean-Paul, is pulled over for a speeding offence and arrested. A DNA profile is taken, and then they generate this partial hit.
There were such advances in forensic sample testing and especially DNA evidence, which just wasn't around when, you know, he committed that offence. And things have moved forward so much that you don't even need to be yourself on the database now for the police to get a match. And increasingly we're seeing that where people who've committed offences 20, 30 years ago are now getting that knock on the door, which a lot of them must be dreading. So he couldn't possibly have predicted that things would advance in the way that they have. So he was just very unlucky that he managed to keep himself off the DNA database so that that match wasn't made, but he could not control any of his relatives getting onto the database.
Like the man arrested on a driving offence in Keyworth.
An analysis of his DNA profile showed a lot of similarities with the DNA profile that they'd got from the exhibits around Colette's murder. The dots were beginning to get joined up.
Jean-Paul's DNA matches the crime scene DNA profile, not entirely, but enough that that makes them think, maybe this person is related to the killer.
There was a match then to Colette's murder, and it was only a matter of time before he got the knock on the door.
Was the family man about to discover that his own son inadvertently would create his father's downfall? The DNA profile was close enough for police to suspect that a family member of the young John Paul Hutchinson was linked to Colette's murder. It couldn't be John Paul, he was too young.
Once you've identified that somebody may be a relative of the person who committed the crime, there are other tests, other DNA tests you can do. One of them is Y chromosome testing. So usually when you generate a DNA profile, you're looking at little markers across all of the chromosomes. In this type of test, you're looking just at the Y chromosome. The Y chromosome is what males carry. So females have two X chromosomes, males have an X chromosome and a Y chromosome. And that Y chromosome is important because a copy of it is passed down the male line. So Paul Hutchinson's brothers will carry the same Y chromosome. They inherited it from their father. But Hutchinson and his brothers will also be passing that same Y chromosome down to their sons. So when Jean-Paul's Y chromosome is tested, they can then look at other male relatives and get a stronger idea of whether this person really is related or not.
The DNA profile police had from John Paul was a familial match to that found on the paper towel carelessly discarded by a man at the Generous Britain pub in 1983. It matched the DNA found on Colette's clothes too. But his father Paul had a reason for that. It wasn't his DNA. He was going to try and lie his way out of it.
The police arrested Hutchinson and he spun a yarn. He said the DNA profile that they'd got actually belonged to his brother who was dead, so he was trying to put the blame on him.
What he doesn't realise is the police have his dead brother's DNA and it's not a match.
So that blew a hole in Hutchinson's story. And there was a fingerprint on the letter that Hutchinson wrote to the police all those years ago. So now, the DNA from Colette's clothes, the DNA from the paper towel in the pub, the fingerprint on the letter, the case against Hutchinson was looking compelling.
Once you've used familial DNA testing to identify Paul Hutchinson as the suspect, you then need to do a full DNA profile because familial searching isn't enough to say with certainty this person matches a crime scene profile. So you swab Paul Hutchinson's DNA and you generate a DNA profile and you compare that to the profiles from the paper towel and from Colette's clothing and so on, and you see that they match.
Time was up for the killer of Colette Aram. It was Paul Hutchinson who'd skulked in the stables, a peeping Tom pervert who'd spied on young girls near Keyworth. It was almost certainly Paul Hutchinson who'd beeped at Karen Willis, who had snatched Colette Aram as she walked to see her boyfriend, who had strangled, raped her, murdered her, and then dumped her body in fields. It was Paul Hutchinson who'd gone to the Generous Britain pub, casually ordered an orange and lemonade, washed away blood from his hands before drying them on a paper towel. It was Paul Hutchinson who'd lived the lie of being a family man, stand-up citizen, school governor and electrician living in a neat house on a neat row in a neat street of Keyworth.
26 years after the crime, Paul Hutchinson was sentenced to life imprisonment.
But that is not the end of the story of the killer who made a mistake. Hutchinson got hold of enough tablets to take an overdose.
Annoyingly, he only served a few months of that sentence. He took his own life. I always get extremely irritated by murderers who are allowed to take their own lives in prison. Hutchinson evaded justice while he was alive. He has now been able to evade justice through his death.
When he went to prison, he got a life sentence, and he probably didn't see much of a life for himself in there. Everything that he'd known, all of the family network, the stability that he had gone. It's very sad for the family because they don't feel that they got justice. But in the end, he was never going to give them justice anyway. And this was his final act of, I'm going to deal with this, I'm going to win, I'm going to have the final say.
As criminologists reflect on the murder of Colette Aram and the evasion from justice for decades of Paul Hutchinson, they can now see why he was destined to be captured.
Hutchinson actually made quite a lot of mistakes, any of which could have ended with his arrest. He was just lucky that they didn't, really. Sending those letters, for example, was a big mistake. And certainly when he was arrested, having sent those letters, that wouldn't have helped with his sentencing because it shows no remorse. He couldn't have known about the DNA advances, but even so, going into that pub, talking to the landlady so close to the murder scene, going into that pub with blood on his hands, leaving behind a tissue which had Colette's DNA on it and his DNA on it, that was a big mistake.
Hutchinson's biggest mistake is that he left actually lots of evidence lying about. At the time, the technology didn't exist to do anything with that evidence, but as time goes by, technology develops, and then they could catch him. The other great irony here is that Hutchinson went away, kind of disappeared, didn't do anything else that we know of, but then his son gets pulled over for a speeding conviction, and then because of that, because of something his son does wrong, police are able to look back and find him.
The biggest mistake Paul Hutchinson made was that he didn't have a crystal ball. He couldn't anticipate the advances in forensic science that would bring about his undoing. He left DNA at the scene, he left DNA on that paper towel at the pub, and of course there was a fingerprint on the letter.
Those who loved Colette Aram finally saw justice done for the teenager who had high hopes and a life ahead of her. But that will never bring her back.
Beautiful, quiet, kind, and giggly. Her giggle, I'll never forget that giggle. It's still, her giggle is the one thing that has never ever, it's so clear in my mind, her giggle, because it was slightly different, but it made you smile.
Her body was charred beyond recognition.
Nobody knew who she was. Nobody knew what happened to her.
I said, you're the prime target because you're beautiful and everybody wants you.
She was missing her nose, her ears, her fingers, her toes.
Not only is it disturbing, not only is it horrifying, but it's perplexing.
But there are demons out there. And they look like people.
A shocking murder becomes a dark mystery. The victim's body holds the key to convicting the killer. Every fiber is a clue. Every wound is a piece of the puzzle. In these cases, it's up to the medical examiner to find the crucial evidence and catch the murderer. This is Secrets of the Morgue.
Stonyton is a very rural type community. It's that New England feel. There are a lot of rolling hills, a lot of woods, a lot of quaint hamlets. A lot of long, winding roads. And it's very dark there at night.
One evening on a desolate stretch of country road, a blaze ignites in the dark.
A passerby was driving along the road and thought that he had come upon a brush fire. He had stopped, pulled over, called 911. And as he was getting his fire extinguisher, a fire chief from the area had pulled up with his fire extinguisher.
The fire chief began to extinguish the flames. And he quickly recognized that this was a human. Once he saw a human, or what they thought was a human body, it became a crime scene quickly.
So instead of directly shooting the fire extinguisher towards the body, he had angled it upwards so that the chemicals will fall a little more gently and put the fire out, but at the same time preserving any evidence. Connecticut State Troopers secured the scene, closed the roadway off, and they surveyed the scene looking for any items of potential evidence.
It's very important to document every aspect of how this body was found, what was on it, you know, what it looked like. Her body was charred beyond recognition. She had been wrapped pretty well in plastics and blankets, sheets, and duct tape, as if the killer had taped it to her. And once you saw the wrappings that were around the body, it was readily apparent that this was a dump site. This was not where this victim was killed.
Investigators hope the Connecticut State Medical Examiner will be able to identify the charred body. Dr. Ira Canfer has been working as a forensic pathologist for 3 decades and has performed more than 4,000 autopsies.
Well, you have to be comfortable with the job, which a lot of doctors are not, dealing with the horrific things that we see. So, it's a job which I found enjoyable and satisfying, but you have to be built for it. In this case, we had a partially burned body, side of the road. Nobody knew who she was. Nobody knew what happened to her. The first thing we do is look at the body as it came in. In this case, it was wrapped in a plastic bag.
As they were unwrapping it, they realized there were several layers. They had to very carefully remove the wrappings to assure you didn't destroy any trace evidence.
We want to be as careful as we can to not contaminate the evidence so the police can take it back to the crime lab, look for fingerprints, DNA, to give them leads of who may have done this. In examining the body, it was determined that it was a young female, young and like her 20s. I believe she was a light-skinned black female, but she could have been Latin. She was missing her nose, her ears, her fingers, her toes, and there was some skin removed from an ankle. First thing that comes to mind is that they're trying to obscure the identity of the deceased. With no fingers, you can't take fingerprints. With no toes, if she had toe rings or tattoos, those are gone now for purposes of identification. So it makes it harder for the authorities to identify the body.
When someone is mutilated such that their nose and fingertips and other identifying features are removed, it makes it more challenging but not impossible to identify someone.
The front was burned quite a bit more severely than the back. That would mean that when she was set on fire, she was on her back.
And when they turned her over, the area of her lower back that was pressed into the ground was fairly well preserved. And when you looked at that area, there was an area in her lower back where the skin was missing. And it wasn't just missing. It was evident when you looked at the body and you looked at the photographs that it had been cut away.
My assumption is that there was a tattoo there.
Connecticut detectives scour the state databank, looking for any light-skinned young women reported missing with large tattoos on their backs. They find nothing. But when they expand their search to neighboring districts, they get a hit. 80 miles away on Long Island, New York.
The person that was missing was Rebecca Coster. The 24-year-old girl.
Rebecca is a nursing assistant who lives at home with her parents.
The missing persons report was filed by her father, Larry Ross. He had called the police because he was notified by her employer that day that she never showed up for work. She was out with her friends that night, and no one had seen her since 3:30 that morning.
In the missing persons flyer, they had pictures of what she looked like. They had a description of her height and weight and hair color. And they also had specific identifying features such as the tattoos she had. She had a large, I think it was a butterfly tattoo, that was in the lower back area.
Despite the striking similarities between the women, Connecticut detectives are skeptical they have a match because of the distance involved. They turn to Dr. Canfer to see if he can provide confirmation. He discovers that the killer made a strategic error.
The perpetrator left the teeth from the deceased intact.
Dental records are a very, very valuable source because that is a foolproof form of identification of human remains, providing that the teeth have not been removed. And even then, even if the teeth are removed, there are still markers within the jaw of an individual that a radiologist can make a comparison to that will assist you in that identification as well.
They reached out to Becky's family and asked for access to her dental records.
The Long Island police brought them up personally. So my office looked at the dental records, looked at the teeth from the deceased, and a match was made, which is just as good as fingerprints.
Rebecca Coster of Long Island is the woman found burning on the side of the road in Connecticut.
Now you have to show up at the family's house, and you have to give them the worst news they ever hear.
Rebecca Coster of Long Island has been identified as the Jane Doe found burning on the side of the road in Connecticut. Detectives steel themselves for the awful job of notifying her parents.
My husband gets the call. The detectives were at the house. They were waiting for me. And I looked at the detectives and I asked them. I said, it's bad news. And they said, please come have a seat. And they said they found Becky, that it was a homicide. And that they were going to go to great lengths to find out who did it to her. I just grabbed my coat and ran outside. I remember running halfway down my driveway, screaming, killed my baby. Someone killed my baby.
Detectives vow to find out how this young woman came to such a horrific end, so far from home.
I'm married, I have 2 kids, so yeah, something like this could happen to any family. We're dealing with the ultimate crime, and you want to make sure that whoever is responsible for this crime is going to be held accountable for their actions. So we started with talking to family and friends to try and develop a timeline of Rebecca Costa's last movements for that day before she went missing.
Becky was 24 years old and was a beautiful girl. In fact, she looked just like her mother, and they were very, very close.
I'm a nursing assistant, and Becky took the class, became a nursing assistant. She did home care with developmentally disabled adults. To see her happy in her job made me feel like, a success as a mom.
She was very bubbly, very vibrant young girl. And like most people who were 24, Becky was very personable. She liked to go out, she liked to have a good time.
Detectives learned that the night her daughter went missing, Barbara was scheduled to work an overnight shift.
I remember I was leaving for work, and Becky was hovering over her brother trying to get French fries from him. Becky told me that she was going out with her best friend, Nicole, and her boyfriend at the time, Dan. They were gonna go to their favorite spot, hang out for a little while, then she was gonna go home, go to sleep, and go to work in the morning.
Dan was Rebecca's boyfriend, but this was not a deep, long relationship. They had just begun dating, and it was certainly nothing serious.
I didn't get to really know Dan too much. He seemed to be genuine in his affection. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew they had their troubles, from what Becky had told me, but otherwise I didn't know too much.
As far as her mother knew, Rebecca went out with her friends that night and then returned home as promised.
Rebecca communicated with her mother via cell phone to let her know that she was home and that she was safe. And this was about 3:30 in the morning.
I was in the middle of morning rounds. My husband had called me, stating that Becky didn't show up for work. I give her a call, no answer. I leave her a message. Call her again, no answer.
This was unlike Becky. For her not to communicate or respond back to her mother was very, very unusual.
I go home, and the only thing I can think of, well, let me contact Nicole.
But Nicole has no idea where Rebecca is. She says she went home early and left Rebecca with Dan and some other friends.
Anybody who was last with the victim before he or she disappears is going to be, a prime suspect. And when you add a boyfriend to the mix, it's just always, somebody that you're going to look at very hard.
Detectives locate Dan and haul him down to the station. According to his version, he and the others dropped her off at 3:30 a.m.
Dan said he walked her into the front door, made sure she got in safely, and they left her there, and that was the last time he saw or heard from her.
Dan swore up and down. I loved Becky. I would never hurt Becky.
Detectives suggest that Dan could clear his name by taking a polygraph test.
Investigators will often broach the topic and ask a person if they're willing to take a polygraph as a way to determine if they could be hiding something, if they feel suspicious or guilty about something. So it's often used as a probe, as a way to try and see how guilty is a person.
Dan submitted to a polygraph. The focus of the polygraph is if he had any knowledge of her whereabouts, had any knowledge of the events leading up to her disappearance. The results of the polygraph were that he was being untruthful.
Despite the puzzling results, investigators aren't convinced that Dan was involved in Rebecca's murder.
Polygraph can be used as an investigative tool, but they're not 100% reliable. And Dan cooperated fully with the investigation.
They interviewed him thoroughly, and the police searched his home from top to bottom. And certainly there were no red flags to them that she'd ever been there.
We try and corroborate everyone's story with other people that were at the scene, and Dan's story and their friend's story all matched up. They were all identical.
With no hard evidence linking Dan to Rebecca's murder, they need to widen the suspect pool. Detectives turn to Dr. Canford to determine the time of death.
The deceased was observed to be in a bar and having drinks. In normal people, they metabolize about 1 drink per hour. At autopsy, we took specimens for toxicological examination for drugs and alcohol, and the alcohol came back negative, as well as the drug screen. Once you die, the metabolism stops, so that tells you that she was alive after she left the bar for a period of time.
Dr. Canford lists the time of death as 4 hours after Rebecca was last seen, but it's only his best guess.
It's really an inexact science, no matter what's written.
Given the estimated time of death, investigators need to know if Rebecca spoke to anyone after Dan dropped her off at 3:30 a.m.
Her family was able to pull up Rebecca Costa's phone records on the computer to see, of course, who would be the last person to contact her. They had saw that there were 2 phone calls into her phone early that morning from the same number, a 617 number. They were at 4:10 and at 4:27 in the morning.
It's quite clear that this person was probably the last person to speak with Becky.
Detectives suspect that whoever Rebecca spoke with on the phone at 4:27 in the morning is likely the person who killed her.
Becky Costa, like so many young girls, made a very foolish decision that night to trust that no harm could come to her.
Becky never believed that anybody would ever hurt her. And I said, Becky, you're the prime target because you're beautiful and everybody wants you. But there are demons out there, and they look like people.
Police are trying to locate the source of the 2 calls made to Rebecca Costa the morning she was murdered.
The police were able to obtain very quickly the cell phone records for that phone number that had been contacting Becky.
When you talk on a cellular device, your conversations are bouncing off of cell towers all over North America. And as you move, your conversation bounces from tower to tower to tower. And in this day and age, we can get those records from the service providers. And through a not very complicated formula, they can triangulate to some degree of certainty what area you are in.
Police looked at the cell tower information. They could clearly ascertain that the person using that phone was moving now in communicating with her, and he was moving in a direction west to east to go to Rebecca's house.
The first call at 4:10 was for approximately 15 minutes, and the call at 4:27 was for approximately 20 seconds. So based on the location of the cell sites and the duration of the last call, it is my belief that this person was at Rebecca Costa's house, letting her know that he was there.
But they still don't know who the caller is or how Rebecca's body ended up in Connecticut 15 hours later.
We tried contacting that phone number, and there was no response. And there was no phone record with the 617 number in our system or any place that we could find. It was never listed.
With heavy hearts, they deduced that the number must be attached to an untraceable burner phone.
So we had no idea who the 617 number was.
While investigators try to identify the person on the other end of the phone number, Dr. Canfer struggles to determine Rebecca's cause of death.
If the body is burnt, one of the questions that comes up is, was the person alive at the time of the fire? One of the ways to detect that is looking for soot in the deceased lungs. And if there is, that tells you she was breathing at the time of the fire, so we know she's alive. There was no soot in the lungs, and from that you can imply that she was dead at the time of the fire.
The doctor searches the body for other wounds that may have led to her death.
The external injury on the skin was very difficult to find due to the burning. It obscured it. So we looked at all the vital organs, heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and we saw a stab wound of the liver, and associated with the stab wound was several hundred cc's of fluid and clotted blood in the abdominal cavity. So that tells me she's got an injury of the liver.
But he isn't certain the stab wound to the liver is what killed her.
She had 4 sharp force injuries of the neck. I just wasn't sure if they were pre or post-mortem due to, in part, the burning. There's veins in the neck as well as arteries, and if the person is alive and you cut one of these veins of the neck, it's possible that air gets sucked into the vein, and if you get what they call an air embolus, it goes to the heart, and it just stops the heart being able to pump, and the whole system backs up, and you're dead as a doornail in a very short period of time.
Dr. Canfer takes x-rays to confirm his suspicions.
You could see the blood air level on x-ray in the heart. So that tells me that the wounds of the neck, at least one of them, occurred while she was alive, and air got sucked into the venous system, went to the heart, stopped the heart dead.
Because of the multiple sources of wounds, Dr. Canfer lists the official cause of death as a result of all of them.
We know it was a homicide, that somebody did this to her, and multiple stab wounds of the neck and the liver is what killed this woman.
Armed with the cause of death, police returned to tracing Rebecca's movements.
They knew from their interviews with the people that Rebecca was with that they had gone to this particular bar, Butcher Boy, and they were able to quickly ascertain that they had a surveillance system, and they were able to view and obtain all of the surveillance footage from the night Becky was there. When they looked at the footage, they were able to determine that Becky was in fact in the bar. She's sort of sitting by herself, her boyfriend and her friends are off talking to other people. And they could see this person approaching Becky. He was a little bit older, you know, he wasn't a 23-year-old. He was dressed conservatively, like a sweater type of vest. So he looked unassuming. He enters her space and enters it quickly, and there is communication between them for a period of time.
Watching the video, you can see them both on their phones together. It appeared that they were exchanging some sort of information.
It looked like this person took her phone and was punching in a number.
Based on what they've just seen, investigators re-interview the people who were with Rebecca that night. And one of them, a woman named Jennifer, remembers something new.
She told us about this male subject at the bar that she didn't know, that was sitting next to them. She said that this subject made her very uncomfortable, that he was very pushy and did seem creepy with the questions that he was asking her. And he actually took her phone and put his name in her phone with his number, hoping that she would call him. So we took her phone and computer crimes detectives were able to extract the information. We were able to see that a J. Brown was put into her contact list with the 617 number.
Finally, they have a prime suspect for Rebecca's murder.
The 617 number that we saw on Rebecca Acosta's phone records is the same 617 number that this person, Jay, put into Jennifer's phone.
But before investigators have a chance to track down Jay Brown, they receive an urgent message from the Connecticut Crime Laboratory.
The latent fingerprint examiner was able to process that duct tape that had been wrapped around Rebecca's body. And they developed two thumbprints, a left and a right thumbprint, on the sticky side of that duct tape. I've been doing this a very, very long time, and you don't often get fingerprints on the sticky side, particularly where there's been a fire.
Detectives send the fingerprints to the state data bank.
They did a physical comparison of prints that were on file with the state and concluded that there was an identification of both the left and the right thumbprint to an Evans Ganthier.
In a matter of hours, investigators have unearthed two prime suspects for this horrific murder. Yet the question of who killed Rebecca Coster remains unanswered. Investigators have two prime suspects on their hands for the slaying of Rebecca Coster. Jay Brown has no criminal record, but it's a different story for Evans Ganthier.
He had a criminal background. It wasn't particularly serious, but they were able to determine that among other things, which were of great interest to the police, he had domestic incidents with his girlfriend.
Yo, mate,
and there
I
were
see that your
allegations
channel
he
needs
was,
an audience to watch your
pimping
stream,
her out.
so you can start earning $30 per hour with Kick, which I can
And
boost
that
your
he'd
channel
like
to get
to
3,000
photograph
audience,
women
bring
in
active
his
viewers,
garage.
and many interactions to associate with Kick. So contact me on now for more info.
So there were a couple
Salomon
of things in his
_B.
background which were disturbing.
Investigators ask their witness Jennifer to come back down to the station for a second time.
We know that Evans Ganthier's fingerprints are on the tape that bound Rebecca Coster at this time. So we then take Evans Ganthier's photo and we put his photo in a photo array and we show that to Jennifer. And Jennifer positively identifies him as the person who took her phone, identified himself as Jay, and put his number in her phone.
It's a revelation. Jay Brown isn't a person. He's Evans Ganthier's alias.
Get out of here.
Investigators pour all their resources into finding Ganthier.
We knew that he had a vehicle that he has had tickets with, and he had been arrested driving this vehicle, which was an SUV. And we knew that his girlfriend had a residence in the Bronx. So we were checking and surveilling the residence. One night, there was a team of guys that located his SUV parked next to the residence where his girlfriend lived. And the following day, we observed him walk into the vehicle, and he was placed under arrest. We bring him to our headquarters, and I interview him along with another detective. He consents to the search of his vehicle, and he consents to the search of his residence.
Ganthier claims there's nothing for police to find, as he had no hand in Rebecca's death.
So that residence was searched. In the garage, there was a roller, a scrub brush, a broom, a cement cleaner, and some paint and a paint tray. And you could tell that there was an area that had been cleaned over and painted over. That definitely looked suspicious. But there was nothing that would link Rebecca Costa to that scene. But then his vehicle is processed at the crime lab. And they discover questionable red stains throughout the car.
there's a console. And on that console, on the driver's side, not on the passenger side, on the driver's side, there was a blood stain. And the blood was dripping downward. If you ever sit in your vehicle, you have your seat buckle next to you, and you have that little bit of space in between your seat and the console. If you move the seat back and you go all the way down to the floor, that's where the blood was pooling.
Investigators take samples of the blood found in the vehicle and send it for DNA testing.
This blood is determined to be the blood of Rebecca Costa. So we could tell that Rebecca Costa was in this vehicle, and it appeared that something violent had happened to her while she was in this vehicle.
Investigators confront Ganthier with this damning evidence, but instead of confessing, he launches into an elaborate story of defense.
He says, I'll tell you, but you're not going to believe what happened.
He claimed he'd met her in the bar, they just talked, and he decided that he would call her because he wanted to continue his own party.
She had given him directions to her house. Once in the car, he said that she explained that she couldn't hang out long, that she had to go to work in the morning. And then once on the way to his house, she started foaming at the mouth like she was having some medical emergency.
And when they arrived, he opened up the garage, and Becky was unsteady on her feet, so much so that she needed his assistance, and he had to put his arm around her just to walk her into the garage and keep her steady.
He claimed that he brought her to the house to try and give her a glass of water, and when they were walking in his garage, she had tripped over a set of dumbbells, hitting her head on the cement, and started bleeding profusely from her head. He went on to explain that he put her in the back of his SUV, and he was going to drive her to Mather Hospital, and on the way to Mather Hospital, he said he turned around and she had stopped breathing.
When he brought her back to his house, she died. And, well, he panicked.
So he tried to hide her identity and make her look like a missing person.
He said that he cut off her fingers, he cut off her toes. He admitted to carving the tattoo out of her lower back. Then he told the police that he, in fact, took her body wrapped up in the back of his SUV. He drove on to the Port Jefferson ferry. Once he got to Connecticut, he was just driving, and he ended up not far from Stonington. He didn't know what to do with her. He didn't hurt her, he didn't kill her, but, you know, what was he gonna do? Because people might not believe him. So he admitted to the police that he bought some gasoline. He drove around, and then he just panicked some more because now he's been driving around with her for so long. He just wanted to get her out of the car. So he just pulled over in the area that her body was ultimately found, threw her onto the side of the road, poured a little bit of gasoline on her, and lit her on fire. Then you look at the sheer brutality and the gruesome acts that he engaged in. Once you go to those lengths, you're not hiding or concealing the crime of accident. You're trying to conceal the crime of murder.
Evans Ganthier admits to mutilating and burning Rebecca's body, but adamantly denies killing her. He says she died as a result of an accident.
When someone's caught committing a brutal murder, and they know in their own minds that it's over, The only thing left for them is to save some face. And the way they do that is to try and minimize their involvement, to extricate themselves from the nasty part of this homicide.
Evans Ganthier was very, very convincing, because like most sociopaths, he has no soul, he has no conscience, and the only thing he's concerned about is protecting himself.
He stated that he just wanted to remove her identity, but clearly he was trying to remove any evidence that showed that she was violently killed.
Seasoned homicide detectives have a good sense. You know, they can often say, this guy's just lying to me, I know it. But, you know, knowing it and being able to get your suspect to admit he's lying are two different things. And the most successful way is to confront him with the truth you have.
Investigators need Dr. Canford to refute Ganthier's story. Otherwise, he could get off with a much lesser charge.
The charge would be, instead of murder, it would be assaulting a dead body. So you have to prove that she's alive at the time the incident occurred. She was definitely alive with a stab wound to the liver because there was a hemorrhage in the liver as well as fluid and clouded blood in the abdominal cavity. And she was alive for at least one of the stab wounds of the neck because we had the air embolus, which came from the air getting sucked in from one of the stab wounds of the neck. He tells us that she tripped, I believe, over a weight, struck her head, and that's what killed her. But when I examined the head, there was no evidence of skull fracture, there was no evidence of subdural hemorrhage, there was no evidence of trauma. But what the autopsy did show is she had stab wounds to the neck, a stab wound to the liver, and that's what killed her, not this cockamamie story of she fell and hit her head.
Armed with the medical examiner's irrefutable conclusions, detectives charge Ganthier with second-degree murder. But even throughout the trial, he maintains his innocence.
He was the victim through this whole thing. He didn't do anything. He apologized for being a panicky person who didn't do the right thing. One of the biggest points to the jury in not only just proving the obvious and disproving the ridiculous, was that we also had what I thought was very compelling physical evidence. If you looked at his story, she was never bleeding in the front seat of that car. So that story was a lie. He claimed that he had put her into the back of his SUV. Not the front, passenger seat, you know, but the back. According to him, there was no injury, and he never put her body in the front, even after he dismembered her. So how else did that blood get there but for the fact that an act of violence occurred in that car?
The trial lasts an excruciating 4 weeks.
Rebecca's mom sat through every single day, and her heartbreak was palpable. You know, you could feel it. But she just wanted to make sure that she was there for Becky, and she got justice for Becky.
We weren't planning on going to the arraignment, and then I changed my mind. It was arraignment day that I found out the things that he did to my daughter. And my head's been in turmoil ever since. But that was the worst day of my life.
After deliberating for just 5.5 hours, the jury finds Evans Ganthier guilty.
The jury believed that the cause of death and the manner of death were homicide by stab wound beyond a reasonable doubt.
After the long process of the trial, you're able to sit there in the courtroom with the family and listen to the juror's verdict. You could feel the sense of relief that the family has, a sense of closure that someone is being held responsible for what they did to their daughter.
To have the jury say guilty was very gratifying for us as prosecutors, because we know that we brought this horrific killer to justice, and he is not walking the streets again.
The judge sentences Ganthier to the maximum 25 years to life and condemns his unthinkably cruel behavior after Rebecca's death.
In this case with Rebecca, if we didn't find what happened to her or with the aid of the police figure out who she was, she would have just been buried in Potter's Field and nobody would have known anything. So we did speak for the dead, the medical examiner, the police department. Yes, we did.
Finding him guilty, yes, I'm happy. But it was more of a relief that he wouldn't be out there hurting anyone else. But it doesn't bring her back. I wish I could be the type of person to forgive, but I can't. Not in that case, anyway.
There are two ways to come into the world and an infinite number of ways to leave it.
She disappeared off the face of the earth. The ground just opened up and swallowed her up.
Zilpha's family describes her as the one making everybody laugh, no matter what the situation was.
Something will propel the killer into this rage that they then lash out.
There are some people in this world that will go out of their way to tell something that isn't the truth.
It was just clear that there had been massive blunt trauma.
It was like a spider web, just one viable suspect to another viable suspect to another viable suspect.
This blood was just lying there, waiting for someone to come and tell its story.
A shocking murder becomes a dark mystery. The victim's body holds the key to convicting the killer. Every fiber is a clue. Every wound is a piece of the puzzle. In these cases, it's up to the medical examiner to find the crucial evidence and catch the murderer. This is Secrets of the Morgue.
McDowell County is a rural area in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. It's western North Carolina.
It's a small county with a big heart. People here always get behind each other.
It's beautiful. It's not too crowded. Folks have a little elbow room to work with. Lake James is a man-made lake here in the county. Most of it's forested.
On a chilly winter morning, a gruesome discovery spoils the natural beauty.
A couple of hunters are out there going along the shoreline and working around the edge of the lake, and they come across some bones wrapped in a sheet or a towel. The hunters do the first thing that comes to mind, which is call the sheriff's department.
It was pretty well obvious that these remains that they had located were human. There isn't anything at the scene that makes it completely obvious whose remains these are.
Police fear the bones could be those of a missing local woman named Zilpha Lowry.
She comes to mind as a possibility.
Zilpha was a young woman at the time she disappeared, 24 years old. She was popular locally. Her family loved her. She seemed to have been a free spirit.
Zilpha's family describes her as the family jokester. She liked to party, always having fun, the one making everybody laugh, no matter what the situation was.
Police spend 7 months looking for the young woman.
Anytime you have a missing persons case, you have to look at it with an eye toward, could this be another kind of case? Has this person met with some sort of foul play, or is this person missing because they want to be missing?
The first step is to determine the identity of the bones found at Lake James. They're sent to Chief Medical Examiner, Dr. John Butts.
Forensic pathology is a very broad field, and you see a lot of different things. What appeals to me is that we are problem solvers. We're presented with puzzles, riddles, and we gather the information, put the pieces together, and come up with conclusions. We were notified by the authorities that they had found these remains and they suspected that they belonged to Miss Lowry. We take the remains and we'll lay them out in an anatomical configuration. They have clearly been out in the environment for a considerable length of time. There's very little attached flesh.
Without skin, standard methods of identification like fingerprinting are out of the question. But the bones do offer certain clues.
The hip bones, the heads of the femurs, the humeri, and the size of the mastoid bones behind the ears tell us that we're looking at a woman. To determine age, we look at signs of wear on the bones. We look at the vertebrae to see if they've begun to get spurs on them. We can see that all of the growth plates have matured. And this tells us this individual is probably up into their 20s.
The evidence suggests the remains could be Zilpha Lowry, but the findings must be verified.
Dental examination is a way that we identify the majority of decomposed skeletonized remains. But dental exam only works if you have enough restorations and changes in your dentition to separate you from other individuals.
Dr. Butts compares Zilpha's dental records to the teeth found near Lake James.
But she has no fillings, she's no restorations, so she's had very good teeth. There aren't a lot of unique features to them.
With nothing specific to match, Dr. Butts must find another way to identify the remains. He takes detailed x-rays of the skull.
The frontal sinuses, the little spaces we have in our frontal bone, each individual has a unique pattern. We have some excellent x-rays taken during Ms. Lowry's life, and we're able to compare the two sets of x-rays. We see multiple areas where she has unique features. And on that basis, we're able to definitively state who this individual is. Zilpha Lowry was, in fact, the remains that we have lying in front of us.
Now we know that it wasn't a case of a young girl who had just taken off in some other part of the country to live. We knew that Zilpha was dead.
It's never a pleasant thing to go tell a family that their loved one's not coming home. Just not knowing, I think, can drive a family crazy sometimes. And even if the news is not good, sometimes the knowing can almost be easier to deal with than the not knowing.
Investigators are determined to discover how Zilpha ended up dead and abandoned in the wilderness. They turn to the medical examiner for answers.
Part of our charge always in a death investigation is trying to determine why that person is deceased. One of the things we're looking for is evidence of injuries. So we see some injuries consistent with scavenging animals, but we see other injuries that are completely unrelated and would never have been caused by animals, and these were confined to the head. So the skull was severely fragmented. In order to figure out what happened to it, we really had to reconstruct it. That is, take the pieces and fasten them, glue them back together again to see what they could tell us. And then get some good photographs and prepare a diagram to document exactly what's going on. We don't actually have all of the skull bones. There's some parts, particularly the right side of the skull, where the bones are missing.
Even without the full picture, Dr. Butts is able to determine what killed Zilpha.
It was just clear that there had been massive blunt trauma.
In most forensic cases, context is important, and the context is at the crime scene. You have to understand what happened in order to make a correlation with what you're looking at on the body.
If these remains were found at the bottom of a cliff, lying on some rocks, and the injuries were caused by falling on your head, it's possible that this was an accident or even a suicide. When they're found in a place where there's no way to explain those injuries, then we have to infer that they were inflicted on her, that someone did this to her.
Her skull was more or less crushed. Pretty clearly indicate a homicide.
Zilpha's murder sends shockwaves through the county. Investigators are determined to bring her killer to justice. They begin by examining the days leading up to her disappearance.
Zilpha was a waitress at the truck stop and had worked a double shift and was waiting for a ride home, and that was the last time she was seen. She had friends, there were times that she would go off for a day or two and the family or close friends wouldn't worry about her. But after so many days had gone by, they began to think something was wrong.
She was known to have said that she was meeting her ex-old man after work.
Johnny was her ex-husband, and they had had some rocky times. It was an on and off relationship.
Johnny had gone to prison. I mean, they had separated and divorced while he was in prison.
As we always know, one of the first people you look at in a true whodunit is the spouse or the ex-spouse. So he was immediately a person of interest in the case.
Investigators have a lead on a suspect in the violent killing of 24-year-old Zilpha Lowry.
Zilpha had known a local man named Johnny. They had gotten married. Zilpha had been pregnant at the time, and their child died in infancy, and they separated.
There were a number of people interviewed who had some suspicions around Johnny.
You start with the husband, and you start with an ex-husband if there is one, and you get their version of events, you alibi them out, and at the end of that, they're either still in the investigation or you have eliminated them.
I went out and interviewed Johnny. And when I asked him about Zilpha's disappearance and subsequent murder, he was like, don't know nothing about it, never heard of it, no. It's just my ex, that's all.
There are some people in this world that, for whatever reason, and particularly when they're wanting to talk to law enforcement, that don't want to tell the truth and will go out of their way to tell something that isn't the truth. And Johnny was one that kind of fits in that category.
Johnny's cagey behavior puts him high on the list of suspects, even with an alibi.
The date that she disappeared was always a little bit fuzzy. So any alibi that someone could offer is always going to be a little bit fuzzy because you're not able to match that up with a given date. And you know, you're talking to people in April or May of the year after, or in some cases it was years later, and somebody's not going to be able to say where they were July of 1993.
The hazy timeline for Zilpha's disappearance makes it that much harder for investigators to link a suspect to the crime.
Johnny was certainly the suspect throughout the investigation.
But there was simply no evidence to connect him to it.
With Zilpha's remains as their only evidence, Dr. Butts continues to study the bones in the hopes that they might give investigators insight into the killer.
The skull is severely fragmented. The type of force that's required to break the skull in that fashion, you can't get that by swatting somebody with something soft. You can't get that by kicking them or punching them. It's got to be a heavy object to fracture the skull. At the back of the head, there's an area that almost is sort of punched out, and that's a very typical pattern we see with an object that has a bit of a point to it, where the forces are concentrated over a relatively small area, like with a hammer.
The damage patterns on Zilpha's reconstructed skull suggest the perpetrator killed on emotion and impulse.
When somebody's been killed by blunt force trauma to the head with some kind of weapon, whether it's a hammer or a shovel or whatever, that's generally one indication of a disorganized or unplanned murder.
These signs point to the fact that this was a crime of passion.
Zilphia had more than one romantic interest, and that became a cause for concern in terms of a motive to kill her or to do her harm in some way.
Confident that this was a crime of passion, detectives take a hard look at the men in Zilpha's life.
It was like a spider web, you know, one viable suspect to another viable suspect to another viable suspect.
But police can't establish a solid link to any friends or to regular customers from the truck stop.
Those dead ends can be very frustrating.
Investigators scrutinize male relatives.
Jeremiah Pittman was Zilphia's nephew, and he had actually gone missing some weeks or months before Zilphia was reported missing.
He was extremely hard on Zilpha because they were so close in age and had basically grown up together.
It's a stunning development in the case. Two young people missing from the same family raise red flags for the detectives.
Zilphia had been making efforts to try to locate Jeremiah. She apparently had some pretty strong thoughts that his father, Eddie Pittman, may have been involved with his disappearance.
Detectives look into the conflicts in Zilpha's family.
There had been some bad blood over some forged signatures on a deed. And I think that it had gotten to a point where Jeremiah had confronted his father. And they thought that maybe Eddie had done something to Jeremiah at that point.
That made him a person of interest in Zilpha's case. When two members of the same family disappear, there's always a suspicion that that might be connected.
I remember myself and our chief deputy at the time going down there to meet with Eddie and Rosemary to talk to them about this whole situation. Chief Deputy had gone in one room with Eddie, and I went in another room with Rosemary. We were talking about the fact that we were here trying to figure out what had happened to Jeremiah. Rosemary said, "I don't know and I don't care."
Rosemary is not only cold and callous, she's uncooperative. Zilpha's ex-brother-in-law, Eddie, is just as unhelpful.
Eddie really felt like his son was a free-spirited someone and might just go to another area and live.
Eddie denies knowing what happened to his son and to Zilpha, but investigators realize he's got a short fuse, and that matches the MO of Zilpha's murder.
Rage is a very central emotion within crimes of passion. Something will unfold that will propel them into this rage that they then lash out and kill the victim.
Eddie was evil. I think the whole family suspected that he had killed Jeremiah and may have played a role in Zilpha's murder.
Investigators suspect Zilpha's ex-brother-in-law could be involved in her murder.
We had talked to Rosemary and Eddie a number of times. Not only Zilphia's case, but Jeremiah's case, trying to determine if the two were connected.
During the many interviews with the suspects, Dudley Green gains Rosemary's trust.
Ultimately, one day, Rosemary walks into the sheriff's office, asks to see me. I've talked with her a number of times at that point. I brought her into my office. So I said, "How can I help you today, Rosemary?" She said, "Well, I think Eddie Pittman's going to kill me." And I asked the question, "Well, why do you think he would want to kill you, Rosemary?" And she said, "Well, because of what I could tell you about his son." And I said, "Are you telling me you think he's had something to do with Jeremiah's disappearance?" So she said, "I know he did. I saw it."
Rosemary Garing came forward and said that she had been there when Eddie killed Jeremiah.
Rosemary Garing led the officers to Jeremiah's body.
She walked up to that ditch where we started digging, and she said, "You're in the wrong place. It's about 5 feet that way." They moved the equipment. We started digging in another area. Again, weren't finding anything. And she said, "You're not deep enough. It's deeper." She was almost able to tell us down to the exact foot where those remains were located.
They dug up a grave where they found Jeremiah's bones.
For long years after Zilpha's nephew disappeared, investigators find his remains and his killer.
Eddie Pittman was charged with that murder.
I will never forget that arrest. Myself and another officer went in to speak with Eddie, told him he was under arrest, and he said, "What am I being arrested for?" And I said, "For murder." And he looked at me and he said, "Whose murder?" Again, there's another thing that leads you to believe he could be involved with Zilpha's murder.
If Eddie Pittman can kill his own son, he can kill anybody.
There's another chilling parallel with Zilpha's murder.
Zilpha and Jeremiah's remains have an alarming number of similarities. They both have blunt trauma to the head that raises the concern that the same person had murdered them.
Investigators press Eddie Pittman on his involvement in Zilpha's murder.
Eddie said he had nothing to do with it.
The suspicion had always been that Eddie Pittman was connected to the Zilpha case, but it turned out there was no sufficient connection to ever bring a charge against him.
Investigators spend years exhausting every lead, chasing hundreds of tips, and looking for new evidence.
You come to a dead end, and you go back and you start over from square one. That happened a number of times. And this is not one of those cases that you just go home and stop thinking about for the weekend. It's with you. You're trying to process all this information that you know, and how this interview that you've done today connects with an interview you did 2 months ago, and what are the differences or what are the similarities, where's the truth laying in there. So yeah, it can be extremely frustrating.
There were many feasible suspects throughout the years, and so that's what made it so difficult for those officers. They felt like, okay, now I think we've got it, and then it just dissipates. For the family, it was just a tough road.
11 years after the discovery of Zilpha's remains, investigators hope advancements in forensic science will offer new clues.
We realize now DNA is a technology that's going to be out there, and at some point in time, we may need to have a sample of Zilpha's DNA.
Our State Bureau Investigation Laboratory in North Carolina had been able to get good DNA profiles from pulp of teeth. So it was decided that they would exhume her remains.
The family didn't want to be a part of Zilpha's exhumation. They said they had already buried her one time and didn't want to have to go through all the emotions of having to do it again. But they gave the consent and their blessing to do whatever needed to be done to get the case solved.
As traumatic as the exhumation process can be, the team believes Zilpha's DNA is their best shot at identifying the killer.
When the remains were brought back to us, and I collected 4 molar teeth, put them in a bag, and then those were turned over to the State Bureau of Investigation here in North Carolina. They extract the material from the central part of the tooth, and if there was enough cellular material in there, they could get a DNA profile from it.
While the state laboratory builds Zilpha's DNA profile, investigators work with the media.
I would talk to Dr. Green, who was then the lead investigator in the case, on a daily basis, pretty much about this case. And we were always trying to come up with new articles to put out so that it would stay fresh on people's minds, so that if anybody had heard anything or knew anything, that they would call in with some information.
Rochelle's feature article on the unsolved murder elicits a response from a dubious source.
An individual who was incarcerated in jail, who came forward and said he felt like he had some knowledge about the Lowry case.
These jailhouse informants, they're hoping that by giving you information, you'll do them a favor and maybe reduce the sentence or get them into another cell block. And that's what clouds the information that you get. So you have to be very suspect as an investigator.
The tip comes from Ronald Wayne McMahon, who's serving 2 years for speeding and eluding police.
Ronald is in jail on an unrelated charge. And Ronald gives us some information about a guy named Robin. And another guy who was living in a mobile home here in the west end of McDowell County.
He says during his conversation with detectives that these two men had murdered Zilpha.
After more than a decade of relentless investigation into the murder of Zilpha Lowry, detectives get a break in the case. Investigators have a fresh lead on two new suspects in the killing of Zilpha Lowry.
The detectives had asked the family about Bobby and Robin. Nobody knew anything about them. Still didn't have last names, still didn't know where these fellows lived, anything.
Detectives question county residents and re-interview Ronald McMahon. They search landlord-tenant records going back more than a decade.
Did some legwork here, and we were able to find where Robin's ex-wife, he had married a McDowell County girl, and they had separated sometime before Zilpha disappeared. She thought it was likely he had gone back to the Richlands, Virginia area. So I asked a couple of the guys that I work with, let's go to Richlands and have a face-to-face with him.
Robin had a family at that point.
He had apparently gotten pretty involved in his local church up there, and to the best of my understanding, attending that pretty regularly. During that initial conversation, Robin ultimately acknowledged that Zilpha had been over to his house on at least one occasion. But to the best of his recollection, she was alive and well when she left. He was able to tell us a little bit more information about who Bobby was. Bobby Taylor was actually at that time in federal prison on other charges.
While investigators gather more information on Robin Whitehead and Bobby Taylor, the laboratory completes Zilpha Lowry's DNA profile.
The DNA was a standard, and it can then be used to identify unknowns that were found in other locations and link individuals or places to her death. So if they had a blood spatter somewhere and then they could match it to a DNA profile of Miss Lowry, then they could say that that blood was Miss Lowry's rather than somebody else's.
We knew where Zilpha was found, but we at that point had no idea where she was murdered. And the first clue that we had to where it might be was when Robin Whitehead told where it was that he lived.
To link Robin to Zilpha's murder, detectives look for proof she was in his home and possibly killed there.
So the officers go out and they find this trailer. The trailer hadn't been lived in for years. It was in terrible, dilapidated shape. It had been exposed to the elements. It was not livable in, but it was there.
Investigators hope this decrepit shack might still hold forensic evidence, even after all these years.
I certainly would expect that the space in which this woman was struck again and again with a blunt force object would have blood spattered around in it. The scalp is very vascular. If you hit someone in the head and break the scalp, it's going to start to bleed. If you hit them again, you're going to be splattering blood.
There was an expert that we had used in another murder case, Dr. Laura Petler, and we suggested at that point that they bring her in and let her take a look.
It was awful inside. There were all kinds of things like drug paraphernalia and condoms and snake skin. And there were holes to the floor. And I can just remember like stepping over these holes thinking, guys, is this floor gonna give way?
Investigators fear the scene might be too messy to yield uncontaminated evidence.
I'm walking into the bedroom and I am looking around this dilapidated room that is completely exposed to the elements. And I'm running through my head at the same time, what is the best way to process this crime scene? We are gonna have to use Blue Star. Blue Star technology is really cool. You spray it on some area that might look like it had been cleaned up, and blood is so resilient that the proteins oftentimes stick. Even if you clean something up with bleach. So when the chemical in Blue Star hits the surface, if there was blood on that surface, it lights up like a Christmas tree. It's gonna find smaller traces of blood if there is blood in here. And that helps us pinpoint where the assault took place and maybe how much the victim bled before she was moved. We sprayed the ceiling and moved down the walls and then to the floor. And we found blood in all these different places. Someone was killed in that trailer and then dumped.
Investigators have found blood evidence in the trailer, where Zilpha once visited prime suspects Robin Whitehead and Robert Taylor.
We see the bloodstains that were still on the ceiling, but it also showed where they had tried to wipe off the blood.
The trace evidence is sent to the laboratory for analysis.
They were able to extract the DNA from the bloodstains found in the trailer and compare it to Zilpha Lowry's DNA.
There was not a sufficient sample to match with Zilpha as, you know, a 99.999% DNA match. But what it did was did not exclude her from providing that sample. There was another factor that made it more likely that the sample was from her. Most folks have either an XX or an XY chromosome. Some people have an extra allele. Zilpha had the extra allele.
The blood suggests Zilpha Lowry was assaulted in Robin and Bobby's trailer, but it's not conclusive evidence.
For the prosecutors, we realized whatever else happened, this case was going to rise and fall on Robin Whitehead.
Investigators press Robin for the truth.
He was burdened by this. He was troubled and wanted to try to do the right thing about this, but it was just having a hard time letting go and doing that.
When investigators inform Robin they found blood evidence in his old trailer, he finally breaks.
Robin told us, I saw Bobby kill her.
Robin said that on the night that Zilpha disappeared, he had come home from work to the trailer that he shared with Robert Dean Taylor. And Robert Dean Taylor said that he had the name of a girl that they wanted to party with that night. And Zilpha came down and met them. That's when, as far as rest of the world was concerned, Zilpha disappeared off the face of the earth.
They party well into the night. Zilpha became more interested in Robin, even though Bobby had been the one to ask her to come to the trailer to party.
And at some point, Robin goes into the bedroom with Zilpha and has sex with her. At that point, Robert Dean Taylor wants to have sex with Zilpha, but Zilpha wasn't interested.
He proceeded to take that rejection very personally. He took it so personally, he picked up probably the heaviest object he had in that bedroom and proceeded to beat Zilpha Lowry.
And Bobby ended up beating her to death there in the bedroom of the trailer.
At that point, Robert Dean Taylor coerced Robin Whitehead into helping him clean up the murder scene. They wrapped the body in a sheet or a towel and took it out to the truck. And Robin drove him up to Lake James.
Investigators arrest Robert Dean Taylor and Robin Whitehead.
People were still convinced that Eddie played a role, but it was surprising for these two. Because they were strangers to this county, nobody knew them.
For 14 long years, the medical examiner and investigators worked side by side to solve the vicious bludgeoning of a trusting young woman.
The office of the chief medical examiner is crucial to proving a case before a jury, because one of the elements that we have to prove as prosecutors is that whatever act a defendant did caused the death of that person.
One of the things that we can be valuable to in terms of helping law enforcement or the district attorney is to mesh the evidence that we have with their theory of what happened. The mystery-solving aspect, the puzzle-solving aspect is what intrigues us. In this case, as we look at Miss Lowry's head, the skull, we see that the bones are massively broken or fragmented, that there's been some severe trauma to the head. There are two ways to come into the world and an infinite number of ways to leave it.
To find blood in a crime scene all those years later and to know that it's going to mean justice for a victim and answers for a family that have been grieving and missing that person for more than a decade is just unexplainable. I get goosebumps even talking about it.
At trial, Robert Dean Taylor is found guilty of first-degree murder.
He got life without parole, and there he is today. I have the most relief that there was an answer for this family, that someone was held accountable for the death of Zilpha Lowry.
Robin Whitehead pleads guilty to a charge of accessory after the fact. He is given a 3-year suspended sentence.
Finding out why people die solves an important human need. If one of our loved ones dies, we like to have some idea of why. Again, we provide some comfort to families by letting them know what happened and helping to prevent the next one.
I have come to know and think the world of this family, and as I say, was proud to be able to say I played a part in getting answers for them. Nothing will ever bring Zilpha back, and you know that as an officer, but the least thing you can do is try to get some answers for them, and hopefully we did that.
rumors running amok through the community about devil worshippers.
You have to have a certain amount of rage in your system in order to take a body apart, piece by piece by piece.
There are monsters who live among us capable of doing this kind of thing.
James lit up the room, never in a bad mood. Can't even picture him yelling at someone.
We had concern that this wasn't the first one.
The motivation wasn't money, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't sex. It was far deeper than that.
It was just not done to kill the person, but destroy this person's image.
A shocking murder becomes a dark mystery. The victim's body holds the key to convicting the killer. Every fiber is a clue. Every wound is a piece of the puzzle. In these cases, it's up to the medical examiner to find the crucial evidence and catch the murderer. This is Secrets of the Morgue.
Racine County is relatively rural. There's farms, there's horse farms. There are plenty of churches. Religion is a very strong part of the community here.
We're 20 minutes from Milwaukee and 60 minutes from Chicago. This is really a quiet community.
Late one summer morning, a farmer notices something strange at the end of his field.
An individual thought something was funny because the cows were all sniffing the air and gathering on the other side of the fence, and they didn't know what was going on. In the ditch were two large yellow plastic trash bags.
I remember the bags as being yellow and industrial, almost like what today we would call contractor bags.
When he was trying to pick up the plastic bags, he discovered it was a human being.
Lieutenant Ivanovsky responds to the scene.
Inside one of the bags was an upper torso, and inside the second bag was a lower torso. And somebody had cut the head and arms off. I had never experienced anything like that. Nothing since like that either. Very gruesome.
When all you have is body parts and you don't have a cause of death and you don't have a mechanism of death, a homicide investigator is left with a lot of questions that don't have answers. And the first thing you have to do is to identify that person, because that will start to give you some answers.
The remains are sent to Milwaukee County Medical Examiner, Dr. Jeffrey Jensen, for autopsy.
I think the most important part of it is closure. Closure for that person's life and closure for the person's family, and to know what happened. At this point in my career, this was the first body dismemberment that I had examined.
The first step for Dr. Jensen is to determine whether he's dealing with one or two victims.
We have the lower portion of the body in one piece. Then we have a torso that has had the head and upper extremities removed. We can match body parts up based on the known number of lumbar vertebrae. Those two pieces were comparable and compatible in every way. It was a younger male body.
The matching lumbar vertebrae prove the remains are from a single victim. The body also reveals a deeply disturbing fact.
The individual had been emasculated, then the external genitals removed, and I was not able to identify any hemorrhage related to that. So it would be my opinion that it was most likely a post-mortem emasculation.
Dr. Jensen looks for a way to identify the young male victim.
We were still relying on old technology, fingerprints, and dental examinations to make identification. Back in 1990, DNA was expensive and not available to most medical examiners. We had no fingerprints, no hands or upper extremities in this case.
Lieutenant Ivanovsky and his team are determined to discover the identity of their victim and catch the perpetrator capable of such evil.
The level of hurt or damage done to both this individual and his family and the community called for action by police. Obviously, it's protection of the public.
Police start by canvassing the area around the crime scene.
Have to conduct what they call a neighborhood check or a near area check to see if there's possibly anybody else in the area that might have seen somebody put the bags there, might have seen a suspicious vehicle in the vicinity, might have known anybody that's missing. The houses were very distant and very far apart. Where we were going 2 or 3 miles away from our crime scene, we check all of the missing person reports, checking with all of the farms nearby, all of the subdivisions nearby, all of the cars that we could find and the people in the area, and nobody could identify or knew anything.
All you have as a scene is where the body is found. That may be a secondary scene, it may be a tertiary scene, but it isn't the murder scene. So you don't have the information and evidence that would flow from that. You don't have an identification of the victim, so you don't know whether they're from 10 miles away or from 25 feet away. All of that are first steps that are very difficult for an investigator.
While investigators speak to local residents, a strangely unnerving tale begins to emerge.
Someone complained that he had like 5 dogs disappear in like 10-year period, and none of the dogs were old enough to just die on their own.
Several residents report disturbing events happening within the county.
And there were several people that pointed out that their other neighbors on one side or the other of them possibly were having Satan rituals in their barns late at night or early in the morning.
The people that lived outside the city of Racine certainly aren't used to violent crime generally, and this kind of violent crime was incredibly scary, and there were rumors running amok through the community about devil worshippers. People that do believe in God and belong to traditional religions, they can be terrified by people they believe worship the devil.
That's possibly the reason that this individual was cut up into body parts. They were doing a Satanistic ritual of some type.
Police are wary of rumors. But then, Dr. Jensen finds sinister cuts on the victim's skin.
There was a peculiar pattern of stab wounds that was present over the midline portion of the back. The stab wounds were vertical up and down and also horizontal. There may be a pattern there. This was some kind of a message or some kind of a symbol.
We had to investigate and talk to all of these people and see if, in fact, some of this stuff might have really been going on.
In a small town, a case like this can send people into a frenzy. And oftentimes, people will assume that the only people capable of this are members of a satanic cult or some kind of deviant group. And that's often an attempt to try and make sense of something that seems so far beyond the realm of human possibility. But in reality, there are monsters who live among us.
All of the neighbors who had been pointed at as being Satanistic told us freely that, yes, they had parties in their barn till early hours of the morning, but it also included beer and whiskey and wine, and nobody did anything illegal. We had no information on the identity of the individual, nor were we getting anywhere to begin with as far as identifying him and finding out what actually happened to him.
Investigators continue to speak to residents, hoping for a lead.
Racine County Sheriff's Department had several investigators and several deputies literally going from door to door. And we had expanded our search from probably 2-mile circumference to about a 5 or 6 mile circumference. One of the deputies was actually parked on the side of the road making notes in his notebook about whom he had contacted already and whom he had interviewed and what type of information he had gathered. And all of a sudden the dog came running down the middle of the street with a human arm in its jaws. It was in a totally different area from where the other 2 body parts had been found. We thought perhaps we now had a better idea of where the crime occurred because now we had 2 locations and it might have occurred in the middle of these 2 locations. So now we moved our circumference of search into a different area. We brought in the City of Racine cadaver dogs.
As the canine unit combs through farmland, police confront an ominous possibility.
One police dog found several other body parts.
Unbelievable. Just horrific.
Investigators fear there could be more dismembered victims scattered throughout the county. Detectives are investigating the murder of a young man when the discovery of more body parts leads them to believe there could be multiple victims.
The deputy that was there to this day has nightmares about seeing that dog running with a human arm in his mouth.
Soon after, local residents make another shocking discovery.
A man and his son were walking down another county road, and they came across a head lying in the drainage ditch. To find a dismembered head anywhere, which is just horrific. They called up the Sheriff's Department, and of course we had another crime scene at that time. You have to cordon off the area, you have to search and see if there's any other body parts in the vicinity, you have to pick up the evidence and ship it up to Dr. Jeffrey Jensen.
It's up to the medical examiner to determine if these body parts belong to the dismembered man, or if there are multiple victims.
When we're investigating a case like this, we're trying to ascertain whether we're dealing with one victim or possibly multiple victims, what we call commingling of skeletal remains. And so as body parts are coming in, we're able to lay out the body pieces on an autopsy table. We approximate them into a reconstruction of the individual. We're looking for matching parts that are consistent in sex, age, and race. This articulation was consistent with the torso, on the neck structure, and on the lower pelvic area. We were confident that the body parts were from the same individual.
News of the discoveries quickly spreads through Racine County.
We had phone calls from everybody in the community saying, could it possibly be my son? Could it possibly be my cousin? Could it possibly be... Everybody was telling us that it could possibly be somebody that they haven't seen for a long while.
At the morgue, Dr. Jensen uncovers a potential clue on the victim's skin.
On the right upper shoulder, there was a intact tattoo that indicated the Grateful Dead tour from 1988. So we'd take a Polaroid photograph and release that to the law enforcement, who could then look for that individual.
It's not long before a concerned parent contacts police.
The victim had known tattoos on his shoulder, and that his father was able to look at that.
Once you have a suspected person, you can inquire about dental records to help identify the individual.
Dental records confirm the dismembered body is that of 24-year-old James Michael Madden.
When we finally identified the victim as James Michael Madden, it opened up a world of information to us. His friends now we knew, his co-workers, his family, and we could interview and talk to all of these resources in order to find out if they had any information that would help us prove what happened in the homicide.
Investigators look into the life of James Michael Madden.
He was from Milwaukee. And he seemed to be a nice young man, going door to door trying to sell magazines and make some money.
They track down his girlfriend, Allie Winkler.
James, he lit up the room. He was very friendly, trusting, never in a bad mood. Can't even picture him yelling at someone. Just someone that was very nice to get to know.
Lieutenant Ivanovsky questions Allie about the last time she saw James.
The day that ultimately was his last day, one of my cats had a birthday, and when he was leaving, at the landing on the steps, he looked up and said, "Don't forget, I still have Bogey's birthday present." And so that is the image that I picture. The last time I verbally spoke to him.
Investigators learn that James then left for work that morning. They speak with his fellow employees.
There was an organization called Citizens for a Better Environment that James Michael Madden worked for, and they were brought down to Racine County in a van and dropped off, and each one of them had an area or a path marked on a map that they were supposed to go door to door and try to sell magazines.
By nightfall, James hadn't returned to the van for the ride back to Milwaukee.
Jim never came home that night. So I went out looking for him, and I was keeping close contact with his parents, and for like 3 days, it was just not knowing anything. And then that Friday night, I was watching the news, and they said, "Coming up, body parts found in Racine." And I was holding a TV guide, and I just dropped it, and it's like I just knew.
Detectives turned to the medical examiner to see if the pattern of violence done to James's body might offer clues about who did this to him.
Part of what a forensic pathologist does is to interpret injury patterns and injuries. The presence of hemorrhage or blood into the surrounding tissues would imply that the person is alive at the time that the injury occurred. In this case, we found an abrasion around the ankles. I made an incision into the skin of the abrasion and was able to see a hemorrhage, so that confirmed that it had occurred prior to death.
The injury points to another disturbing clue about the circumstances of James Madden's death.
There was upward angulation that might suggest some suspension, but that's all I could ascertain from my examination.
The anger involved in dismemberment homicide is just beyond comprehension. Somebody was really in a rage in order to do this, because you have to have a certain amount of rage in your system in order to take a body apart, piece by piece by piece.
In cases where there is overkill, where the victim's body is mutilated and it makes them almost unrecognizable, investigators will see that as a clue that this person had extreme rage in a way that is above and beyond what we typically see in many homicide cases.
The thought that came to our mind is that he knew the person who killed him.
James Michael Madden lived just outside of Milwaukee. Lieutenant Ivanovsky widens the search into the city.
They were doing a canvass of the friends and people that might have known James Michael Madden.
As they knock on doors, local police learn of something strange close to where James lived.
They received information that an individual that living in the city of Milwaukee had what they call as a diorama. And inside this diorama, with these walls and rooms and furniture, were little miniature people. And these figures were dismembered.
The level of anger behind the mutilations instantly raises investigators' eyebrows.
Some of them had no arms, some of them had no legs, and they were bleeding.
Detectives question the motive behind the diorama's design.
made it look like this had been a extreme homicide case. And it triggered somebody to say, who could think up something like this?
Detectives are searching for James Madden's killer. A strange diorama found near his home is their newest lead.
One of the very thoughts that we had when the diorama was discovered was that the killer, he was memorializing an actual crime, or maybe more than one crime.
Investigators wonder if the disturbing creation is somehow linked to Madden's brutal murder.
When you get an emotional kill or an overkill or a frenzy kill, it's someone that you could have killed with 2 or 3 stab wounds, yet you choose to kill them with 45 or 50 stab wounds. You've gone far further than is necessary.
It was also very baffling. We looked for any similarities to the cuts and dismemberment that we had in Racine County, and there were similarities.
Investigators now look for any connection between the creator of the diorama and the victim.
We did a thorough investigation of the person that prepared this diorama, and there was absolutely no evidence that he could have possibly been involved. It actually turned out that he was an artist and that he had done this as an art project.
Dr. Jensen continues the autopsy and finds a wound that sheds new light on the case.
The left hand has a sharply incised defect through the palm of the hand. It looked like it was what we would typically see as a defensive type wound, where an individual would have attempted to grab a knife, for example, under attack.
It's clear that James Madden was fighting for his life. Then Dr. Jensen discovers what ultimately killed him.
We x-rayed the skull, and there were fragments of a bullet. It was the only real tangible evidence we had into what may have caused the death. More importantly, this evidence could be recovered and examined in the laboratory to find out the identity of the bullet.
As the fragments are sent for analysis, Dr. Jensen looks for any other clues to help identify the killer.
There was a patterned injury over the palm of the right hand, which to me looked like charring or some kind of attempt to burn off the identifying fingerprints off the right hand. The external genitalia was removed. The heart, the liver, the right adrenal gland, the right kidney are gone. The skull had been fragmented. That would have allowed for the brain to be removed.
When you have a killer who has gone to these lengths, you're dealing with emotional and mental health issues as well, which makes them very, very unpredictable. And it is a much larger challenge because now you can't find what the motivation was. It wasn't money, it wasn't drugs, it wasn't sex. It was far deeper than that. It changes the entire direction of a homicide investigation.
Dr. Jensen's discoveries lead investigators to consider a chilling new possibility.
Everybody was fearful, of course, that there could be a serial killer in the area.
One of the biggest shared characteristics of serial killers is psychopathy. They lack empathy. Serial killers often get a thrill out of controlling another person. And that can mean sexually, it can mean socially, and it can be done also through violence.
This was for sort of a hate after death thing. With removing vital organs such as the heart and the kidneys, these were things that didn't need to be done in order to conceal a body. This was of great concern to the police because serial killers, they keep killing unless they're caught.
To establish if they're chasing a serial killer, investigators search for crimes with identical MOs.
There were about 2 or 3 other dismemberment homicides in the country at the time. We did conduct a thorough investigation to see if there possibly could be any kind of a connection. The cuts on our homicide victim were extremely clean. They were done by somebody with a lot of knowledge about dismembering deer or a cow. A butcher, for instance, would leave very clean cuts at the joints. All of the other homicides that could have possibly been similar had horribly terrible torn cuts used like with a saw. There was no connection whatsoever.
The similarities were rather weak because of the different methods of dismemberment.
Unable to connect James Madden's murder to a larger pattern, investigators take a closer look at his final day.
Citizens for a Better Environment actually provided us with the route that he was supposed to follow from house to house, and we talked to individuals who had actually talked to him. And they all said he was a very nice young man, he was very polite, he came up to their house and tried to sell them magazines.
Detective Ivanovsky determines the last house that James visited.
We knew that the next house that he would go to was Mr. Dressler's house.
Investigators knock at the door of the sprawling 17-acre farm belonging to Joachim Dressler.
When the sheriff, Roner, and myself were talking to him, he was telling us that he had no contact with anybody from anywhere and that he had not seen anybody soliciting any money or doing anything like that.
As Dressler talks with law enforcement, Lieutenant Ivanovsky studies his body language.
It was his eye movements, it was his voice inflection, it was the look on his face, it was the hand movements that he used. And when we drove out of the driveway, Sheriff Roner and myself, we both had the same feeling. We felt in our hearts that there was something wrong. There's more to this than what he was telling us.
Investigators have a hunch one county resident is hiding something about James Michael Madden's murder.
Mr. Dressler, he was married and had 2 children. I don't think he was on the police radar.
I use the word hinky. He did not look like he was telling us the truth.
We knew that Mr. Dressler had admitted to being home alone. His wife and 2 children were not there, so there was opportunity.
Police need more to tie Joachim Dressler to the murder. They take a hard look at his life.
The neighbor right next to Joachim Dressler said that many of his dogs had been killed by Joachim Dressler, and he knew this for a fact. Another neighbor stated that they saw Joachim Dressler late at night wandering on his property, naked, going from tree to tree and dancing through the woods. You have to be extremely careful with every one of these stories, and then you have to prove it or disprove it.
Detectives also examine his personal life.
Joachim Dressler, he worked as an elevator repairman in the city of Milwaukee. Every elevator has a closet where they have all the mechanics for an elevator. And in every one of the closets which he was responsible for were bottles of vodka. And he would drink between 1 or 2 bottles of vodka during an 8-hour shift. So Joachim Dressler was an extreme alcoholic.
As Lieutenant Ivanovsky continues to gather information, Dr. Jensen receives a surprise visit.
Very early one morning, there was a individual who came to the morgue doors and asked to see me. He informed me that he was an expert in plastic bags and that he could help me. The case by that time was in the newspapers, and the yellow plastic bags were well described in the newspaper. There's a lot of crazy people that think they're experts in things and certainly are attracted to cases like this. So that was my major concern. And so I actually interviewed him for some time.
He had been a bag manufacturer for 40 years. He had a chemical engineering background.
I showed him the plastic bags. He immediately kind of dropped to his knees and cradled the plastic bag. He examined the edges and felt the texture of the bags. And he finally stood up and looked at me and he said, "These bags are manufactured in only 2 places in the world, and that they are typically used for charity fundraising events."
Lieutenant Ivanovsky chases down the lead.
There was a school on the north side of Milwaukee that actually was selling these yellow plastic bags and as a fundraiser. A relative of Mrs. Dressler worked at this school, and she had actually sold yellow plastic bags to Mrs. Dressler. So now we had a direct connection of these plastic bags to Joachim Dressler.
Armed with new evidence, police obtain a search warrant for the Dresslers' property.
His house was in the middle of 17 acres of property, some of which was plowed land, and some of which was wooded land, and some of which was grassland. So this was quite an extensive search. We're looking for any trace evidence. We're looking for anything that might link Joachim Dressler to the homicide of James Michael Madden. I went down the basement. We discovered extreme amounts of pornography. All of it, for the most part, was homosexual pornography. And it was just remarkable that all of this existed in a family man's house with 2 little children. There was a possibility that he was living a lie.
As investigators move through the home, police uncover much more alarming material.
Some of the things that he had were snuff films, sexual films of people being murdered, and he was obviously very fascinated by this.
We discovered a hoist inside the garage. And he told us that he used it to lift motors out of cars. But it could very easily have been used to hang a body from and dismember the body in his garage.
The search continues to turn up highly suspicious items.
When police arrived at the scene, the suspect's child was out in the backyard flying a kite. And the kite was made of yellow plastic bags.
So we took the kite, we had it analyzed, and it was discovered to be the same plastic material that James Michael Madden had been found in.
Police comb through the house, looking for a murder weapon.
We did find his pistol, as well as some bullets.
There were bullet fragments found in the skull remains of our victim, but those were unable to be matched up conclusively.
However, the gun that we found was very similar in caliber to the bullet hole in James Michael Madden's head.
As detectives wrap up their search of the home, they make another shocking discovery.
One of the investigators came to me and he says, "You have to see this," of course. And so I went down the basement with him, and Joachim Dressler had a tanning booth in the basement. And if you stepped inside this aluminum shell, up above the door on the inside was written in black permanent ink, J. Madden. And of course, that's the victim.
As detectives gather evidence from Joachim Dressler's home, one of his neighbors shares stunning new information with police.
While he was being investigated, he talked to a neighbor, and for some reason, he told the neighbor that he had killed our victim.
That is how we ended up making an arrest of Joachim Dressler.
Police charge their suspect with first-degree intentional homicide. Only now, Joachim Dressler is trying to pass off the vicious murder as an accident.
He said that they were in the backyard shooting and that he had accidentally discharged a pistol and it shot the victim in the back of the head, and then he just panicked, so to speak, and dismembered the body and disposed of it. That wasn't our theory of what happened, of course. We thought that he killed him deliberately. Exactly why? Was it just an opportunity that he could finally relive his fantasies, his fascination with death, and recreate it? His family was gone, and he had a number of tools that we recovered which could have been used to sever the body and cut it into pieces.
The prosecution looks to the medical examiner to show what really happened to James Madden.
He's got a defensive injury that he confronted his attacker. Then you have ligature marks, abnormal stab wounds and mutilations, emasculations, dismemberments, and attempts to hide and sequester a body. And so it becomes an unbelievable story to connect an accidental firearm injury with the type of death that this victim experienced.
Dr. Jensen's findings clearly point to a cruel and deliberate murder. The prosecution lays out its own theory of what happened once James Madden arrived at the remote farmhouse.
Mr. Dressler propositioned our victim for a homosexual relationship, and he may have turned Mr. Dressler down, and then that may have set him off in some way.
Joachim Dressler then attacked James with a knife as the young man tried to leave.
And I think that Joachim Dressler was very drunk and became angry and shot James Madden in the head. He pulled the body into the garage, hung him from that hook from the hoist, dismembered the body, and hid it in Racine County in several different places.
To bolster their theory, the prosecution calls on a man with a haunting tale.
We had another witness at the trial, a man named Keith Erickson, who had a very similar episode to our victim, and we offered him as what's called other acts evidence for motive for Mr. Dressler. Mr. Erickson came over to the house to look at buying a car. They both had an interest in guns, and they were shooting guns in the backyard. Mr. Dressler and Mr. Erickson engaged in consensual sex. He was taken into the garage and shown the hoist, which we believe was used to hold our victim upside down when he was attached at his ankles. Mr. Erickson said that Mr. Dressler had made reference to this device and shown it to him. Mr. Erickson was able to walk away unscathed, but when he found out what had happened to our victim, I remember sitting in the interview with him. It was a very scary interview for him, and he was, from his viewpoint, lucky to be alive, to be able to get out of there.
With all the evidence and the testimony of Mr. Erickson, the jury appears convinced of Joachim Dressler's guilt. Then, a major curveball.
When we were at trial, the Milwaukee Police Department arrested an individual named Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer was a psychotic serial killer. He sexually assaulted and dismembered 17 young men. and was operating just 30 miles away.
Of course, the defense attorney was screaming that there is definitely a connection and that Jeffrey Dahmer probably killed James Michael Madden.
You never want to underestimate what can go wrong in a trial.
In one of the most defining cases of his career, Dr. Jensen becomes the lead medical examiner in the Dahmer case.
If the Dahmer evidence had been allowed to be introduced to our jury, it would have been, I think, a disaster. It certainly would have confused our jury, and we'd have to combat that the entire time.
It's up to Dr. Jensen to untangle the disturbing parallels between Dressler and Dahmer.
They were attempting to connect the two cases by what they interpreted as similarities. Forensic pathologists are advocates for their scientific opinions. You're not to be manipulated by one theory over another theory, and you use your evidence to corroborate and validate. I did not think that the two cases were involved because of the different methods of dismemberment and the different modalities of injury, and so it was my opinion that they were not related.
Dr. Jensen provided us with the overwhelming evidence to seal, I think, Mr. Dressler's fate. In the end, we did a 3-week trial and only took the jury 2 hours to return a guilty verdict. He was found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide while armed with a dangerous weapon.
Joachim Dressler is sentenced to life in prison.
At the sentencing, the judge made the statements what a horrific crime it was, and that he'd never seen anything like this in his 20 years on the bench. James Madden was a completely innocent victim doing his job, and he went to somebody's house, and it was the wrong house, unfortunately for him.
Still miss him and think about what would have happened with us. What would he be like in now his 50s?
Dr. Jeffrey Jensen did a phenomenal job. It's a tremendous sense of relief to know that all of the work and effort of all of the individuals that were involved in the investigation did a good enough job to put Joachim Dressler in jail for the rest of his life so that there won't be any more innocent victims.
I'm relieved and happy that we got it right, that the detailed examination to capture the evidence that was helpful in bringing an individual to justice.
The fact that this person did all this to me with no worry, no care, or love in her heart for me, I will never feel the same. I will never feel safe or be the same because of what she did.
Ghost Adventures star Aaron Goodwin broke down at sentencing for his wife Victoria after she admitted to plotting with a notorious killer to put out a hit on him. Victoria herself had a chance to speak, but how genuine was her apology? You decide. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so back to a story that we have been covering since it began. This is a twisted one. Aaron and Victoria Goodwin, they seemingly had this picture-perfect relationship, but unfortunately it was destroyed pretty much overnight earlier this year when it came out that not only had Victoria wanted Aaron dead, but she conspired with an infamous murderer to try to make it happen. So I'm going to give you some background on this case and the Goodwins' history so we can make sense of what happened. But everything started to come to light on March 6th. This is when 32-year-old Victoria Goodwin was arrested in Nevada for an apparent murder-for-hire plot against her own husband. Investigators say she'd been communicating with an infamous inmate in Florida, Grant Amato. A lot of our true crime fans will remember his trial. They'll remember him, telling him that she wasn't in love with Aaron anymore and wanted out. Now, Amato is currently serving a life sentence in Florida for the 2019 murders of his father, mother, and brother, a case that we covered extensively here on Law and Crime. And prosecutors, by the way, say that he killed them because they were trying to stop him from spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on a webcam girl he said he was in love with, but apparently had never met in person. We'll talk a little more about him in just a minute, but you have this detective with the Florida Department of Corrections contacted police in Nevada, letting them know that they'd found the smuggled cell phone in Amato's cell and that he had been communicating with Victoria Goodwin, who, by the way, is referred to in the probable cause affidavit as Victoria Candy. So they say that Goodwin provided information to Amato about Aaron's location in California, where he was filming an episode of Ghost Adventures, and then Amato reportedly passed that information along to a third person. The affidavit reads, Mrs. Candy informs inmate Amato that her husband will be staying at the Best Western Plus, 2565 Commerce Parkway, Barstow, California, 92311, and is with his smoking buddy. She proceeds to send inmate Amato a picture of the two of them, along with a picture of a black Dodge minivan being driven by her husband. During this time, inmate Amato has been in contact with an individual, whose name is redacted, who will be taking care of the situation. Inmate Amato and Mrs. Candy also have $11,515 set aside for this individual when the job is finished. Now, investigators also found messages where the two appeared to discuss using PayPal or Zelle or Cash App to make payments. And it's noted that Amato had asked Goodwin for a $2,500 PayPal payment up front to an account. On March 6, police served a search warrant on Goodwin's home, and she gave an interview to detectives. And police say Goodwin explained that she learned about Grant Amato through a true crime documentary, began writing to him, described their relationship as essentially pen pals, and she told police that the relationship started in May 2024 and ended in November. Once all of this was exposed, things happened really, really quickly. Aaron filed for divorce around a week after his wife's arrest. She was locked up with no bail and at first entered a not guilty plea, but later agreed to a plea deal that was offered by the prosecutor. And she would plead guilty to one felony count of conspiracy to commit murder with a possible penalty of 2 to 10 years in prison, and the decision was ultimately left up to the judge. What would be her punishment? Well, during Goodwin's sentencing hearing, the prosecutor laid out some of the case's strange details for the court.
One of the reasons we're not making a recommendation as to sentencing is we kind of acknowledge that, look, this is someone who doesn't have a record, right? Who's never kind of done anything like this before. But the concern I've always had is when you look at the facts of the case, they are serious. This is not a situation where maybe an unhappy wife simply kind of made a fleeting text that said, oh, like, I can't stand my marriage, like, I wish he was just gone, or something along those lines. It was far more than that.
By the way, as you know, we are always writing sidebars, we're researching, we're doing breaking news. I'm constantly on the run, but I get hungry, and it's not so easy to just grab something. That is why I'm so happy we have Huel as our sponsor. It's spelled H-U-E-L. And their Black Edition, ready to drink, this is a total game changer. This is a complete meal in one bottle. 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, high fiber, low sugar, so you feel full, focused, ready for your day. There's no prep, there's no cleanup, just grab and go. Huel has already sold over 500 million meals around the world. Also, by the way, super affordable. You get everything you need in less than $5. And I love how many different flavors they have. Iced coffee, strawberry banana, chocolate. So when I'm rushing to get sidebar done, particularly in breaking news, I can always just grab one of these bottles. Start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today with this exclusive offer for new customers of 15% off, plus a free gift. Just use our exclusive code SIDEBAR at Huel.com. Please see our description for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition.
The concerns that I have about the case are when Mr. Amato's phone is seized and they look into it, what you can see is on October 2nd of 2024, there is a text exchange between Ms. Goodwin and Mr. Amato, who is a convicted murderer out of Florida, where they are expressing their love for one another. She is acknowledging that her husband would never accept a divorce. She says things like, I'm so anxious, I just can't believe this is happening, like, what the F? How did I get to this point? Am I a bad person? And when Mr. Amato asks, well, why do you say that? And she's like, because I'm choosing to end his existence, not divorce. Those are very serious comments. When you couple that with, on that same date, she is relaying information that Mr. Goodwin was in Barstow, staying at a Best Western, provided him pictures of what he looked like, the car that he was driving, and that there's discussions that Mr. Amato's buddy named Gordo is going to take care of the situation, the facts become more serious. And even from those text messages that talk about setting aside, $11,000 for Gordo, and ultimately this investigation revealed about $60,000 was sent from Ms. Goodwin over to Mr. Amato, or associates of Mr. Amato. And I know the sentencing memo kind of talks about, well, maybe some of that was blackmail, but when you have the following day, you have Amato on that phone texting Gordo being like, hey, is it done yet? Has it been done? All of that's very serious. And the one thing I didn't see in that report was simply, at no point does Ms. Goodwin ever try to claw it back. At no point does she say something like, you know what, I was just kidding, I don't really want to go through, like, you don't ever see anything along those lines. And that really is ultimately the concern for the state about the seriousness of it. And so look, whatever you think is appropriate is certainly appropriate. I just think at the end of the day, we don't see these solicitations very often. Like, I handle murders, we don't really get solicitation cases that often. But there's a lot of there. That's a lot of detail, a lot of locations, and a lot of money that I think elevates this to a certain level of consideration.
Now, Goodwin's defense attorney argued that her communication with Grant Amato stopped well before her arrest, and argued that the months she'd spent in jail, that's punishment enough. And after he spoke, the defendant herself was allowed to give a statement as well.
With regards to the facts, there is, to me, a clear line where Ms. Goodwin had abandoned the conspiracy. We may disagree, and I don't know if we do with the state, whereas who initiated the idea of, the murder. But with Ms. Goodwin, it's clear that as of November, she had completely distanced herself from the group. She had moved on from it. There was very limited contact. She had nothing further to do. No efforts were made, and the phone exchange ends. I'd also comment, and I know we do in the sentencing memo, that neither Mr. Amato or Mr. Gordo, as we sit here, have ever been charged with a crime. So it's just Ms. Goodwin who sits here today. And as far as I know, there's no intention to ever file charges against either of those two individuals. 92 days has gotten her attention. She's never going to be in front of Your Honor for any kind of violation. She's never going to have any further problems. We, of course, would understand there would be stringent conditions. She has no contact with Mr. Goodman, and she has no need to ever have contact with them. We would just ask the court to give her one opportunity at probation for someone who's lived the life that she's lived, has one terrible mistake, but that's the only mistake she's made, and that she immediately took full responsibility for it. Before she was arrested, she had clearly abandoned any efforts to be part of that conspiracy, and we think she's worthy of probation. And I'd like to have her say a few words as well.
Firstly, and most importantly, I would like to apologize to Aaron. I'm so immensely sorry for the pain and anxiety I've caused.
Fuck off.
And the betrayal you undoubtedly and rightfully feel.
The fuck out of here. You planned his fucking death, you dumb cunt.
I genuinely pray you
Fuck off.
have joy and peace again.
No mercy.
And I will bow out of your life forever to hopefully ease that process. I'm sorry I broke us, and I am consumed with regret every day.
Get rid of her.
My absolute promise to you is that you will never see or hear from me. I intend to leave the state of Nevada, and you and anyone else will never be in danger of me ever again. Secondly,
Fuck her
I'd
off.
like to apologize to my parents. My actions are not a reflection of how you raised me.
Shut
Your
up.
unwavering love and support, and I know I'm better than this.
Nah. Get her out.
Next, I'd like to apologize to the court. I recognize and understand my stupidity, the terrible nature of my crime against Aaron, my regrettable choices, my mental lapse in judgment. This is my rock bottom, and I'll never forgive myself. Prior to my arrest, I was taking steps toward mending my marriage and correcting my mistakes that led me here. Now, having spent 92 days in jail, I've had plenty of time to reflect on my foolishness, and I'm that much more committed to never getting in trouble again. I'm doing better in every aspect of my life, especially with my mental health. I am truly ashamed, embarrassed, and disappointed with myself, and am deeply and sincerely remorseful for my actions. This is not a reflection of who I am, nor the person I want to be.
Then it was time for Aaron Goodwin to speak. We were very curious about what he was going to have to say. And listen, he was emotional as he told the judge about the pain that his estranged wife's actions have caused.
Sorry. Your Honor, for 7 years I thought I was in the most loving relationship and marriage with my best friend. Someone who I trusted in whole heart and laughed with every day. Someone who made me feel like I was like I was her one and only. I was loyal to her and did whatever I could to make her happy. I thought we were something very special, and so did everyone else. After finding out she was cheating on me in September of last year with multiple men, including the man going by the name Vincent, who turned out to be Grant Amato, I gave her the option of divorce where we could try to work it out because I love her so much.
Bruh.
She felt so bad, and I didn't want to lose me. Every day she made me feel more special, and she was so sorry. At least that's what she told me. Now discovering she put a hit out to kill me more than once. Got blackmailed and spent almost all our savings to keep it quiet. And fell more in love with Amato. They even got spiritually married. And now I was called the first husband. They talked until she was arrested. And she sought his help to kill me. Sorry. This has led me to fear my life. I've hired armed security for weeks, not knowing it was over or not. Always looking over my shoulder and having to go through therapy, and even trying to understand any of it. It's like a heartbreak no one should go through in life. I can't trust anything anymore. I cry every day. I feel so alone. She grew me into a person I never was. I will always wonder why. But worst of all, she lied to me every day. I didn't know about any of the murder plot, the hitman, or the blackmail until the detectives told me after she was arrested. Now behind bars, she's trying to manipulate through lawyers and trying to silence me and not come here today. So I wouldn't be standing here. In honor, Your Honor, this person over here, I don't know at all. Not one bit. The fact that this person did all this to me with no worry, no care, or love in her heart for me. I will never feel the same. I will never feel safe or be the same because of what she did. Especially when she gets out one day. She claims she's remorseful now that she's been caught, but there at no time before did she ever try to stop this from happening. She tried to have me killed. She gave my location to people. Truly believed we were trying. I truly believe with people she truly believed were going to harm me. She even asked for the updates on the murder. And this was all when I was just her loving husband, I thought. Whether she got minimum or maximum time, I still won't feel safe whenever she's released. I feel like this deserves prison time, I don't know. So I just leave it in your hands, Your Honor, thank you.
So what happens? Well, Judge Nadia Krall sentenced Goodwin to a minimum of 36 months or 3 years in prison with a maximum of 90 months. So that's 7.5 years. And as the defense attorney mentioned, as far as we know, Grant Amato has not been charged or disciplined in any way for his connection to this case. Such a bizarre case, to say the least. And he's currently serving a life sentence at a prison in Florida after I mentioned before he shot his father, mother, brother, all in the head at the home they all shared in Chulada, Florida, back in 2019. His case, by the way, super wild too. He apparently gunned down nearly his entire family because they wanted him to stop talking to this performer that he met on a webcam site. He had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, much of which, by the way, he stole from his parents and brother, and he spent it all on this woman known as Sylvie. Now, Amato had dropped out of school to become, and I've never even said this word before, so hopefully I'm saying it right, an anesthetist? I don't know, but did manage to get a job as a nurse at an Orlando hospital. He was fired for reportedly stealing drugs, told his parents he wanted to become a Twitch streamer, but instead he used his fancy computer setup to look at pornography and spend time virtually with Sylvie. During his trial, prosecutors laid out some of the just vast amounts that he was paying nightly to this campsite.
Grant fell in love with a woman named Sylvie.
Sick guy. This guy's a sick guy, man.
Not only did he fall in love with her, he became obsessed with her.
Fuck it
The
out.
point where that was
Story.
all that mattered.
Insane.
He had lost his job, he was depressed, he was having a contentious relationship with his father and his brother. He finds Sylvie and becomes consumed with her. Now, you haven't seen these, they're in evidence. But these are bank records from the Amatos. Okay? Credit card statements, checking account statements. And by all means, I implore you to look through these. And when you do, you will see a compendium, of charges.
William?
The MyFreeCam's website. I just picked, here's a random page. And for the record, this was Exhibit 350. It's dated, this particular page is dated November 20th. And on November 20th, there were 6 transactions, each $599.99. That's hundreds, by the way, not $5. For this particular website, to tip this woman. On the 21st, the next day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 transactions for almost $600 a piece, $599.99. And it goes on, guys. I mean, I'm not going to belabor the point, but look at it. According to my notes, I'm not good at math, fair warning, $20,000 in one night.
And things finally came to a head at the end of 2018 when Amato's parents sent him to a rehab for pornography and internet addiction. And after a couple weeks, he was allowed to come back home, but there were strict rules in place. His surviving brother, Jason, testified about those rules during the trial.
Describe to the jury what that document is, States Exhibit 179. What are the contents of it?
Place 70 in all 4 areas.
I guess I would call it like an ultimatum. Some options that were given to Grant to choose between after leaving the facility. And based off of some of his choices, there were specific rules and regulations that my father had laid out for him. And
give some example. I mean, I'm not asking to read the entire document. The jury has it. It's going to go back with them, and they can read it. But give the jury some examples of what are the options given to them.
all right, so the first thing that was covered was living arrangements. You know, does he want to live at home, move out on his own, go to the military? Looks like my father pre-wrote this and then updated it with a different color pen. I'm assuming with discussion with Grant. So there are some markings and highlightations of things that were discussed and chosen. It looks like Grant chose to live at home. He understood that the family would not cover or pay any current remaining future debts, etc. Goes on to say that, some rules are no post-midnight internet use.
Hey, Wendy.
No more all-nighters online, limited TV, install a new AT&T modem for logging, wireless, and hard traffic use. It says that he terminated his current phone and set him up with a new phone that I guess didn't have data or the ability to go on the internet. Some responsibilities where he had to get a job. He had some debts that he had to take care of. No savings. He owed the family some money. Owed the family an apology. It's very detailed.
Is there any reference in there about contact with the woman in Bulgaria?
Yes, sir. So
What does that say?
It states that it informed Grant that they had reached out to this woman to let them know, or to let her know some of the things that Grant had been saying weren't 100% true. And that he wasn't allowed to communicate with her anymore.
But apparently Amato couldn't stick to the plan. He managed to convince his mom to let him use her phone. He contacted Sylvie. His dad ordered him to get out of the house. And on January 24th, 2019, Grant Amato shot his mother, Margaret, in the head while she sat at her computer. He then waited for his father, Chad, to come home, shot him twice as he walked into the kitchen, and Amato used his dad's cell phone to text his brother, Cody, telling him to come home. And when he did, Amato shot him as he came in the door. Now, police said Amato tried to stage the scene like a murder-suicide to make it appear that Cody had shot his parents and then himself. The next morning, Cody's coworkers had police do a welfare check when he didn't show up for work, and that's when they discovered this crime scene. 24 hours later, police found Grant Amato at a hotel, took him into custody, and at trial 6 months later,
Just fucking shot himself.
Verdict, count 1, Margaret Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Further finding, we further find beyond a reasonable doubt that during the commission of the offense, the defendant personally carried, displayed, used, threatened to use, or attempted to use a firearm or a weapon. Further finding, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant actually possessed a firearm. Further finding 2, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm. Further finding 3, we further find that during the commission of the crime, the defendant discharged a firearm and caused the death of Margaret Amato. Verdict, count 2, Chad Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Verdict, count 3, Cody Amato. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder.
Now, because the state had indicated they planned to pursue the death penalty, the trial then moved into a sentencing phase where both sides argued for or against capital punishment, but not enough of the jurors voted in favor of death, so Grant Amato was automatically given 3 life sentences, and he has since appealed his conviction. And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
In addition to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now to be followed by a docuseries on Amazon. There's a claim that there's inside sources that provide information in this case. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Kohberger receives a fair trial.
Big day in the Brian Kohberger saga. The judge overseeing his criminal case had to decide whether to delay the trial currently scheduled for August. Allegations of leaks, potential tainted jury pool. So what happened? Let's talk about it. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. If you've been following the case of accused quadruple murderer Bryan Kohberger and expecting for this trial to begin in August, well, I'll tell you what, today was a very important day because it is all about allegations of leaks, pretrial publicity, whether this trial needs to be delayed in the Ada County Courthouse, to be more specific. Judge Stephen Hippler had to decide whether to grant a last-minute delay to the trial and also whether Kohberger's defense can present evidence pointing to an alternative suspect in the brutal 2022 stabbing deaths of 4 University of Idaho students. Rulings, by the way, rulings that will dramatically shape the trajectory of the case against Bryan Kohberger, the 30-year-old criminology PhD student accused of murdering Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, Kaylee Gonsalves, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus home on November 13, 2022. Prosecutors allege that Kohberger's DNA was found on a K-bar knife sheath that was left at the crime scene. Cell phone records, they claim, place him near the victim's home before the killings. Surveillance footage apparently shows a white Hyundai Elantra matching Kohberger's car, speeding away afterward. A potential eyewitness ID from a surviving roommate. Also, by the way, we have this separate sidebar that came out today about whether there is a mysterious other additional witness for the prosecution, potentially this delivery driver who saw Kohberger at the crime scene. It is absolutely wild. You can go check that up right now on our YouTube page. But anyway, with opening statements currently scheduled for August 11th, Kohberger's defense team, they are now pushing for a postponement. Why? Because they are arguing that a recent Dateline episode, NBC, revealed previously undisclosed case details that has now potentially tainted the jury pool. The episode apparently included leaked information about a lot of potential evidence. Per reporting from Fox News and East Idaho News, we're talking cell phone data that apparently demonstrates Kohberger's phone allegedly pinged almost a dozen times
That's
near
the new
a tower
one, right?
that provides
Yeah.
coverage within feet of the crime scene. Surveillance footage from a neighbor's house apparently showing a car matching Kohberger's in that area multiple times. Internet searches allegedly from Kohberger's phone about Ted Bundy, the Moscow killings, pornography. And the defense claimed that that May 9th broadcast, which featured, again, never-before-seen materials that still remain unavailable through official court channels, not only did it potentially taint a jury pool, it violated a gag order that has been in place in this case. Now, the defense's filing to delay the trial states, quote, "The show repeatedly emphasizes the non-public nature of this information, stating it was obtained from unnamed sources close to the investigation. Proceeding with a capital trial," meaning a death penalty trial, "proceeding with a capital trial in August would violate Mr. Kohberger's constitutional rights, as counsel needs additional time to assess this leaked evidence, complete investigations, and prepare an adequate defense." Now, Judge Hippler has already launched an investigation into this apparent leak, suggesting that someone close to the case, close to the investigation, may have violated this strict gag order. And there's already been a discussion of a special prosecutor being appointed here. The defense, they want a delay, but the prosecutors, they don't. They insist that this trial should proceed as planned. In fact, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson wrote in a recent filing, "It is time to try this case," accusing the defense of seeking a, quote, "perpetual continuance by chasing every rabbit hole." Hey everybody, this is another law and crime legal alert. So recent allegations against the multi-billion-dollar video game industry claim that video games are engineered for addiction. The claims include trying to make sense of the hold that video games seem to have over people where they just can't put the controller down. Every win triggers that hit of dopamine that creates a cycle of compulsion, and that disrupts daily life. It harms mental health. But our legal sponsors are taking on the industry that has allegedly at many times put profit over safety, and they're working to potentially get compensation for all of those impacted. So, if you or a loved one have suffered physical or mental health issues due to video games, then visit vgclaims.com/sidebar to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim. Okay, let's start this off with defense counsel talking about the need to protect Kohberger's rights.
Your Honor, our motion to continue and is necessary to protect Bryan Kohberger's rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of Idaho. Specifically, a continuance is necessary to protect his due process rights, his rights to a fair trial, his rights to effective assistance of counsel, rights to confrontation, Mr. Kohberger's right to present a full defense, and if it should come to it, a fair sentencing hearing and be free of cruel and unusual punishment. The record of this case spans 2.5 years, and it shows that this request does not come as a surprise. Looking through the history of this case shows that the defense has met challenges and difficulties along the way, but has been dedicated in meeting all of the deadlines.
From there was a big discussion about discovery in this case, you know, the exchange of evidence from one side to the other.
We have talked about discovery issues in this courtroom before, and that in large part brings us to need a continuance. 68 terabytes of information is a huge amount of information. There have been 23 requests for additional discovery over the span of 2.5 years and 7 motions to compel. When I say that this doesn't come as a surprise, that this comes from the record, I would direct the court to look back to May of 2023 and June of 2023 and our second motion to compel. Included in that was what was known as Exhibit A from the defense, and that depicted how we were receiving discovery. So this is not a new issue. This is something that's been coming up for a long time. We were receiving discovery, but it was such that you would get a file that would say hundreds of photographs, hundreds of pages of reports, each having to be looked at individually to know what was there and then organized.
And then, of course, it all becomes about the media, right? These different shows and productions and the burden this potentially imposes, particularly when it comes to a jury.
This case has also faced unique issues, starting with the media coverage of this high-profile case, non-dissemination orders that were addressed in courts, and then the grand jury materials that we had to fight to get access to before we could properly challenge the grand jury indictment. We faced issues with discovery, particularly with the IGG materials. We spent a great deal of time trying to get access to those materials. Those were ultimately what we could get, was ultimately presented in a motion to suppress, and that's preserved should there be a conviction in this case. We faced venue issues in this case, culminating in the change of venue and bringing us to Ada County. The other reason that a continuance is appropriate in this case is based on the media coverage, the Dateline issue that has been talked about in this courtroom before, and what's yet to come. The Dateline episode wasn't just a one-time deal back in May. That continues to be talked about. Everything that happens in this case continues to be talked about, and this court has a duty, a responsibility to make sure that Mr. Koberger receives a fair trial. That comes from Shepard
What's your
versus
name, bro?
Maxwell,
I'm Bruce, man.
384
Nice to meet you, BJ.
US 333. And a continuance may be the way that the court can protect
Did
Mr.
something for the
Koberger.
gram one time?
That comes from Patton versus Young, 467 US.
Oh, he just sat down right on it?
In addition
Come on, Mom.
to what is going on with what happened with the Dateline episode, that's not all. There's a book set to be released just a few weeks from now
All right,
to
bro.
be
Be good.
followed by a docuseries on Amazon Prime. There's a
Yeah,
claim
yeah, for sure.
that there's
Y'all close the door
inside
so y'all can go out.
sources
Of course.
that
Y'all
provide
drive safe,
information
okay?
in this case.
You ever been in a Lambo before, dog?
At the very least, the moment we start attempting to
What's it?
select a jury in this case, those things are going to be on everybody's TV, everybody's social media feed, and some of the very witnesses that will be expected to testify will be taking part in the docuseries at least, and may be noted in the book. That is, in and of itself, an exceptional reason for us to have a continuance to let those things play out.
I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone.
This is a
Angelo. You can say hi.
eligible case, and there
Don't
are
be holding up traffic because
complications
you got cars
when
behind
you're
you.
talking about a death penalty case.
At the
Did
first
you
hearing
record
in
that?
this courtroom, we discussed the discovery issues and not having read everything and being ready
This is my
with the
mom.
full
Hold on.
investigation in this case. That was apparent through our motions to
I'm
strike
trying to work right now. You over there
motions
calling
to
my phone. This is
expert
Angelo. You can
disclosures
say
filed
hi.
in September and
And don't be
December
holding up traffic because you got
2024,
cars behind you.
and request for more time to file our motions in limine.
Did you record that?
January of 2025. Throughout the course of the motions in limine, and then a motion to strike
This is my mom.
based
Hold
on
on.
discovery issues in February and March of this year. The record is
I'm
replete
trying to
with
work right
evidence
now.
that
You over there calling
We
my-
are not prepared to go to trial in this case. The discovery is vast, and we have not had a chance to review it all. That we met deadlines for experts shows our dedication to comply with court orders. It does not depict effective counsel ready to go to trial on this case. We would submit that it's the court's responsibility to assess this motion to continue with the
Yes.
heightened due process that's required in death penalty cases. The death penalty case is different. That comes from Ford versus Wainwright at 477 U.S. 399 at 411. The court must be sensitive to safeguard every avenue of due process. The Idaho Supreme Court said the qualitative difference between death and other penalties calls for a greater degree of reliability when death is imposed, and that comes from State versus Creech, 105 Idaho, 362 at 383.
That's it, right?
Looking at all of the constitutional rights Mr. Kohberger has, effective assistance of counsel really becomes the crux of how all of these other rights are covered for Mr. Kohberger. And effective assistance of counsel applies both to the merits phase and the penalty phase of a death penalty case. The courts are guided and counsel is guided by the American Bar Association guidelines on capital cases. Wiggins versus Smith, 539 U.S. 510 at 524, said the ABA guidelines are guides to determine what is reasonable. And that's talking about reasonable performance by defense counsel in a capital case. The Ninth Circuit in Andrews versus Davis at 944 F3D 1092 at 1109 relies on the ABA guidelines as the proper measure to test an attorney's investigation. In Idaho, our public defender statutes reference the ABA guidelines as applying to indigent defense. These apply to the full investigation of the merits phase and require us to raise all legal claims. They require us to perform a background on all witnesses that might be called, especially those being called by the state. That means that we have to review all discovery to be able to present a full defense for Mr. Kohberger. We cannot present what we are not aware of.
Now, before they wrapped up, they mentioned mitigating factors when it comes to Brian Kohberger and the death penalty.
We're required to perform in a way that the jury can carry out their function of individualized sentencing. That means that Mr. Kohberger's background has to be known and investigated and ready to present to the jurors. Evidence of his character has to be known and ready to present to the jurors, and his circumstances have to be known and ready to present to the jurors. That's addressed in the Woodson case and in the Lockett case. The jury must have the opportunity to consider all evidence that may weigh against the death penalty, and that means anything from his life history. It is the duty of the defense to find and investigate all mitigating information. We do have several experts that would be ready for the mitigation portion of the case, should the case reach that phase, and they rely on understanding family history and Mr. Kohberger's own history. They can only understand what they've been presented, and the investigation to fully evaluate needs to be thorough. That means that records have to be collected. That means that interviews, collateral interviews have to be done, and those have not all been completed. It's not because of a lack of diligence in this case. Further, when things that are noted as red flags arise, those things must be investigated. Red flags aren't fanciful ideas of what else could we do in this case. They're real things that come up in the course of the investigation, and whether or not they're important to mitigation and presentation for a jury's consideration requires time to investigate and collect records. Documentation is very important.
So from there, it was the prosecution's turn, and they talked about their objection to the defense's request.
We acknowledge, as the court has, that will pose challenges for jury selection.
So
the issue, though,
we're going to go
is
there
not
for that
whether
reason, but
there is a lot of publicity.
200 yards.
We know there's going to be
200
a lot of
yards.
publicity, regardless of
Restrain
what happens.
myself.
As Taylor
I
said,
do.
people will
if
continue
anybody,
to talk
here's
about
how we
this
do
case.
it. If anybody's last
The issue
name
is whether the court,
is Rogan,
using the
and you're
procedures
in the
it has
capital
established,
of
or maybe
Austin,
even modifying them,
Texas,
as the court
like Capitol
wants
Hill
to,
stuff, place
can
like where they make
seat
laws, like Rogan versus
panel
Burger King,
of impartial
where
jurors.
bullies
The Supreme Court
that
of
are
Idaho
big,
has
that
found
don't
that
just do
despite
good and true,
widespread publicity,
are held
even
accountable.
on the day of jury
Yeah,
selection,
that's where I'm gonna go.
that is possible.
So if you don't mind,
that is possible in this case, despite
just don't
the
be
challenges.
there for a little while within 200 yards. Oh, how about this? If your first
other
name
thing I
starts
would
with
mention
J,
with respect to the
and the last name
publicity
is
that
Rogan,
it puts us at the whim of the media.
Announce
Every
yourself.
time there's a breaking story, every time there's a new book or a new documentary, are we going to continue the trial indefinitely? And that seems to be the danger in what the defense is asking for. We call it a perpetual continuance, and we haven't seen a proposal about when this trial could take place, if there's a continuance. What seems to be the strategy here is just to delay. And that leads me to, I think, the other point that Ms. Taylor raised, which was to say that this shouldn't be a surprise. It is a surprise to us that a motion to continue was made so late in the game, after, by the way, the trial date was used to oppose an extension that we filed for with respect to our mental health expert. At that point, the defense said we can't possibly go down this road or give the government the state what it wants because of the trial date. Once that issue is resolved, then we get a motion to continue. So I think what we have seen from the defense is that they tried to use the mass amount of discovery to remove the death penalty from the table. When that failed, now we have a motion to continue. So I do think timing is relevant here. Again, and it's not just that the defense waited so long, it's that we now have a very substantial record on which the court can deny this motion based on everything that's been put in front of the state and the court. In terms of the mitigation investigation, Your Honor, we believed but did not have confirmation that the defense had a mitigation specialist until the reply brief on this motion alluded to an affidavit that mitigation specialist submitted. So I don't know what that says. I don't know what the mitigation specialist has said, but the fact that there is a mitigation specialist, apart from the 3 attorneys and 2 investigators that are part of the defense team, that person has one role, as I understand it, which is to prepare for the penalty phase if we get there. And that person, that specialist, has still time to continue doing whatever work they told the court they need to do. Your Honor, again, I would try to get back to the record and ask the court to look at the objective record when evaluating this motion. 55 mitigation witnesses,
100%
over
up to her.
130 exhibits.
Pursue charges.
A very robust
I'd like to
team,
understand why you did that.
I'm really,
on the defense
I
side, which
apologize.
includes
I
their
was just
retained
playing
experts.
because we're very grateful
Ms.
together.
Taylor, and in the
And I bit
briefing,
down too hard.
really honed in
And I
on
meant
this
to
idea
just
of
mouth
a
mark on her.
social life
I know.
history.
No,
for
we do not play like that.
I don't know if the court has read
I
the
apologize.
expert
No, I am
reports
really
of the defendant's
You have left a mark on
forensic
my
psychiatrist
body,
and then
which
the
in your
licensed
8-year-old
psychologist.
brain you
I
think
won't
is
discuss the
play.
details in open
Sir,
court,
were you raised
but
in
our
a
position
ditch?
is that
Is
both
that how people
those
treated you when you were a
specialists,
child? You yelled
well-trained,
at me.
very
You, the
experienced
audacity.
specialists,
How dare
conducted
you, sir? How dare
significant,
you?
definitely should not have done that
fulsome
when you were in
life
the wrong.
history
Very sorry that I got
investigations.
angry
They weren't just
because I
looking
was-
at bare
I
records.
was
They were talking to people from the
indulging in
defendant's past,
something
from
improper
his
by doing
present,
that,
his family,
and
developed
I'm very sincerely
parallel
sorry.
life histories, and in their reports, as I read them,
Rick, is this not
no
insane
red
to you?
flags that needed further investigation were noted. Nothing about those reports appeared to be incomplete, and the experts didn't say we are unable to reach the
Rick.
conclusions we need
Where?
to reach for lack of
Because I was-
investigation.
I
So I
was
think that is sort of proof
indulging in
the
something
pudding. We
improper
have
by doing that,
life history for the
and
defendant. The defense
I'm very
has amassed
sincerely
significant
sorry.
materials, and
Rick, is it?
I thought we were going to be solely talking about the mitigation case that still needs to be developed. That is not a basis for a continuance. And to the extent there are ongoing discovery from the state that Ms. Taylor alluded to, I can represent that most of what was just turned over was our investigators speaking with witnesses
that the defense has disclosed. So that's the nature of that discovery, is us responding to discovery from the defense. And that will continue, of course, to occur as we lead up to trial and witnesses make statements that we need to disclose to the defense. So with that, Your Honor, I would again rest on the case law holding that a scorched the earth investigation is not what's required. And on the record before the court should exercise its discretion to deny the motion.
And here is what Judge Hippler had to say about all that.
All right, I'll take the matter under advisement and get an opinion out in short order. In the meantime, I fully encourage everyone to continue as if the trial is going to take place when it is scheduled for. Again, I reserve the right to...
Es que nunca habíamos
Right, the
trabajado tan
decision that,
cerca y
I
de la
come to,
comunidad
but
y
as of now, I would,
le estamos dando
tell you that it's
muchísima
likely we're
prioridad
going to trial on the date
exactamente
indicated.
All right, so there you have it. We're going to see if this trial actually happens in August. We'll keep a very careful eye on it. But that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time. Sean Diddy Combs' federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial is dominating headlines right now, especially here on Sidebar. We're covering every single angle of this trial, but this is not the first time that Sean Combs has made the news for major scandals. From a deadly stampede at a concert to a scuffle with a football coach, we are taking a look back at the disgraced music mogul's prior legal troubles, and we are sitting down with the brother of one of the victims of that stampede to get his take on everything that's happened. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. By the way, side note, everybody's talking about AI these days. Let me tell you something. There is something that has changed the game. Have you heard of Claude Notepin? This is an incredible tool that leverages AI to boost your productivity. So first of all, you can wear it in all different kind of ways. Right now I got it on my wrist. You can also wear it on your lapel. And you can use it during meetings, interviews, anytime you need to capture everything without lifting a finger. It transcribes in 112 languages, tags speakers automatically, and summarizes everything into one clean template in seconds. And Notepin doesn't just record, it also serves as a note taker, allowing you to take notes anywhere, anytime, hands-free. It extracts insights, boosts your efficiency, saves time, and allows you to stay engaged in the conversation. I use the app. So right now you can get 10% off. Just click the link below or scan the QR code on screen. If you are serious about leveling up, start here. Now, if you've been following us here on Sidebar, you know that entertainment titan Sean Diddy Combs is on trial in a New York federal court charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, transportation to engage in prostitution. But Combs, the original bad boy of Bad Boy Records, is no stranger to law enforcement or a courtroom or scandal. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a closer look at a few other times that Combs found himself in some hot water, and some of them you might not have even heard of. So we're going to start off in Los Angeles at UCLA. That is where police had to get involved in the disturbance between Combs and the football coaching staff at the college. I'll give you a little bit of background for you. So Combs' eldest biological son, Justin Dior Combs, was born in 1993, right around the time that Combs was getting his feet wet in the music business at Uptown Records in New York. His mother is Misa Hilton, by the way, the stylist, the fashion designer who's actually been seen at Combs' current criminal trial, by the way. Now, after playing as both a quarterback and cornerback in high school in New York, Justin started college at UCLA in 2012 and joined their football program. Now, according to UCLA's roster, Justin didn't see any playing time his first year, but then took the field in 2013 and the 2014 season. And in June of 2015, Combs apparently took issue with the way that one of his coaches was treating his son. So he ends up taking it up with the coach in person in the sports off-season. Now, we got our hands on a report from the University of California Police, which lays out what reportedly happened here. Quote, the suspect went to the UCLA weight training facility with his son, a member of the football team, to confront the strength and conditions coach regarding his dismissal of the son from practice that day. The coach was on the phone and motioned for him to wait. After a short time, the suspect and his son entered the office and words were exchanged. The suspect approached the coach and physically assaulted him, causing some minor scratches and tearing his shirt. Several members of the training staff came to the coach's aid and removed the suspect from the coach's office. The suspect then briefly strangled an intern, causing minor scratches to his neck. Members of the staff were able to move the suspect toward the exit. The suspect briefly put another member of the coach's staff in a headlock-type hold. The suspect then obtained a small kettlebell weight and swung it in the direction of the staff members. The weight did not strike anyone. The suspect then left. The suspect's son claims the suspect's actions were in self-defense. Then there's something that's redacted. Due to the minor nature of the injuries and fleeing use of the weight not resulting in any contact with the victim, the case is referred to the Los Angeles City Attorney's Office for misdemeanor filing consideration. Now, according to UCLA, Combs was arrested and charged with assault with a deadly weapon. And the charges were actually later upgraded to 3 counts of assault with a deadly weapon, 1 count of making terroristic threats, and 1 count of battery. He was booked into the Los Angeles County Inmate Reception Center. But here's how it all shook out. So ESPN reported at the time that there was some sort of discrepancy on how much Combs' bail was, so he ends up getting released, and the police department sends over their recommendation to the district attorney's office, and they declined to prosecute. That's according to Variety. But that was not the only alleged episode of violence. Many of Combs' legal problems date back to the 90s when he shot to stardom as the founder of Bad Boy Records, which later became Bad Boy Entertainment. And he had some pretty serious beef with this fellow record executive over at Interscope Records named Steve Stout. So Stout claimed that Combs and 2 other men beat him up in 1999. According to the LA Times, Combs had a cameo appearance in a music video for the song Hate Me Now by Nas. And his scene was controversial. He was being nailed to a cross, something that he helped conceive and that reportedly cost Interscope an extra $14,000 to make happen. Well, apparently, after talking to his mother and pastor, Combs had a change of heart and decided he didn't want that scene in the video. But when it premiered on TRL on MTV, who remembers that show? This happened a few days later. The scene was apparently still in there. Within minutes of it reportedly airing, Combs was reportedly on his way to Interscope, where he allegedly attacked Steve Stout. And back in 1999, Stout spoke at the LA Times about this alleged assault, saying, quote, "1 minute I'm in the middle of a meeting and the next minute I'm down on the floor and Puffy and his guys are kicking and pounding me. One of them picks up a chair and throws it at me. Then Puffy throws my desk over and they just walk out like nothing happened." So at least part of the alleged assault was reportedly caught on surveillance video.
Whoa.
Combs was, yes, arrested, originally faced felony assault charges, but those charges were later downgraded to a harassment violation. The LA Times indicated that Stout had asked the DA to drop the charges after Combs had apparently apologized to him. And as far as his punishment, a 1-day anger management class. Combs was quoted at the time as saying, "I'm happy that the court decided favorably. I am glad to get this whole incident behind me, and now it's time for me to do what I do best, concentrate on my album and give back to my fans." Well, this alleged assault also led to a lawsuit, which was reportedly settled out of court. This is according to Radar Online. Now, just a few months later, Combs was back in the headlines, and this was after a shooting at a New York City nightclub. This is one you might remember. Combs was there with his then-girlfriend Jennifer Lopez around Christmas time when there was some sort of argument. Weapons were drawn, shots rang out, bullets hit at least 3 innocent bystanders, including a woman named Natanya Rubin. And she would go on to testify against Combs at his trial in 2001, saying she saw the rapper fire a gun. Combs' bodyguard, Anthony Jones, and Lopez, they were chased by police when they left the scene, and a stolen gun was found in the car when they stopped. Lopez was also detained, which is why we have this kind of rather unflattering mugshot of her. But with respect to Lopez, charges weren't pursued. Jones, Combs, and a former Bad Boy rapper named Shine Barrow all were charged and went to trial. And prosecutors alleged that Combs was the one who opened fire and then tried to bribe the driver of the car to take the fall for having the gun. But here's the thing. Jones and Combs were eventually acquitted of gun possession and bribery charges, but Shine was convicted of assault and reckless endangerment for the shooting, and he was sentenced to 10 years in prison and was released in 2009. Shine was actually deported to his home country of Belize after his release and has since become a successful politician there. But in recent years, Shine has said he was the fall guy for the shooting, and that he continues to maintain his innocence in that. He claimed during a news conference in Belize in 2024 that he was defending Combs at the shooting trial, but then Combs brought in witnesses to testify against Shine. And during a round of recent interviews, Shine called Combs' plan to scapegoat him demonic. Now, in response, a representative for Combs released a statement to TMZ saying Mr. Combs categorically denies Mr. Barrow's allegations, including any suggestion that he orchestrated Mr. Barrow to take the fall or sacrificed him by directing witnesses to testify against him. These claims are unequivocally false. Mr. Combs was acquitted of all charges related to the 1999 Club New York incident and has consistently maintained his innocence. He cannot accept or condone any characterization of his actions as demonic or malicious. Now, I want to quickly mention a battle in civil court that was a loss for Sean Combs. So as we know, Combs has gone by many names over the years. Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, just Diddy, but his decision to drop the P and just go by Diddy in 2001 caused some problems across the pond. Because according to reporting from the BBC, a DJ in the UK had already been using the name Diddy for nearly a decade. DJ Richard Diddy Dearlove was best known for his dance remix of the Blondie hit Atomic. So this case could have gone before the Royal Courts of Justice in London in 2006, but Combs settled with Dearlove out of court for £110,000. This is based on reporting from the BBC. He was also forbidden from selling things like albums or merchandise under the name Diddy in the UK. But now, we go to one of the earliest and most infamous tragedies involving Sean Combs. On December 28, 1991, Combs and fellow rapper Heavy D hosted a charity basketball game with promises that some of the proceeds would be donated to an AIDS education group. So the game took place at the gymnasium of City College of New York, but the number of people who wanted inside quickly got out of hand. Reporting from the New York Daily News, the Washington Post, and the Associated Press at the time indicates that the gym had a max capacity of fewer than 3,000, but at least 5,000 people showed up wanting to get inside. According to the New York Daily News, before the basketball game started, people who hadn't been let inside broke a window and swarmed toward the entrance of the gym, streaming down a staircase. But the doors at the bottom of those stairs open towards the staircase, not towards the gym. So once a crowd got down there, they couldn't get the doors open and people started being crushed. There were police officers on scene, but they said they couldn't see what was going on from where they were positioned. And the death toll was initially 8, but that changed to 9 when a 20-year-old woman was taken off life support on New Year's Day in 1992. Dozens of other people were injured. And there was a lot of finger pointing in the aftermath of this tragedy, with many calling it, quote, a preventable disaster. In fact, then Mayor David Dinkins ordered an investigation which found several key factors. Number one, police didn't intervene quickly enough. City College officials let student groups plan events without much oversight. Combs delegated planning to assistants with insufficient experience and did not purchase event insurance. People in the crowd rushed in despite being turned away. Why the doors at the bottom of the stairs were even closed in the first place, though, that's still kind of a mystery. But the 9 victims, they were all between the ages of 15 and 28. And while no criminal charges were ever filed against anyone for this, multiple families and injured victims filed lawsuits. And Combs always maintained that he wasn't responsible for security. That was up to City College. But others said that Combs had some responsibility too, because he was the promoter of the event, and that he hadn't adequately prepared for what ended up being a huge turnout. And in the decades since the tragedy, a brother of one of the victims has pushed to inform more people about what happened and how it impacted families and the community.
On that evening, not just my brother Dirk died, but 8 other people. And even to this day, it's hard to even understand why it happened.
Bronx native Jason Swain produced a documentary series called No Way Out about this stampede, about his brother, 20-year-old Dirk Swain. And we're fortunate enough to have Jason with us right now in studio. Jason, thank you so much for taking the time. Really, really appreciate it, particularly with everything that's going on. Can you just tell us a little bit more about Dirk? What was he like? Because sometimes that gets lost in the whole story of it all.
Yeah, it's been 33 years, but I still recall Dirk to be just a protector. He's my big brother. It was just, he's my only sibling, 3 years older, athlete first. You know, he played basketball. He rapped. He actually did a tape just before he went to the game. And college student, graffiti artist, that kind of parlayed his career into architecture in college. He was a junior in college at the time he passed away. And just quiet, unassuming, but, you know, really just a good, kind-hearted person. Hip hop and basketball is what brought him officially to City College, besides other things that happened to him.
You know, it's been so long, but I still have to say, you know, I'm so sorry for your loss. You know, it's never gets easier, and he sounded like just such an incredible person. He sounded like he was very excited to be going to this event that night, right?
Yeah, because unfortunately, 3 months and a week before that, he got shot in his head.
Oh my God.
And lived, lost his peripheral vision on the right side. It was a stray bullet, or we don't know if it was intended for him, but he was on his college campus and this happened. And this was his first time going out. And he had called all his friends. It was Christmas, holiday season. Everyone is home from college. He's like, meet me at City College. And yeah, today I'm still really close to his friends. They were like, Dirk called me. He called everyone to say, listen, I'm coming to City College. It's my first time going out. He had a soft spot in the back of his head, so he needed oxygen. But that was his calling. He really wanted to go there.
Were you planning on going there that night? Was there ever any conversation about you coming with him?
It was, and I had gotten in trouble. You know, we grew up with my dad, and on Christmas Day I came home late. I was in high school, teenager, and I came home late. And my father said, "You in here this weekend?" And my brother, you know, he said, "Be home by 9." And my brother really wanted to go because his girlfriend gave him the ticket, and it was all on the radio. Like, that was the place to be, you know, at that time. And I told Dirk, yo, Dad told me I gotta be here. He said, forget that. You know, he's not even gonna remember that. I want you to go. And I said, well, I don't have money. He pulled out money because he worked in the movie theater while he was from school, while he was recovering. They gave him like a real easy job because that's where we both worked before he went to college. And he was waiting for me, and I was taking my time. You know, I was ironing my clothes and talking on the phone, and our mutual friends that were going with him said, Dirk said, just be out. You know, Jay, taking too long. Let's just go. And I was. And then when I came downstairs, he was gone. And I actually did a couple of short films just about those minutes before, because it was so like weird that he would leave me, you know, because we talked about it. I actually said I didn't think he should go because
you said that
because I had gone a week before. There was another game, similar game with the show Video Music Box at the time, and we had been to City College in the early days as well, but there was never like real, true crowd control or organization where there's a ticket holder line here and then there's a line. You know, they would just open the door and pull a few people in. It wasn't organized. It was, you know, a lot was done by the student government. So when I went the week before, it wasn't organized and it looked too crowded.
You got a sense of what it was like. How did you find out what happened?
I was on the train and I got off the train. I was downtown. After my brother left, we went to Harlem, a friend of mine, and I went to Harlem. And we came back up and we got off the train, and one of Dirk's friends, our mutual friends, but he was Dirk's age, was waiting at the train station in a car. And he said, get in the car. And come to find out, my mother had reached out to everybody, called the movie theater, because Dirk's girlfriend saw him die. She was there. And she called the movie theater where we all were working, and they were looking for me. And my mother said, do not let Jason find out on the street. So everyone got together to round me up and put me inside an apartment. Actually, the movie theater manager, we went to her house, and she officially told me that she doesn't know, but Fatima, Dirk's girlfriend, said they pulled a sheet over him. So I said, what? You know, what does that mean? I was already sensing something was crazy because they wouldn't take him to a hospital. And because my friend that was waiting for me at the train station said something happened to Dirk. I was like, I told him not to go. You know, I got angry. And then my mother called the house that I was in, the apartment. And I spoke to her and she said, Dirk is gone. So we had to go to City College and they wouldn't let you in to the gym or the where everyone was seated, all the families, unless you looked at the Polaroid pictures of the deceased. So I went through that almost 5 pictures before I saw Dirk. And I saw Dirk had these marks on his around, like you could tell they were doing CPR. And his eyes were open. So they showed me that in this crowd. And then my father was like waiting by the door and he grabbed me, dropped me, and we fell to the floor. He said, they got him, Jay. It's just us, man. You know, because I grew up, my father was a single father. And even though my mother was very much in our lives, but he was our primary, parent. And he was so pissed. And we were in front of the gym, then we went into the library and it became official.
It's so awful the way you describe it. Like I'm visualizing it happening, and I know it's not easier. And I'm wondering, you know, in the aftermath of it, trying to make sense of what happened here. You see the response from the city officials. You see the response from the police. You see the response from the mayor when they look into it and they investigate it. What did you think of that response? What did you think of the investigation?
At that time, I didn't understand. I still didn't understand what happened. I couldn't get it, and no one was really, no one was taking accountability for any wrong. It seemed criminal, but it didn't go that route. It was obvious that it was overbooked because my brother died with his ticket in his pocket, and no one even ripped it. They were still selling tickets.
Really?
Yeah, yep. He never, they went in, they were waiting at the bottom of the steps. My brother's friends didn't get a chance to buy a ticket. They just got in, and there were people still outside, and you'll see that in my documentary, people holding up their ticket and they can't get in. So, but they were still selling tickets at the door, like, you know, just didn't make sense. And I don't know officially, like, really how it was, you know, I guess any evidence to show that it was overbooked. It was just, in my eyes, it seemed overbooked, but I'm sure the officials figured that out. But the rumor was that it sold out a week before because the radio was really blasting it, you know. Like I said earlier, that was the place to be.
Yeah, we were talking about it before. Do you have any idea why those doors were closed? The bottom of the stairs?
Someone closed them, and I believe certain people said it was Jessica Rosenblum, who was at the front door, Sean potentially, but I think they were at risk of thinking people were going to rush the door anyway because they said that it's over, no one else is getting in, and people weren't having that, especially people who had tickets. So someone closed the door, and, they closed the door without understanding or, I guess, helping the people. There were about, 50 or less people in the staircase waiting to get in.
Yeah.
Celebrities, there were hip-hop celebrities there that were with 3 people who passed away. So they should have been in or gone through the back. LL Cool J should have went through the back. There was no, just imagine a celebrity today walking through the crowd of an event. And then they go in. Now the crowd is really excited, even more excited.
Yeah.
And that's the way it was. People will walk right in from the front, past the crowd, and then they won't let anyone in. And there was lack of security.
Disaster. Yeah. What role do you think Sean Combs plays in this?
I think he was like I would say the primary promoter. And, you know, he knows how to get a crowd even then. He knows how to get people to come to a party. And I think he was a party promoter. That was his thing at that time, besides the internship label stuff he was doing. There were 10 defendants, you know, so I can't always, and this is my mother who said this, God bless her, there were 10 defendants, so you can't just point the finger directly at him, but he was the one who paid the money to Cassandra Kieran, I think that's her name, in student government, $1,200 to rent the gym. Then he just called everybody, you know, or called his friend to call his friend, celebrities, and put their names. We're gonna do a basketball game, and it sounded fun. I believe if no one passed away, it would have been a great event.
Right.
For $12, you know, in advance, $20 at the door, you know. But
what did you make of his response afterwards?
He really didn't say much. I've met him a few times, but I didn't like, he said something in a rap song that my mother was, she's in the newspaper speaking on it, but it didn't make sense, you know, because we never really heard him say he apologized for being the promoter, and being found liable. He was still like, and then he said it wasn't overbooked. He said that in an E-True story thing. And it just didn't make sense. You know, at first I was really pissed off. You know, I was young, I was a teenager trying to find my way. But then, you know, I kind of fell back with, you know, that type of thing. Just being mad at one person wasn't really the way to go.
Well, you've produced this documentary series, as I said, No Way Out. What's the purpose behind it? What do you want people to remember about this? Because I'll tell you, with so much going on with Sean Combs now, on one hand, you could say things get lost, people don't remember. On the other hand, he's got a spotlight on, people now look back a little bit of things that he was involved in. What are you hoping with this series? What are you hoping through the years to bring more attention to this story? What's the hope?
Just want to give a voice to the nine people who were killed. They were amazing people. We do a memorial every year at City College at the staircase. No one's covered it till this year that just passed. And so I started doing it. And what I wanted was just to give them a voice and just remember them, you know, understand them. So I've done a documentary. It was kind of a rough draft, and you know, some schools used it to educate, you know, you on crowd control and stuff like that. But we're doing a part 2, and what I want is to understand, like, what did you see? You know, talk to some of the celebrities that were there, talk to some of the eyewitnesses, because it just should never happen again.
Yeah.
They were crushed in the staircase, like, and it wasn't just Sean's fault. It wasn't just the security's fault. It was also the people who were pushing, because they didn't know that the doors were pushing this one, you know, actually open towards them instead of going into the gym. So there were a lot of people at the top of the staircase, which I did a little investigative reporting. And my brother's friend, who was there with him, told me a lot too. It took him 10 years though, but he finally gave me some insight about it. He said there were people at the top of the staircase saying 1, 2, 3, push.
Really?
And they were trying to push the doors open when they come this way. So it was just...
Is it a sense of also maybe getting justice in some way? I don't know if it's identifying the people who were part of it. Is it trying to get more understanding about what happened? I mean, what would justice look like for you at this day and age?
Understanding what happened. I think that would be something that needs to be understood, because even myself in the early days, I was like, how do you go to a basketball game and die? Like, what really happened?
Yeah.
I didn't, I wasn't educated about crowd control or anything. I think it helped me and anyone I knew know that pushing is not, we're not going to do that. If it's a crowd, we walk away. If it's not organized. So understanding what even law enforcement should do, because law enforcement was there and all they were saying was, get on the sidewalk. They're bending a light post, but get on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
They weren't, and I know there are reasons why they weren't there, but I feel that it'll help even law enforcement and security and other people to understand, let's not let this happen again.
Why do you think they weren't there?
I know why they weren't there. It was a week, that concert the week before that I mentioned, the police came because the crowd control was bad. So they came and City College reportedly said, we have a private police force, so we don't need your help. So I think this is in court records. They were more so like trying to make an example or something to that extent, like, oh, y'all don't need our help. Y'all didn't need our help last week. Because I have the tape where they're driving by in the van, and then there's 13 calls trying to get someone that really knows how to do CPR and rescue these people, but they did not come inside. They were trying to let City College handle it. And
wow.
And that's why the city pretty much got sued, because they were supposed to, Sean made a mistake, Heavy D made a mistake, let's not forget that, but they did call for help.
Yeah.
I heard all the 911 tapes. These kids were sounding articulate and begging for help, 13 calls. And that's part of the documentary and understanding how important it is to take this serious.
If people want to watch it, what's the best way for them to watch the documentary?
Oh, right now, the part 1 is on Vimeo.com.
Okay.
It's, No Way Out, Vimeo.com.
Okay. I got to ask you while I have you here, Sean Combs currently on trial. A lot of allegations been thrown against him in the last year and a half, and civil suits, also the criminal charges. What's your perspective on seeing him not only on trial, but potentially he could be convicted and sent to prison for the rest of his life?
I think if he's guilty of those crimes, he needs to pay. I don't have any experience in his party life. I've seen him in a club, years ago, and he would just, because I always would say, Dirk Swain, like, you remember Dirk Swain? But he would say, how's your mother? Because my mother and him, spoke many times. But I don't have, I'm actually very disturbed by the video of Cassie.
Yep.
It really hurts me to watch it. So if he's convicted of a crime that he's liable for, or he should do his time and just shut up, because it still to this day, I have a daughter. I don't, like, I know if my daughter called me about him doing what was seen in that video, it would really bother me a whole lot. Whereas, I think he needs to pay for anything that he's found liable for.
Well, we'll see. We're still in the middle of it, and I tell you this much, just whether he's found guilty or not guilty, there's just been a lot that's come out, and we've learned a whole other side of him than the public knew for the last 20, 30 years. But listen, Jason, I really appreciate you taking the time. Again, I'm so sorry for your loss and what you and your family have gone through. You're a good man. Thank you so much for taking the time. Nice meeting you.
You too. Thank you.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe.
Bro, Messi. Oof. Get there. Nice. Luna. Turn and go. That was a terrible first touch. Isak. Oh. Isak, my guy. Let's go. What a player. In the midfield. Nice. What are you saying, Leeds? Every time his Messi has the ball, that's how I feel. Like, oh, what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Pass it in the box. Oh, he's gonna rip a finesse. Wow. Goals have been scored. They get this to Yashin. That's not Yashin, but that works.
Obviously, not your style.
Didn't work, just kidding.
If that's all you've got, the universe bends into my will.
And KDB. Woo, Messi tried, Messi tried.
You decide when to bite. I decide when to end. My blade is getting dull.
I can't believe Isak scored that goal earlier. That was a wild one.
Another token for my conquests.
Oh, Hudlin, need you here. Oh, I thought you were going to make that tackle. He's going near post every time. He's going near post every time, chat. Noted.
Oh, what is that?
Job. We're onside. No, we're not really. Yep. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Halftime. What's up, Jade? Thanks for the follow. League off. I have never really known. Is Hudlin good? Hudlin's interesting. Sometimes yes. Sometimes I'm like, what's he doing? Interesting body type. Very interesting body type, man. Scientists, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Thanks for chilling today. Hey, Soxy, what's up? Oh, yeah. Play that through ball. Ball roll, the keeper. No, I promise that was automatic. I'm skipping. Oh, man. The gritty. The layout, auto gritty.
You're as strong as you used to be.
Yeah, now I'm toxic.
Woo is our van. You won't get through this.
Oh no, he just sat forward. I know that's I'm like hoping doesn't happen. I didn't mean to, bro.
Let's have a big fight.
Get back. Oh no. Oh no. Yep.
This is how cool.
3-3. Red Messi, dude. That is that's something else. Says the guy with red Lamine, but still. Hey, give him a card, ref. Yeah, that was on purpose. Why was he making that foul there? Not let him inside. Saved to the near post. Guess what? Didn't move my keeper. Learned from other goals he scored. Finally. Good job, Rafa Leao. Good job. You're fast, Luna. Yep, good switch. Yes, Luna.
My whip haunts the fate of men.
That's me. That's Luna, man. That's Luna. What a finesse. Woo.
Get whipped.
Thank you. Oh, is that beer again? Dude, why is this guy fouling on purpose, man? That was 2 R1X fouls.
Practice makes perfect.
Does it?
I was off 2 again?
Does it?
This guy's high line is frustrating. Yep, read it. Okay, back to the keep just for safety. Hang that. Ref. That's Yashin. Yup. Get in there. Oh, it was saved. It was saved. Header goal. That's a risky throw. Yeah. Messi is short. Hudlin is tall. He has long legs. Who wins? Hudlin. Let's test this theory again. Oh, Messi. Good save, good save, good save. Yep. No, that's a terrible pass. Isak. I don't know. I should not have taken that first time. Yep. Green time that may have gone in for him. But it didn't. Oh, I'm not winning this. I won it? How? What a ball from Xhaka. The passion. That was not as planned. Good. Oh boy, here we go. Good save. He only shoots it with Messi, man. He only shoots with Messi.
Going around the house, and the back door was open, and that Keith's guns were missing. And
no way. No way. No way. Oh, man. At least it's Messi. The GOAT.
Going around the house.
La 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 la.
Yeah, this guy's tactics are very annoying with the high press. We've got him behind it a couple times, but other times it's just been annoying. That's why he does it though, right? Look, because now I'm offside. I can't counterattack too fast. Oh, I overran it with Isak.
Of a news article that shows a black SUV surrounded by first responder vehicles. It looks just like Robin's vehicle.
Good block, block.
And a
your
parent's worst nightmare is about to be confirmed. A female victim is found beside the vehicle.
Come on, come on,
west
come on.
of
One last
Amarillo,
attack.
Near the intersection of Helium Road and West County
Wait, head that
Road
down, head that down. Don't
34,
shoot it.
with the victim of foul.
Turn it up.
Bummer. At least got a shot off there. 4-4, chat. 1 point for us in division rivals there. That was a close game. That was a close game. GG's, Kool-Aid man. GG's. Maybe I should stay in Division 3 anyway, though. Maybe I don't want to go up to Div 2 until I get to rewards. At least we made some progress today. That was good. That was good. Your tactics don't work. Why? That code right there, Steve, doesn't work. CG4. Wait, let me do the tactics code again in the Twitch chat. 4332. Oh, dip. El to Glory, can you potentially update that to this? That's the code right there, Steve. That's the code right there. I think the actual code itself was not working.
She ever takes.
That's on me.
Amarillo
What's up,
is
Red?
the 14th most populous city in the state of
invest in.
Texas.
Depends on how many
It is
coins
in
you got, brother.
Amarillo that JD and
We're going right.
marry and have children. But JD's affair with a mutual friend turns into a messy divorce.
Oh, DJ was wrong. DJ was wrong. Soup. Soup.
April 8th,
Soup.
Picked up an overtime shift tomorrow morning. Ah, 9K though, nice. 1.3 mil, I'm trading. You could try to time the low point on some team of the seasons that got supplied today. You go out of packs. Like the road to the final winner cards. UCL winners. These are good for flips. Mailu's up today, look at that. 295. Earlier today he was 270, so that's not that big of profits, but he goes to 300 every day, so you find him when he's 270 or below, and you make a little bit there. 15K a card, stuff like that. You see all the time Nate struggles with.
Soup.
Soup. You would got this. It's buy now, sell now, basically. You're trying to get his price as low as you can, and then I say sell now, but sell it as soon as the card goes back up. Actually, this Eusebio for 830, that's pretty low. 800, you can probably sell him for close to 900. In a super general way, what do you like for trading, SS Team 1 or 2? I don't mind SS Team 2. We don't have many leaks about what's coming tomorrow besides one SBC.
The note also urged people not to blame the man.
Shapeshifter Team 2 right now has started to like inch up. Teo's up, Isak is up, Lautaro's down a bit. Is that a snipe?
Finally submitted to a handler.
91K for him actually, I think.
Right.
Oh, look at Putin's 108. Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, you found the tweet? Wait, let me see these rewards. CH, here we go. Rivals rewards on both accounts today. 98 Cruyff. 2 accounts in June.
Also
very nice, man. Wow. Leo Messi, Saka, and Cruyff. GG's. GG's, my guy. That's incredible. I mean, it's wild. 2 accounts is almost as wild as who you packed. How about them apples? Would you buy Puteus? No, she's already up, bro. How long will PTGs be in packs? I hope a whole week. That would make sense with the start of the tournament. That would make sense. D. James, you can open it, brother. You can open it. Let me know what you get. Isak is so good at games. He's 100K. You sniped at 97.
Oh!
Yeah, I have.
There's no way I hit it from there.
Been very impressed with his card too. First, I had Rashford, but I think look at that, 6 goals and 8 assists in 13 matches. So he's averaging a goal or assist per game as a box-to-box CM. Rashford was doing good too, but 52 games I played with him? Dang. Impressive. Ah, he's good. He is good, man. Thoughts on tomorrow's team? Whatever SBC and objective content is gonna carry it. Hopefully there is some that does carry it. That is the hope. I've not tried Bobby Charlie.
What have I done?
Change my kit, mix it up. I'll change the kit. Let's do it. I haven't changed it in a while. Club. Home kit. Whoa, that keeper kit with the I'm running Pepsi kit a lot. Peak farm, nah. Peacock, team of the year kits. Infinity kits.
Oh!
Celtic kit we pulled. I saw them in person. I did.
Shit!
That kit's kind of dope. With like the leaves on it. It's hard to see with the face cam. Winged. Whoa! Look at the shine and the shimmer on those. Interesting. Pepsi kit was gas. The Bilbao. Oh, the Bilbao kit for the final. Hold on. I might have to rock that. At least when we run the full Spurs team. As they get cheaper and cheaper. This kit would mess with my eyes. I don't want to do that one. Alright, then we get into the actual love kits. I think I'm gonna rock. I think I'm gonna rock this one. Run that one, and then the away kit, I'll keep it as a team here. Yeah.
Located transportation.
I'll keep the UCLF Pro home kit. Start with that one, bro. Someone bought my Kirkes at 25K. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left on my Palmer. Let's go, Barca. Make sure you calculate. By the way, for those of you guys who are bidding, make sure you calculate in your tax. Don't forget to calculate in 5% tax, all right? That's a key. That's a key. It doesn't look like that on PS5. Wait, which kit? The shiny one? Sergio Ramos will be an FC26. As long as he's still at Monterrey, yeah. Yeah, because Monterrey is going to be an FC26. The wing kit? Oh. Okay.
Oh, come on!
Chat, that's probably the stream for me today, man. A good sesh. Tomorrow, we try to pack Pulisic. Actually, I should keep Pulisic equipped because of Pulisic.
What the fuck? I should have gotten the fucking fighter jet flew out of him.
If we get so lucky,
What the fuck?
Eusebio or Foden or something like that, we'll be stoked. Yaya, we'll see, man. I'm on Diallo, and I'm just so curious to know what the Evo and SBC content is. Because as of right now, the leaks are not looking good. Not looking great, man. I believe when I see it, Sydney FC is in the game, but no Douglas Costa. Oh, you're talking about Ramos. Yeah, I mean, technically, Ramos is on Monterrey, so he should be coming back with the Liga MX rights, but we'll see. We will see. Someone started a bidding war on your Palmer. Okay. You got other ones to bid on, man. You got this. Appreciate you guys hanging around today, man. Thanks for hanging around on Thursday, Shrum. I will see you tomorrow on a promo content Friday. Promo content Friday, aight? Tasman, Ben, Omega. Yeah, Crouch can be cool too. Cincy, Drama, Gist, Clash, Polo, Promo, Crows. Appreciate all of you guys. Oh, Mr. Routerman, right as we're ending the stream. Doing it for the glory. Thank you for the resub, good sir. That is a tier 2. Madman, 73-month sub. We got to go to a Notre Dame game, man. I got to text you back. Moisturize, Zach, Mago, Ben, Dabo, Ghost, Timac. I appreciate you guys. Maddie, thanks again for the 73 months. That is honestly insane. I will see you guys on the YouTube vid in the morning. Shapeshifters Team 3. Can it be over yet, man? Have a great night, guys. I'm out. Peace.
That's it. That's it. What happened? Drink. Drunk.
This is Chelsea Perkins, a US Coast Guard veteran, better known as Selena Savage. On the surface, Chelsea seemed like a woman with an unusual path. A former service member turned mother and then eventually OnlyFans model. And whether you agree with her lifestyle or not, she knew exactly how to captivate an audience and how to hide her darkest secrets hidden in plain sight. However, behind that carefully crafted image lurked something that was far more sinister, including a festering obsession, a plan for revenge, and blood spilled on federal grounds. Unfortunately, that is where Matthew Dunmire enters the story. A man who was not only a beloved friend and father, but also someone who had his own shadowy past. Whatever lay between these two, and whatever messy history they shared, it would ultimately create a monster in Chelsea. And not only would her actions result in multiple deaths, but it would also force long-forgotten secrets right back into the spotlight. Hi there folks, my name is Adrian, and welcome back to Coffee House Crime. And today, do I have a story for you? This one has got everything your mother warned you about. A military veteran turned OnlyFans model, a secret revenge plot that had been brewing for years, and a murder in a national park. Oh, and also a Facebook post that basically gave the entire story away before it even happened. So top up your coffee, silence that phone, and maybe lock your front doors for good measure. On that note, please grab yourself a coffee and let's caffeinate while we investigate. This is the case of Selena Savage.
Oops.
Welcome to Ohio, folks. Today, we begin near the city of Hudson and with a man named Matthew. Matthew Dunmire was, in many ways, your typical Ohio guy. At the age of 31, he was a free spirit, someone who loved music, played guitar, and cherished time with his friends. Originally from Virginia, those who knew Matthew described him as selfless, loyal to a fault, and always the first to lend a hand when someone needed help. Born on November the 26th, 1989, to his mother Tommy Lynn, Matthew was just a happy and cheerful boy. He was goofy, loved listening to Frank Zappa with his father, and found his guitar at a very young age. He also shared a deep bond with his circle of friends, most of whom were just as passionate about music as he was, and moving into his
Huh? Can I hear?
I gotta do.
A little desperate for a girl, huh?
What do you ask your mom? Did I hear a girl in here?
No!
Did you guys hear? Does anyone know where the girl went?
Jesus, relax, guy.
Did any of you guys hear the girl? Yo, guys, anyone know where the girls went? Do you guys on the other team know where those girls went?
Yeah, they're on this team.
What? What's a guy gotta do?
A little desperate for a girl, huh?
What do you ask your mom?
She had a boyfriend, but okay.
Yeah, and it's me. Nice to meet you, son.
Wanting a girl on your team so fucking bad sounds desperate.
Just roasted you, bud. She had supper tonight.
How is that a roast, bro? It's only a roast if it hurts my fucking feelings. If it's good enough to be a roast, bro. That ain't good, bro. You're telling an old fucking dude, that shit's old enough to. You're stupid, dude. Thinking you're cool saying that shit, but you're not cool, bro. You sound stupid as hell, but okay.
Alright, tough guy. I'm in the middle of a 72-hour fast right now, boss.
Oh, okay, and you don't have to do that. I'm not on this game looking for girls or anything like you, bro. So why does it matter to you if there's girls on the opposite team or if they're on your team? Why does it matter then?
I'm just saying, if there's a girl on here, like, I'm gonna cook.
That's what a desperate guy would say.
So if you got no game like me, just say so, boss.
I'm not mad, nor do I care what you say, bro.
It's just so easy to roast you frickin' low-T, beta male, turkey bacon eating, soy boy Gen Zers, bro.
Are you that stupid?
You started it.
I didn't start anything. All I did was call you fucking desperate for a fucking girl, bro. That's not talking shit, bro. That's saying the fucking facts. You fucking stupid ass idiot, bro. You don't even know where I live. You had to kill me, your own teammate. Imagine that. So fucking mad over a game. Imagine that. That's why you're mad, bro.
Dude.
You killed me on purpose.
I didn't even see you there, boss.
You did see me. Stop playing fucking stupid. I saw the fucking kill cam. I don't even care about this game, bro. I'm not even trying.
Say it to my face, buddy. Pull up.
I will say it to your face, buddy. I fucking box for a living. You don't fucking scare me, dude. You don't even know who you're fucking with. Fuck, can you kill me 2 times? But I can't even kill you 2 times, bro. What the f? Imagine being so fucking mad. And salty that you have to kill your own fucking teammate. Stay mad, little boy. That's why you keep sucking all that little dick.
Can't say that.
I will say it if I want to fucking say it. I don't give a due to the fucking fact.
That's against the Geneva's Convention. Reporting you now.
I don't care about your dad, bro. I don't care. I got many more accounts.
During Pride Month, dude. Seriously?
I don't give a about your dad. The world would be a better place without fucking like yourself. On God, please sit your fucking
pipe down, bud. Y'all trying to run that back?
No, I ain't running shit back with your.
He got Ruben. Jesus.
Over here. Let's see.
Yo!
Yeah, grab that one.
Oh, you need to get a sound too, though.
Yeah, I might be losing this one.
Wait, actually, yeah, that's too, but there might be one on the sky.
Oh my god, again! What the?
Adulthood, with a long-term partner, 2 kids, and a solid crew he saw almost every day. Well, Matthew seemed happily grounded in his small town just outside of Hudson, Ohio. Which is why, when he suddenly stopped responding to all text messages and didn't show up like he usually would, people knew that something was wrong.
That's it for the YouTube, guys.
On the morning of March the 6th, 2021, Matthew disappeared under abnormal conditions.
Catch it
However,
later
the
today.
real story began the evening before, on March